Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. It's my time. You hear the crowd. Yeah, we need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu. This here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb. Told them we the one. They would count us out. Now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing up the ones. Like they was always rapping. Now believe them if you want. Now they show love. Came with a dub. It is what it is. It isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh.
Told me they wanna get down at the party, cause that's where I'll be. Down with the party, that's what they told me. They wanna get down at the party, cause that's where I'll be.
Yeah, it's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you might know me. No, you lying, you don't know me, dog. Yeah, it's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you might know me. You know you don't know me, dog. Spent a bag on the whip, parked in valet. Just took another trip, skipped a drive, called my pilot, then jet down to LA. Yeah, tell me, who you know like this? Let the beat bang, turned off the light switch. I was in the VIP and met a spicy mamacita. Took her ass straight to Costa Rica. Yeah. It's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you might know me. No, you lying, you don't know me, these jewels might mess around and flood the whole kitchen. Took a bit to get it, was on a mission. And now it's platinum plaques, back to back. I spent a couple mil, you spent a whole rack. Bout the block just to give it back. Remember I was moving rocks, now I spit crack. Yeah, it's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you might know me. Yeah, it's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you might know me. You know you don't know me. Now it's fast. I'm too cold for you. Diamond straight out of Mount Everest with it. Yeah. It's a whole lot of ice, homie.
You're stressing right, you need some meditation. Don't let them ruin your vibe, no time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind, take a flight, aviation. Want you, girl, by my side, let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me, I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retrieve. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my trophy, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my, the only one I want, be my preliminary. Let me caress the way I think it's necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe, 7 days, are you ready? I don't need to say you know it, girl, you're extraordinary. I want you here with me, I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retrieve. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my trophy, be my
like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now, I'm second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean. Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't make top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I juke left and I'm gone with the win. I'm gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. So let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot. I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on what? Yeah, I got a game on lock.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Let's go. I got big dreams, I'ma do big things. Yeah, you see me on the big screen looking so clean. I don't move slow, I move fast right past anybody taking life for granted, yeah that's too bad. I'd be grateful for everything that I have. You only got this life, you don't get it back. Make the most of it, become the best that I can. Everybody look at me, I got a plan. You gotta work hard, play hard, do it from the start. Cause how you do anything is everything is art. Stay consistent and do it every day. Don't let fatigue get in your way. Cause 10% of something is better than nothing. You better do something if you wanna be something. I can feel my stomach rumbling, I'm hungry. Big things coming, I ain't bluffing, yeah. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough. Better watch out, I'm on the climb to the crown. In my prime right now, hear me loud, I've been spitting for a while now. All by myself, independent DIY now. Don't need no help, I've been beating out labels and money and budgets, it's funny. I do all the work, yeah, keep it 100. 100, I fight for my dreams. I would die for these things. I believe in myself, I refuse to be weak. I like to build things, empires out of buildings. I wanna leave a legacy of helping others finally feel things, of motivating and killing depression, exhaustion. We need some healing. I work through the pain, I like seeing gains. I keep my head down, buried, walk through the flames. Yeah, I do this every day, even when I feel drained. A true man pushes through, you don't hear complaints. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, yeah, I got this. Will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
I'm feeling good, feeling great now. A hater can't play with my day now. Get that negativity out of my face now. In my city, I'm the man of my state now. Yeah, I'm living life to the fullest. Baby girl, you're talking to the realest. Energy and joy, you can't steal it. Good vibes all around. Baby, tell me, can you feel it? I woke up, so I'm blessed. Just another chapter in the test. I know I'm doing better than the rest. Got a smile on my face, showing teeth for the crest. It's no sweat, I'm a vibe in my own right. Go time in the sun, yes, I'm gon' shine. So fine, got a baddie on my phone line. Feeling good, feeling great, chasing these good vibes.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
Put my soul on that beat, I'm ready to feast. Margaritas with some divas, I'm pouring the drinks. I'm living life to the fullest, the blessings in me. Don't really care what you say, whatever you think. Nah, unequivocal miracles with the lyrical. With the homies tryna pop like the cereal. Lucky Charms, got a model on my arm. Go watch on my wrist, garlic parm. No alarm, fireworks, I can feel it in the sky. I got love in my eyes, but there's money on my mind. I see passion and pride that despise all the lies. I've been around the world, so I'm down for the ride. Good drinks, good people, and good times. Fast cars, pretty women on FaceTime. More money, more fun in my life. I'm just chasing my shots with good vibes.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
Friday night putting them plays in, but it feel like a special occasion. So let's go out, go blazing, hit the dance floor, let go frustrations. I might have a hidden agenda, but my intention's pure. I'll give you all that I got, and I hope that you don't need more. It's okay, just take my hand now. Damn near sweating your hair out. You got me creasing my sneakers. That's usually something I care about. Couldn't see the path, but it's clear now. You was in my dreams, but you here now. And I just want a little dance and a reason to change my plans.
All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me.
We outside, did you hear what? I called the ride cause I'm going up. And there's something mixy going in my cup. Don't say much cause they know what's up. You know it get cold on the late night. We getting all close like it's day night. You looking so fly, you can take flight. Now I got this feeling that I can't fight. Your curves got my urges flaring. You got me by the collar and I'm not caring. You see how the people can't stop staring. I'm trying to make you mine and I'm not sharing. Okay, let's bring it back a bit. She said you can have whatever if you ask for it. Well, I just wanna have a little dance and a reason to change my plans.
All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me.
Yeah, get on your feet and move to the beat. Pour up some drinks and then we repeat. Yeah, chasing my purpose, need a release. Yeah, my life's a beach, I'm lost in the breeze. Do this with ease, don't play with my dreams. Yeah, it's so together, it's not what it seems. Heart of a tiger, life of a king. Yeah, chasing my bag, my feet in the cream. Running these laps, not losing my steam. I'm feeling good, this life's what I need. Don't intervene with my energy. Yeah, I'm in her scope like Jimmy Iovine. Yeah, no Superman, but I'm feeling supreme. This not a movie, but I'm making a scene. Yeah, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta get up.
Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up.
We just gotta live our life, we paying a price. Piece of the pie, I need me a slice. Yeah, rolling the dice, the scariest spice. Sticky like rice, the tricky reprise. Yeah, love will suffice, I suffer in silence. All alone, I'm lost on the island. Let's spread peace and less of the violence. Sebastian Bach on yachts playing violence. Yeah, the flowers violet, give me my rose. This for my city, all for my bros. Did it alone, so far in my zone. So raise your glass, let's all have a toast. I can show you how to get like me, live your life till you die. Yeah, look, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta
get up now. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up.
You keep me up all night,
Been through the flame, now get out the way. Whole lot of change, still been the same, put that on the name. I had to go through it just to get to it, look what I became. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. I do it with ease, to you it's a burden, to me it's a breeze. You feel that? That wind is degree, that kickback. You coming at me, boy, sit back. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in a few, might land in a tomb. With a vengeance, killing the ops and leaving no remnants. They all in attendance. Gotta go big, I aim for the fences. It's mine, I sense it. Back in the scene, I'm back to the business. Back on the front line, gotta grind. It's time, let you be the witness. At the time, turn a repeat to a 3P, yeah. Got the franchise on me, you more like G League, yeah. 21st century, you all the way BC, yeah. Old boy been washed up, I'm notched up in TTA. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in a few, might land in a tomb.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. I, the Lord of Nieve. But, in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through Attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I'm out here in the cold night, running till I barely feel my feet. Wanna see it through my own eyes. There's no going back, and I'm not afraid anymore. Cause I know I'm gonna be the last one standing. Yeah, I'm not afraid anymore. Yeah, I don't wanna wait anymore. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes, I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'm carrying you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. See that I'm surrounded by predators. It's critical, they got me in my element. It's dirty how you trying to keep it elegant. Keep my eyes open wide when everyone around me is an enemy. See my life cross my eyes. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. Too bad you can't take me down. You can't take me down. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes, I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take
And welcome back to the Riot Games Arena. We're coming to you live from Berlin, Germany for the final game day of this week. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm here with Kakuka and Ash. Guys, KC, they're looking pretty stylish as they're rocking up to the venue.
Yeah, we kind of miss them, right? I mean, especially you, Ash.
You know
really
me,
like them.
number one, like KC Glazer over here. But yeah, we did miss KC, and we did miss their style out on the stage. Of course, it's going to be their first time back here for Stage 2 because they didn't end up making it too far in playoffs last stage.
And it's also the big highlight of today. We have Navi versus Foot later in the day, and them going up against BBL, teams that we have seen already this week. They're playing for the second time, but I think that everybody has to be very, very excited about what Case is going to be doing today.
Yeah, they're the only team we haven't seen this week yet, which means depending on if they win or lose today, that table will not look like what it looks like now by the end of today. We've had a lot of action already. We've seen a lot of teams, we've seen a lot of players, we've seen a lot of cool plays on the server as well. So with all of that in mind, I know we haven't seen Casey just yet, but before we move on to today and also on to next week, I want to get a hot take from you guys after watching all of the action here this week. So Kakuka, I'll start with you, and this is incredible.
I really like this wall. I think we should keep it for the rest of the show. My hot take is that next week, next week, every single team will play ISO.
Oh,
you like that? Okay. How good is that? How hot is that?
For the 1 week that
yeah,
that
for
is left?
maybe.
I think that's like that's like a mango habanero, I would say. It's like kind of
mango habanero. What about you?
Hot level.
I feel like it leans on the slightly hotter side of average, but I don't think it's insanely spicy.
Yeah, it's not like a Budak ramen 2 times.
But hear me out.
spicy.
I'm talking about every single team. I think that especially with the little time some teams have had, the other priorities that they've had over this time, you know, maybe some of them have not considered ISO.
All right, we'll see. We'll see just how hot that is next week. What about you, Ash?
My hot take, I feel like, actually isn't as hot as time has gone on, but I do believe that we might enter some sort of pseudo deadlock meta coming in, because we look at the fact that there's a lot of potential for that anti-dive. We saw Fnatic running the deadlock on Ascent on Chronicle just earlier this week, and how well it paired to allow Durka to kind of anchor site on his own alongside Alpha's utility as well. And with the fact that Neon is getting that buff coming in next week too, I think it's going to be a pretty cool anti-opportunity to strat against that dive meta coming in.
I think that's a tiny bit hotter, only because we've only seen one deadlock win in all of the EMEA, and that happened 2 days ago.
Yeah, but you also need to think that she's addressing like the patch that is coming. The patch that is coming in next week. We also need to think that maybe Fnatic is ahead, right? Maybe back in the day they were the ones setting the meta. Maybe it happens again. Funny enough, the ones setting the meta this year are playing in a bit. So we'll see what they do and what they think.
I just want to shout out Ray, who made this graphic, to put my ranked games on there as well. I honestly, I don't know where she got the footage, but it looks amazing. It looks amazing. Honestly, I feel like, you know, I would say medium hot, a little bit hotter, but I've gone off the rails. I didn't realize I thought hot take was like, it was meant to be insanely hot.
Okay.
So my hot take is after seeing Giant X, I believe this is their LCQ. I believe they're going to do well here. So well, in fact, I think they're going to make it all the way to playoffs without dropping a single series.
I think that's so mild. I cannot even taste it. It's like sugar, you know?
What?
No. Nothing. Yeah, I mean that seems too possible.
I think it's probably Ghost Pepper level.
Yeah, thank you.
Because
thank
realistically, you're talking about like completely undefeated during playoffs, not even dropping to that lower bracket. That's a lot to ask for, and it's a big run to make.
They did it LCQ. I just feel like I am getting the same vibes. Like something is in the water. Something in the water. But you guys tell us at home whether you think if it was mild or
if they're able to recover from a 13-1. Come on.
I think given that how mild your hot take was, I don't think you can have a go at my hot take, because my hot take is up there.
Okay,
but you guys at home, let us know. But let's talk about the first match we have here. It is BBL versus KC. Now, we haven't talked about this a lot this week, but if you look at the far right column of the standings right now, you'll see the championship points all the teams have. Fnatic have 9. KC had a great start to this year. They were the only people to have championship points at kickoff. But Kukuka, after what happened at stage 1, everyone else is just catching up to them.
Yeah, exactly. Not only stage 1, also including the playoffs of the same. And think about this. I mean, not to be talking about this defeat, but a team like Heretics that managed to have both the kickoff, the season, the playoffs, and also the run in Shanghai are not, getting any points for all those achievements because they're always, losing in the final. But it's very crazy to think that a team like KC, with everything that they've given us to talk about during this entire year, could be out of contention just based off of championship points. They can still make it by, getting top 3 in playoffs.
And it says a lot about how important every single match is as well, how intense it is. Because normally you're like, okay, we're still just in week 1 of this split, but the fact that everything's carrying over from stage 1 just makes it all that much spicier. I'm looking forward to seeing how they end up faring though, because they did have that time off to cook.
I mean, in fairness, like you said, if they could just make top 4, they could just go. They don't have to care about the points. They're going to be able to go right away. But they were the ones that looking like they were most likely going to make champions without even have to go through all that because of the 3 points they got at kickoff. But what happened? Why have they not looked that dominant since, do you guys think?
I mean, I think that some of their games were very, very close. They just ended on that losing side, and probably is that mental fortitude that was, a little bit lackluster once the stage was getting more and more draining. We were very surprised by what they could achieve in such a short time, but maybe they just needed a break, a little bit more time. Do not forget what they were able to do at the beginning of the year. They taught us everything that Gecko could do, all the crazy compositions that you can run and make work with just very, very smart players and a very, very clear plan.
They really did lead in that innovation. And then you're also considering the fact that it is the Eng method that we're talking about here, right? These 3 duelists now slotting into different roles, and especially Narrate being so flexible. I think at that time, sure, they were able to show amazing things at the beginning of this season, but as time went on, we saw some of the limits to the depth, and they just need a little bit more time, I think.
It feels like the caveat for stage 1 is that they didn't have as much time as they could to plan for kickoff. But Ash, they didn't go to Shanghai. They have had more time now to prep for this stage. So can we expect a resurgence of KC's form?
I have high expectations, and I think that it's definitely possible. You're looking over towards the map pool here between both KC and BBL. The one thing that does worry me a little bit is the fact that they have continued to ban Ascent within EMEA since kickoff. They played 1 matchup against Vitality. They played it against Paper Rex at Madrid as well, but we have yet to see it since then. And ultimately, they were also doing some pretty wacky things on that map too. I'm hoping to see that actually come into their pool here for stage 2.
But if you just look at the numbers and you have the idea of KC in your head, they don't really fit, right? They don't really match. Here you think of Lotus, you think of Sunset, you think of actually any of the maps, even on Bind, and you're like, oh, they have to be flawless. And no, it's because things got very, very close. I think all of the teams also started stepping up. I think that many of the teams here in EMEA specifically were a little bit dormant when we were thinking about kickoff, but during split 1, that changed. Now I'm ready for another surprise.
Yeah, right. They've had time.
Exactly. That's the worst thing that you can give to Eng is more time.
Especially considering if we look ahead with a Haven coming back as well. Although Haven, we'll talk about it another time. We'll talk about another time. But for now, of course, we've seen BBL already here at stage 2, and this is what one of their new coaches had to say about their defeat against Fnatic.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the class. I have a special guest with me today. ¿Qué tal, Juan Carlos? ¿Cómo estás?
Hello, bien. ¿Y tú allá? ¿Qué tal?
Very happy to be here. So obviously your situation with BBL is a bit different this year. So I wanted to take this class to show people and talk about, your situation and how you ended up here.
Oh, basically, like last year, I won back-to-back the Spanish BCL challengers. So after that, I got contacted by BBL, basically. It was a quick process, actually, because they asked me for a task. I did it on the same day. They really like it. I think we both wanted the same, you know, for the spot, for the work. So basically, it was quick, it was easy. And yeah, last stage I was working from home, and this stage I came back here with the staff changes and everything. So yeah.
So how are you dealing with the fact that, of course, you are Spanish? We know that PBL is a Turkish team. So how is the language barrier coming in between you guys?
It's a good question because like they all speak English as well, as you know. I mean, they all speak English, but during the game they speak Turkish. So whenever it's needed for me to translate, because I need something or whatever, usually Paula and VC, look, the guys with the best English, they translate to me, and I get part into the conversation as well because you know as I'm the coach as well. So yeah, it's a good process because you know the guys understand this and they are very open to talk, to translate to me and to get me into the conversation. So yeah.
Okay, so you talk about the conversation, but when we're talking about being in game, the other day you played against Fnatic, and during the game you only get 1 minute to talk to them. So I pulled up this round because I think it's a very good example, and I want you to walk me through, because right before this you had a timeout. I want you to tell us what happened. There was a composition that probably you did not expect coming from Fnatic, and I want you to tell me how did you address the issues that were happening.
Yeah, before the game, we watch the deadlock pick. So we more or less talk about how they can approach the game, how they can take the game in like the ideas or whatever. We knew that deadlock is gonna be like strongholder, extra strongholder as well with the Cypher. So what I asked the guys in the first pause, is basically to speed up the tempo on the first instance of the round, take the mid space, identify where the operator is placed, because we already knew that he had operator, and basically to speed it up the tempo a bit, you know, like identify the operator and we can always like end up on him. So that's the plan for this round. I usually like to pause on the eco rounds because it helps you to make a plan as well to this round, and as well you have like plan for the next rounds. So yeah, this is the prime example of what we wanted to achieve after the pause. We spot Derke with operator on A. We knew that if we wanted to roll on him, we could. So yeah, that's basically what we did on this round.
Okay, you're playing again today. Very quickly, what was your biggest learning from this game?
Oh, we cannot relax. We are 8-0, we cannot relax. The match is not over until the 13.
Okay, lovely. Well, best of luck today.
Thank you.
Fantastic insight, and of course, like you said, even if they're 8-0, they cannot relax. But that, do you think, might just be a Fnatic thing? Because not many teams in that situation would be able to come back from an 8-0 down.
Yeah, exactly. But I think that he's learning is like we need to stay in the game. For him, you know, it was the first experience here in the studio. But Juancar has a lot of experience. You know, we've praised Miniboo for a very long time, and when he's talking about those wins, he was the one coaching Miniboo. It's not like he's a complete stranger to all of these things. But it's very important to keep your head in the game and just do not relax, because I don't think that BBL is the only team that has gotten into like 8-10 and got very, very relaxed.
I'm super biased when it comes to BBL, but they look better. They look great. They look like a team that could definitely make playoffs. And Pora, this guy, I don't know what's going on, but I feel like he's leading the pack of the fragging IGLs.
Oh no, he was absolutely insane in that matchup against Fnatic. You'll see some of the clips here. But just the decision-making in some of these situations, my eyes especially go over towards, I think Bind was most memorable for me, seeing Para on that Gecko. There were a lot of cool combinations with his utility as well, because it wasn't just the fragging, it was also his ability to just support Kushner in every single situation.
Yeah, exactly. And the calling was very, very good from him. I think that there were so many of the rounds that it's not only the individual prowess that we were seeing, the utility on the different maps was so surprising to see time and time again. And also how he's been a motivational leader as well.
This is the thing. I feel like if they played against Fnatic in that game 10 times, I would back them to win 5. Yeah, that's how good
and
they
you
were.
would be right.
Yeah, and this is the thing. I don't think it's going to be as easy as it looks for KC.
No, I don't think so. And then the fact that they're also been able to make that comeback. Carbon Core is a team where when they lose that lead, they struggle to close out those maps too.
Well, it's time to kick off the final day of week 1 as we welcome back BBL onto the stage and also welcome KC to stage 2 as well. Somebody needs to get in some shades as well. I feel like he's missing out on this walkout. Of course, we haven't seen KC just yet. There's a reason though, Ash, why we're so excited to see what they got for us for stage 2.
No, I'm stoked because, again, the whole conversation is about what Eng has been cooking while they've had that time off, while they haven't had to worry about the international event that they went to previously and how much more depth they can really add to this roster that is so flexible there, Kakuga.
Yeah, as you're saying, Ascend is banned, and BBL is going to leave a Lotus open again. We saw that the other day against Fnatic. But guys, this is not the usual for when we're talking about BBL. They, you know, leaving it open against KC. Yes, they looked very good the other day, but it could be an upset. But them also picking the Sunset, I think that we're praising KC for, you know, cooking in the shadows for a very long time. But BBL are also coming in with a very strong plan this split.
I really like the way that they picked the Sunset. We saw towards the end of stage 1, Ash, you know, they started to pick it when Ascend wasn't available. They picked it twice. They won against Na'Vi when they picked it. And I remember back then when they chose it into Na'Vi, we were also really shocked. We didn't understand why they did that, but I'm very excited to see how KC deals with this.
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting, especially the fact that they do have the opportunity to kind of flex that duelist on Sunset as well between the Raze and Neon there for Kushner. He looked more comfortable on, well, actually, no, he looked quite good on the Neon.
Yeah,
so I'm not going to lie. Obviously, we know him for his Raze gameplay, but looking forward to seeing how that pans out later on. But focusing back onto Lotus, this is where I have some concerns for the side of BBL. Obviously, this is KC's map pick. BBL, they started off very strong on that defensive side up against Fnatic, but once they got over towards that attacking side, that is where we saw BBL start to struggle. And knowing that that's also the second half for them, of course, they have a lot of opportunity to learn from that last matchup there, Kakuga, but at the same time, it's only been a short turnover. It's in the same week.
Well, let's take a look at agent select real quick and see where we're going to go, because we've seen this from BBL already. We haven't seen it from KC. You guys talked about it already. Changes should be coming in. We should see something new and exciting. And it looks like, there we go, the Sova coming in as well.
Okay, I'm surprised, you know, this composition, I can see the potential and the idea of what they want to do behind it with the double spotter, but even if the composition gets very crazy, remember, it's not that KC is just good on this map and on any other map because of the compositions that they were playing. It's the way in which they do things. When they move on to that defensive side, and how they perform with those retakes, how explosive they are, but how well coordinated they are. My eyes go to Magnum. Yes, he's not only on the Sova, but we were praising Aura, and he has to step up his performance on split 1.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what we're gonna get and hop into game. Give us some love, show some love even to your casters for this, Mitchman and Tombiz.
I'm not sure how to move on from that one. I guess Steve Akarja, welcome. We've got one hell of a game lined up for you. BBL, we've got to see what they can do, but I'm excited for KC here today, Tom. That agent select, a little funky today.
But that's the thing, Eng has now had some time with the team. And this team, you go back to sort of kickoff and the way they were playing, this was an unbelievable squad. They came off the back of a Masters. It didn't look quite as good. They didn't have enough time to cook. I'm not gonna lie, I hate saying that. I was overused. But they've come up with something pretty new. Like, not many people play Sova on this map. Not many people play Yoru well on this map. A lot of people have tried. CNED. And I'm looking to see, he's actually in the building, so that's risky.
That was a risk. He rolled the dice there. He might even have heard that. We'll find out after map one.
I think genuinely sat outside the door 3 seconds ago, so sorry, CNED.
Well,
Yoru's great.
It's either going to be CNED or Burka having words with you after this, and I don't know which one I'd rather if I was you. KC looking to take over control of the C site, but that gate crash was a fake. They haven't taken any of the space that BBL have moved to fill in. With 4 players on the C site, quick rotation from Reezy secures at least a passive hold of B, but KC can take this wherever they want. They haven't been quick to move on the back of it, though. A very strange early look with a bit of control, a bit of noise, and then a complete fallback. It looks like now their intent is to push this early A aggression back and hopefully sell the fake to pull these players away from the C site. For now, at least, BBL are sitting comfortable.
I'll find you.
Yeah, it's worth noting as well that BBL, when they played against Fnatic, their defensive side was really impressive. And a lot of it came off the back of the positioning that Brave was able to hold. Now, interestingly here, you've had this sort of fake being attempted, but it has not worked.
Left.
They have moved all the doors, shot the broken door as well. It's done absolutely nothing. Instead, this is still going to be a stack up over on this C site. A clear read coming through. 20 seconds left. Nice work from Narrate. And he's actually going to go straight back through the door. Now, the position of Magnum actually has huge amounts of value as he's going to catch off Reezy. A fantastic little lurk from him. A lurking Sova is not something I think I've said before, but hey, if it works like that, I'll happily see it again.
Yeah, situational, I suppose. He was sent out to make that noise on the A site. I think alongside Narrate, they take that little bit of space, and like you said, the fake really didn't work out, but a great pivot coming out of KC, realizing that they can instead move back, having not already pushed fully through the choke point on C. Take every fight as they do. They leave Martine behind to catch the re-aggression on C when they try to move towards the door, and well, a surprise by how easily that pistol fell into their hands. 1-0, BBL left down to Classics. One investment though, it's Kushner X. He's bought himself a Sheriff. This could be dangerous, especially as the squad is moving as a unit. 4 players, a stun on Tamazi, and, well, his cage has actually saved his life.
Yeah, we're actually seeing that classic 3 rifle, 2 pistol strat. Martine leading the charge, and this time they are going to walk into that A site, which is clear. Nobody here. The rotation just coming through in an attempt. It's going to be there to try and do some damage. Ultimately, though, Mitch, expectations are low.
For sure. I mean, the numbers definitely do give me a little bit of confidence.
Closed.
Moving as a 5 or as a 4 in this case. Waiting perhaps for the stun of Pora to be back online. It's just now popped back through. They need contact. Oh, no, they don't. It's fired through with nothing to do on the back of it. The idea, die to the spike, make it costly if they do decide to get aggressive. Thing is though, KC, you know, they sent Magnum, he had a pistol, they sent Tamazi, he also had a pistol, and now they'll back off, create some distance. BBL will be left to fall to this spike. No orbs given over to their opponents, but a pretty clean second round from KC.
Yeah, they'll be a little bit disappointed with the orbs, but other than that, it's really not that big a deal for the side of KC. I'm very excited to see sort of what else they've come up with in that break. I think, firstly, picking into this map, like, if it had been before this series, and where we'd never seen Lotus actually play by BBL, picking it would make a lot of sense. We saw them play it versus Fnatic and lose 13-11, and it was a big comeback from Fnatic, as it always is. So, I can only assume that KC would come into this going, okay, we've seen what they've got, not impressed.
Yeah. Perhaps BBL will be able to change their minds about that. A little bit of a mistiming on the cam with the nade exploding. Look at BBL's positions. Very heavily stacked towards that rubble fight at the start of the round, and the read is there from KC. The new target is the C site. Spike's already made its way through the choke point, and there's nothing to deny them from even getting this plant. Post-plant for KC could be dangerous with these weaker weapons. Long-range Outlaw. Magnum wants a challenge up close. He's got the first, and Tamazi follows up onto Kushner with low shields as well on Brave. He's got to be worried now seeing that Outlaw's in play, although Tamazi ain't too healthy himself.
If anything, though, it just gives him extra confidence to continue this fight. He may be playing the Sentinel, but he lives and breathes the duelist still to this day. for the remaining 3. This retake risky, but already it's going swimmingly, in fact. Already dropping multiple players, leaving it on to Reezy to try and do it all. And he's going to be able to close that out. If that was a round with maybe Spectres, pistols, or weaker weapons, I'd be like, not that impressed. But that was a full rifle 5v3 that BBL managed to turn.
Yeah, and the only player that was low was the last one to fall. That was the guy with the outlaw, with the disadvantage in those kind of fights. They had everything to work with, but look at this play from Brave. Goes straight in with the Shrouded Step, catches 2, and that just fragments the entire KC lineup. They haven't got their positions to play from anymore, and okay, we can look at that round as it should be. Good damage for KC. They come out of round 3, 1 rifle alive for BBL. That's usually a success, but we said this the other day, when the round looks so favorable, it looks like it should be yours, it doesn't really matter how it started anymore. That is a good recovery from BBL and a chance now to put KC's economy in the dirt if they win this 4th round.
Yeah, I've always said that I think the best player from what I've seen with From the Shadows is Mystic. I'm starting to believe that the Shadow Step belongs to Brave. Because it's so audacious, the things he will attempt. Like, it's disrespectful to opponents and he should be killed. But somehow he just manages to make it work time and time again. Already? What? Okay, a three-man push just walked straight into Pora.
Spike down, C.
All right, cool.
Yeah, I'm gonna need a replay of that one, Andy. That's
slow it down. Slow it down.
Slow it way down. Ridiculous. With a Guardian too? It's not even like he's just spraying
by the way, it was Andaluthia Flawless, so we're definitely getting a replay.
Was it Andaluthia Flawless? Oh, that is nasty! And the slowdown. Oh,
thank you very much.
If you're KC, you've got to be devastated. Yes, thank you, Andy, for that one. But what a ridiculous response from BBL.
He knows.
That's 2 rounds now off of individuals popping off.
I want to say that one of the critiques I had of BBL when it came to the attack side of this map came to Pora. I remember those last few rounds, I think he got in his head a little bit. We saw him aggro peeking with the spike. Some silly mistakes. But on the defensive side, he was unreal. And we saw that throughout the series versus Fnatic. So I think for him, he does sometimes try and put the world on his back from a supportive role, but that's the reason why. He can make it work.
Belayed Rubble aggression, but now they've got the control. BBL start the rotates. 2 players on the B site, 2 ready for this aggression on C. Kushner's got a good position with cages to cover his fall back. And Elite, he's on cam right now. He's just letting them see him. Martin's done well to find the first, low on HP, but still able to follow up on a pour. It's getting a little bit scary. Reezy and Elite step up, but they're dropped again, and with Shin onto Elite, we're left with Brave and Reezy locked out of the site. They've got to wait, run this clock down a little bit further. The one, I guess, saving grace is the fact that they haven't retrieved those rifles that were dropped moments ago, but they might not need them. The shots on the Sheriffs have been precise, and now the last one will land. KC with a pay safe card, thrifty, find round number 5.
I don't think they got a single kill with the rifle. It wasn't like one of those rounds where you get a kill with the Sheriff and someone just cleans it up. That was all Sheriff shots. Every single one of them, as pure a thrifty as you're ever going to get. And just ridiculous shots from Martin. Someone that you're always excited to see back and playing. I also want to give credit as well to the C's that was thrown by Narrate, because the entire team gets hit by the Nightfall. They're low, they've got no sound, they can't do anything really. He seizes both remaining players. So all of that is ended up wasted. They're almost back to full HP by the time the round begins.
Again, we see the same carry on towards Rubble, reveal, nade, and now space taken. 1 man left behind to hold the control. And a boom bot sent through to make sure they're not crossing behind the smoke. At this point, BBL, and you can see it, look how passive the A control is. A player way back towards the stairs. They're content that KC have been funneled towards the majority of their forces, which, as you can see, are sat outside C. But the reality is, this trap play and what could be a stun, paranoia on Rubble, or sorry, on Mound, combined with the trap wire that's there, is being completely avoided. KC are filling back in that space on A, and the challenge will be for Kushner, but he does have a showstopper.
I think that's the thing. They have the showstopper for a retake. I can only assume, well, maybe he's just going to chuck it in, but I kind of hope that it's more set up so that they can get back into position and get that opening kill on the retake. The thing is, he might have a timing hit. Tomaz, yeah, they don't check it. They don't clear it properly. Now the showstopper's going to come out. It will deny the plant a little longer, and it's given time to Reezy.
It has. It's bought some time. Pora doesn't need to move either. Tucked in his corner. That should be a free kill onto Magnum, who's actually checking it. Good read by Magnum in this situation. They've got a plant and a 3 versus 4. Not a bad recovery. Showstopper already used to no avail other than running the clock down, which now doesn't seem to matter that much. The retake attempt does still have the numbers in favor for BBL. The question is if they can deal with some of the closer positions. Narrate down below, able to isolate one, now looking for his second, and he knows exactly where Elite is, but the numbers are kept even. Oh, Narrate's good for the triple! Catching Kushner on the swing, and Magnum is instantaneously there to support. 4-2. Great response from KC, and their money was left in shambles, but they managed to make it work. Let's see if BBL can do the same.
But the thing I like about that as well from Magnum is he has the Hunter's Fury. There's always going to be that thought in the back of your mind of, I can just run and just try and play this from afar. But with the amount of players that were left, the better decision is to play with your teammate. Try and support Narrate in any way you can. You get the information. He's actually spamming to try and deny the repeat from his opponents, and then just goes through the smoke to trade. Playing with his teammate rather than trying to use an ult while his teammate's fighting in the mix of it.
Yep. KC, those good reads. I saw in the replay as well, Magnum had seen the barrel of Pora, an unfortunate scenario. Trades early though, not too bad for BBL. Still the rifle on Kushner X.
And the big issue is that they've got all their ults. Tamazi had his as well before he died. There's a 5-ult round going into an anti-eco. If they lose this one, it would have to be a miracle, and miracles are striking! What is that? Another pay save card, Thrifty, coming out from BBL, and okay, let's give credit where it's due, coming out from Kushner.
Yeah. He had the one rifle, he was in the right position, but finding that amount of value is sort of out of the question. 1 or 2 maybe, and then the pistols could fire in and the chaos could ensue, leaving BBL with the success of the round. But my goodness, they both line up perfectly. It's even a collateral through Narrate that took down Shin. And wow, we have a round, a game of Thrifty so far. BBL right back on the horse, and it's KC left with the weaker weapons, a Guardian, a Stinger, and pistols. But they have, as you said last round, they've got 5 ultimates to work around. Still, which ones of those ults are going to win you around here?
Brave has been a rat in these positions every single time. The utility thrown out hasn't cleared him. It's not even come close.
He's free.
And he's not going to fall back. Of course he's not. Like, Brave is so confident fighting these angles. If you can do it versus Fnatic, you're going to believe you can do it versus anyone. And there's consistent supportive utility being thrown out as well. Not been able to catch him, still surviving, still causing issues, finally gone down, but there has been trades. Tamazi's done well. That one rifle is making things a bit more costly. And bear in mind, they didn't invest into this round, so any damage they can do would be hugely valuable.
Pora's position certainly known. He's wise to just fall back, concede it. KC, Narrate still has ulti to use if they can get the spike down. Maybe that could help them to deny that defuse, and it looks like they will have the room to do so.
30 seconds left.
Reveal for the backside. Plant to come in. BBL have to assess what they still have to work with. A stun, a nade, and the man advantage in their back pocket. Plant has to come in fairly soon, and I do see BBL starting to creep closer, but I think they're a little bit too far away to deny. They might catch Tamazi repositioning, but again, they're being slow just in case there's a player tucked behind them.
They're playing this one safe. They'll get the information. I'm looking at that Nightfall though, that's going to connect onto all 3 players. Second time we've seen that, but it's left onto Narrate in a clutch. He's pulled off 1v5s before, but not going to be the 1v3. Pora will drop him. He's off to a great start in this game. And while BBL are now going to equalize things on their defense.
4-2 down, going into an eco, and they've made it work. Stabilization on that defensive side, putting round after round on the board, and this robo control, a big factor in how they're able to react so quickly, either off the information of the space being clear, where we've seen those stacks towards the C site, and towards mound crunches as well by pushing up on B. But this time it gets so much more value with Brave being a factor that KC have to start figuring out. There's got to be utility committed there, especially when you've got Narrate and Magnum. The fade alongside the Sova, so much reveal, so much to push players back, but Brave hasn't seen the broad side of that force yet.
Wait a moment.
No, and that's the thing. I don't think we've seen a mass amount of value from that Sova so far. It's an agent that is not really played so much on this map. A lot of the time you're going to revolve more so around having that double controller just to almost shield a lot of the angles that can be played. But I guess with continuous nerfs, it does seem like quite a lot of teams are starting to move away, not having that extra snake bite, which we've seen so valuable at clearing
Who's next?
towards rubble. Martin knows. It's going to make that entry. Now, there is no one here. It's just the utility. So he may finally get some information, but no, in fact, he'll have the only information is lack of it.
Poor is on his way over to help out, but he's being caught. The two-player B-lurk, not quite anticipated in this round, but they didn't need those players with all the space. Braves on the quick rotation, not going to risk being picked. Now that he's joined his squad, it's time to start that retake. But
he's hit
Fury,
3.
it's huge! Magnum with 1, with damage onto 2 more. And KC running that clock down further now with a 5 versus 3 with all the utility that's left, because remember, they just walked into C. They haven't had to burn up a lot. BBL, in their minds, they know this isn't a round that they can fight back through. They'll bail to the A site and look to save these weapons.
Yeah, I think as well, it's just that late ult is already going to cause you issues, but losing Pora is the bigger problem. He's been great in the retakes just individually, but also it's that supportive utility. He can throw those stuns through, they can clear angles with the aftershock, and even just having those pop flashes. So you don't really have that anywhere else other than Brave. And well, if you're trying to retake a site with a single paranoia, well, you're probably playing Ascent.
It's a fair call. Yeah, I think they made the right call. They had the right idea. As we move into round number 10, they've got the ulti advantage. Fade alongside Breach. A lot to push them back. And so far, the main win condition, I suppose, has been just taking that rubble control. BBL committing 4 players to it. Conscious that KC might try to challenge in this round. They were ready for it in the last as well, but KC are showing a lot more favor towards these B and C picks, especially after last round.
But that's the thing, you know that Brave is difficult to clear, you know they're putting a lot of pressure there. Well, force them to do something else. Force them to try and rotate in other directions with just early aggression. And that is the thing, they can now just go back after knowing that, okay, if they're taking that control quickly and then rotating, we'll probably only have one man to deal with. I will say though, it was not easy to deal with this one man. And actually, Kushner wasn't happy just sitting back, but that showstopper has not done what he was hoping for.
Oh, Brave. Yeah, the paranoia comes his way. He just gets aggressive, fires one back, takes down Magnum, drops Spike. Reezy gets both walking through B. They're not falling for that trick a second time. And KC now left in a 2v5. It has crumbled in a matter of seconds. And with the Spike down where it is, well, they have a chance. Shin can ult it, take the Spike and look to try to plant, but even then, they will need some picks to make this viable. And BBL are reacting. They're giving up the Spike. They know that that can just be taken by the ult
30 seconds left.
KC want to go for it. And to be honest, Tom, that's a pretty big if right now.
Yeah, I think it may even just be wanting to have more of an opportunity to catch those players. Make sure that those guns don't get kept up, but not wanting to do it in too aggressive a way. The spread net of BBL working out. And that is the thing. I don't think I've seen a team in a while, especially on the defensive side of this map, have so much success with just the same early setup. It's the same sort of stun, paranoia, and then or sometimes not even the paranoia, and then having the C's a little bit further behind. So we saw Durka's only way to get round it in their last match was to literally blast back through all the utility and go for a really risky fight. Now, you could do a similar thing with Martin if you had a TP setup, or Shin could just try and cross with a Shadow Step. But that's a gamble, and that's a gamble that right now it doesn't seem like KC are willing to take.
Reezy's absolutely popping off. We saw it in the replay, how clean those 2 kills were, both onto the headshots. You swing to try and trade, but against this man, that's just not good enough. And yeah, you know, even in the last round, I love the idea from KC. They've seen the breach flashes, they've seen the fade util alongside Brave, so they drag the rotations, then it's only him to deal with, but even that is too much. The space he's taking early, the information alongside the one-way smokes, makes it impossible to fight through those angles, as they've now realized. KC fully focused on the C site with a gate crash off flash. Shrouded Step used, and the decoy is perfect. Elite blinded and dropped, and these players have a tough position to play from. I'm surprised Pora swings out so wide to take that fight. Breach util removed from a potential retake, and I like the spot up top. Reposition from Shin could be good with him tucked in. Kushner evidently suspects it though.
dodged the ult, right? He hasn't taken any HP. Yeah, I think that's what he was doing. He was making sure he doesn't get hit by the Nightfall. So it just means that he keeps his health, keeps his sound, and he was able to defend his teammates if needed. Similarly to what you can do with the breach shot. Kushner only going to be good for one, and the trades coming thick and fast. Narrate will put that 6th round, guarantee the half in the favor of KC. And it's worth mentioning again, the last time that BBL were close on this map, literally earlier this week, it was because of a solid defensive side. 8 rounds on defense. Their attack fell apart. Now, again, I do think that that may have come down to here and there a little bit of tilt, a little bit of inting. Like, I think there were some interesting decisions towards the end. So I don't want to like write them off completely. And I also think that, again, like looking at a composition that revolves around a Yoru double initiator, I kind of expect it to be better on attack.
Yeah, for sure. We'll see how the info works out on the defensive side. I'm sure KC have a lot of ideas, but they'll struggle to have that same impact. I think a lot of the disruption coming out of Pora's utility is making it difficult for them moving towards that A site. And this time, it might make it difficult on C. Pora's made the early rotation. He's here alongside Elite. Their job is not to stop the plant on C. Instead, it's to make it costly, to do some damage as these players walk through, but the smoke blocks them out, and there will be no damage to be done. The only thing they can do is make sure they don't push further forward.
Yeah, this is risky. Look at where Narrate is sitting. He's ready with the Nightfall, waiting for contact to be made. The second they get to move, it's going to connect onto the majority of the team. He even caught the player at the back of the side. Okay, Shin. He wanted to try and work off the fact that they had lack of sound, but I believe Elite was ready for that. Magnum catching another, the aftershock up top is going to make things a little bit more awkward. And actually, Elite's managed to give them an advantage. That continues with Tomazi looking for a little bit more. They even went for the knife. Okay, but it doesn't matter. It's Elite to do the work. A bit of a quieter performance from him so far, but that was a comeback round.
I love the... just a pizzazz on Kushner to pull out the knife in that situation. He knew he'd got the teammates to trade it. Could have gone awkward, but
yeah, it really
it didn't get awkward. It's all good.
Especially Tomazi. Like, he's the guy where I'm just like, him and Narrate, I'm like, okay, there's like a 70% chance he is the headshot you had your teammate.
Yeah. Now, the fact that Elite had his sound about him, his wits about him, that's what gets them across the line. Another, I missed that in the moment. Utterly ridiculous shrouded steps
so
coming out of frame.
Shorty, missed both Shorty and then went for the knife. I didn't even realize that.
If at first you don't succeed, try and then pull out the knife, I suppose. 6-6, BBL, decent first half. Hey, they started this out with KC picking up the pistol. They were 4-2 down, facing into an eco. This could have been a big opportunity. It was a big opportunity for KC to build up rounds, but no lead. No way to separate these two teams in the first half, at least.
Yeah, we'll see if in the couple of days they've had, BBL managed to make improvements, but that's going to help. An aggressive push from the side of KC, and Elite is more than happy to just disengage. They'll take the man advantage all day long on this attack. Take the weight off the shoulders of Kushner a little bit. And for the defense, well, it's more of a scramble. 2 players running back towards A, just trying to guess where BBL are going, and they have not guessed correctly.
Okay, so you have some info to work with now. Why would the Prowler be put out on B? Lots of spams, at least 2 more players hurt here. It's all a ruse. BBL trying to make noise, deny any of those aggressive positions from KC. They'll leave behind one in the form of Elite to lurk out on B, while the rest of the squad sets their sights on C. Shin, the lone defender, has a smoke back online.
Magnum's rotated.
I mean, B is wide open. Could be a big flank opportunity for Elite. Let's see if he's got any teammates to back up, though. Great nade. That's done a ton of damage. Shin's on 13 health as they make this push through.
Shock Dart did a little chip damage, but not anything that will likely change the round. Magnum might just do it himself, though. Within a second, he's taken 3 heads off, and now Elite looks to turn the tide. 4 kills, but he needed a 5th, needed an ace to win in the round. It's a nice try, but it's Tomazi to close and give the advantage back to KC.
Whew. Well, that is more or less how this first half has gone, back and forth. And, well, Magnum getting so much damage done on low HP after being tagged up. I thought he was down and out of the round, but look at the way he isolates these fights.
I still didn't see the third one.
Pretty healthy. Elite does so well to bring this back into a doable position, but Tamazi's reactions is in the right place at the right time. Now 1v1 to come out of it. 7.
I think Elite has gone from bottom of the board to second in 2 rounds.
We need to be very careful on the side of KC. BBL, second round, they lose the pistol, but they come in with a rifle on Cushioner X. Now that has been the difference maker in the first half, in a very similar round. But now they're on the attack. It actually gets worse because you're not just gonna be able to isolate Cushioner. He's got a lot of teammates with him, and a lot of teammates will be looking to pick up that gun even if you do drop this man.
It does seem like KC might be aware of the potential though. 4 rifles and a Stinger. No one playing with a pistol in this round. Narrate, the master of the Stinger. We'll see how this one goes. He's gonna win it. And actually that's a free rifle. It got sectioned off by the door. They've just delivered to him first class post stamp on it. They can't get it back.
Yeah, that's a disappointing one. If your rifle's committing to that angle, you've got to be going with him. At least 2 or 3 alongside. Spams are landing a few shots, but nothing too major as they make their way. Well, now there's pretty major damage. Breezy's down and out. And they walk right into Martine, who is awaiting them with open arms. Just a classic left, and it will do nothing. And Andalucia flawless for KC. That's a disappointing one for BBL. They start with a rifle, and they barely get to use it.
But the rough thing as well is you delivered it to the one player who had an SMG. Yeah. So they've gone from having a Stinger in the next round to him now getting a rifle and a couple of orbs based off some great players always from Narrate, but I don't think that's the player you wanted to upgrade their gun.
Free Vandal! Signed, sealed, and delivered. 8-6. 2-round gap. BBL's chance now to close that. Rifles come out, but this bonus round from KC is anything but. So much credits left over. Big rifles brought through to this round. No ultis online early, at least, for the KC side, and the neural theft might as well not be there.
Oh, rude. They might be able to get a rotation off it. They got to get a kill first, and it's a passive hold from the majority. A bit of a 1-2 punch set up outside of A. It seems like instead BBL are going to go for some orb hunting. Try and get closer to that showstopper, but they won't be online this round unless, well, Cushioner's already won the round. I'm looking at Martine's position. It's a one and done, but that's something you can get away with on Yoru, and I love the cam. The cam is a setup just for him to peek, get a single kill, and fall away, and they'll be none the wiser. But the around the world continues. After not seeing anything, BBL haven't really pulled any rotations or utility. And with a paranoia in hand, this is looking like a dangerous push.
What? That was blind fire.
Yeah.
Straight through the smoke with a Bulldog. One man down already. BBL on the way through will find nothing. Cushioner X dropped and Shin. Okay, he doesn't get his ones, but Narrate's right there with a wall bang through a cage. 12 seconds left. The spike not on site, and they need to pick up the pace. Even then, there's so many players on the other side. There's the spike gone, and with it the round. Unless Reezy's about to spray all 3 down, and Narrate makes sure that's not possible. 9-6, and that round could be a nail in the coffin. It's been close so far, but this is where KC could run away with it.
Yeah, and again, it seems like the same problems for BBL on their attack. Like the defensive side, it shows some life, good at aggressive takes of that A side, but when it comes to this side of the map, the thing is, like, his spray through is because they put a cam through.
Yeah, of course.
So he knows there's going to be someone on the other side that is standing still. So it's a good prediction from Magnum.
You're from America, sir! You're from America! Yes, sir!
What a perfect impression. What accent was that?
I don't know.
Yes, sir.
I think it sounded more like someone trying to do a bad impression of a British person.
That's what I was thinking, yeah.
Than it did sound the American impression, which he was clearly trying to do, but...
I'd love to get Narrate's opinion on that. Out of 10, what do you rate it?
I think it's going to be very
it's a low number.
But yeah, I think, again, you see the problems of BBL just almost trying these dry hits, because if there's no aggression, they are basically, for the first minute 20 of the round, just walking around the map. Yeah. Like, they didn't take any map control. They were just watching to see if anybody pushed on the other side, which they didn't. There was a cool setup from KC, but it never even got pressured. No one even went towards rubble or made any sign that they were going in that direction. I think they still had spots over B as well, so they didn't have to risk anything. And then it's like, okay, now you're going to try and run through utility that hasn't been baited out. It's not going to work.
I understand why they expect the aggression. This composition for KC, there's a lot you can do to reveal spaces, see where to push up, where to grab that early control, and maybe a reaction to that is to just sit back and wait for them to do it, pounce. That opportunity not presented in the last few rounds. Now they look to make their own room. The B site, a lot of utility thrown towards it, but doesn't look like they're convinced about that hit just yet, and rightfully so.
You say that. Look how much utility's already been used by the defense. They throw out a Prowler and then use the drone to make sure it's clear. So they definitely know there's no one on this side, but I guess that's better than what we saw in the last round. Like, BBL have at least been able to remove some of that utility. The problem, though, is that for KC, you expect more of an explosive round because of the weaponry. So you're going to be a little bit more preemptive with utility than, say, they will in the next round when it's a full buy.
Especially off a pause as well. That's where they might try to read into some. He hit Elite with that. That shock dart smack bang in Elite's face. Maybe it was the body, but it doesn't make much of a difference. Only for style points. Tamazi, another spray coming through, and it is Elite that's going to be dropped inside the smoke. Narrate was waiting, and he's even got a buddy. They don't know about him. Oh, this is a disaster. Next to nothing found, a bit of damage onto Magnum. It could have swung the other way, but KC had control of the reins. Now double digits found, 3 away from closing their map pick, and BBL finally get rifles back out.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like yet we've seen much of a change.
Ooh, what? He started running to the right with that last shot, and it went through the wall to connect on the head.
Easy.
Look at that. Thank you again, Andy. Yeah, look at that. That's ridiculous. Well, you can't account for that as BBL. Just unlucky. And now, oh, now it spices up. The big boy is out. Narrate's pulled out the Odin, and here's a chance for him to do big damage. Players around rubble. Every time I hype these up, the Odin gets nothing. But I'm feeling it this time. I hate that they've all walked away from this angle, Tom. I was very excited with an Odin and 4 players on the choke, but
I'll keep going.
Well, he might get Brave, Tom. Brave's behind rubble. You never know.
Oh, go on, keep going.
He's still behind rubble, Tom. Watch out for that Odin.
This is a great round. Fantastic commentary. I can see why they pay you the big bucks. Oh, they're going back. Oh,
hold on. This could be it. This could be it. He also has a reveal to work with.
There's going to be a Reddit thread just called the worst commentary ever in Valorant history.
Well, when he gets,
just be this.
When he gets 4 kills with an Odin, Tom, you're going to look very silly. Here he goes. That's the first. That's the second. Let's go, Narrate.
I know exactly.
Shredding them through the walls. And this buy round for BBL decimated as a result. He's even got a chance for more. Look at that damage, Tom. You'd be silly to have doubted it, wouldn't you?
30 seconds left.
Okay, keep going.
There's no one near him now, Tom. There's no. Run out of steam.
So have you, I think. Oh, no chance for Easy. There's a couple of players waiting on the other side of the smoke. The worst round of VCT commentating concludes as we go back to our regular broadcasting. 11-6. Oh, Marty, don't buy an Outlaw as well. He'll have an absolute field day.
Look at him. It's terrifying to play against that. And you see exactly why.
I know that Jackie wants to, like, he wants to voice an agent in CS.
Oh, does he? I've not seen anything about that.
Do you want to voice a gun? Is that your goal?
If they need a skin, they need it. Listen,
it needs to be the smallest gun possible.
No, I was going to say an Odin skin.
No.
Oh,
just a new gun that's really. Oh, yeah. This is going from bad to worse.
Kushner of all people, I think he either had the. I think he had the showstopper from the dead last round.
Are they gonna? Are they about to use both ults? They've already used Rolling Thunder. Nightfall is there. Okay, Poor has managed to find one, and actually Brave's found another. They're so low. That's the problem. 2 players within inches of death. And well, I was so close to at least catching one of them, and he'll get him in the end. Brave gone. Gonna juggle the weaponry around. Another ult being expended. Elite has found himself a rifle, but now Nightfall being used as well. Everything in the kitchen sink thrown at this round, but it doesn't matter when they're so far in the lead. Pora, the leader, trying to clutch this one out, and well, he's still blind even after death. It's a 12th. It was a chance. It was an opportunity. But KC decided, you know what, let's just throw everything into this round and make sure we hit 12.
Two crazy things KC did in that round. One was Narrate's rotation to outside B to spam through the door. That left those players so low because of the Odin spam that they were able to be dropped by the Hunter's Fury. Add to that, I hope we get a replay of it, was the jump out from Martine, the decoy, and he uses some, look at this! Oh, the movement there is unbelievable!
Ding, ding. Bro, this is what I need. I need these, bro.
Absolutely shredding them through the walls these last two rounds. Narrate's Odin is terrifying. Who would have thought? 12-6, 6 chances to close this out. BBL do come in with 3 ultimates, 2 very big ones to work with. But getting value has been tough so far on this attack side. KC seem to have all the answers.
Yeah, they are running into the same problems. 0 rounds so far in the attack for BBL.
He doesn't miss those twice.
I want to say, yeah, almost lucky to get away with that. Drone being used to scope out, but nothing spotted on B. It seems like so much information is there at all times. For KC, Shin has also done fantastically well to delay, and if it wasn't going bad already, that's a good start. Tamazi will drop his counterpart of Elite. The shock darts being thrown through. Nightfall being used by the attack. They're going to try and pressure towards the spawn, but Shin has just left. Happy to play this one as more of a retake, but goes for the peak, and Reezy has the kill.
Reezy, I mean, especially in that first half, he was on fire. If he can find that form again, they could be in with a chance, but KC are finding all the kills. 2 big players left to deal with. Spike planted in a good position for them as well. No nade. Percutioner X spammed and taken down on the peak. It's Reezy left, and there's suppressive fire keeping him out of this swing. No denying that defuse, and 13-6 is your final score. A close nail-biter of a first half, but a dominant scoreline, and well, it all seemed to go downhill once Narrate took the Odin out top.
Yeah, and well, up next, we're going to have the pick of BBL, a map that has been very strong in the past for KC, so we'll see if they have that turnaround again when it comes to Sunset.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through Attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Let's do something crazy, get a bit wild today, 'cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. You and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize. This is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us, makes us, makes us. This is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us, makes us, makes us. This is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us, makes us, makes us. This is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us, makes us, makes us. This is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us, makes us,
We were so excited to finally see KC. We wanted to know what new things that they brought to the table. And my goodness, now I understand why they say we saved the best till last. Because with that SofaCon we don't see very often, Kukuko, they made it look so easy.
Yeah, exactly. But to me, again, it wasn't about the composition, but the essence that they were bringing in with this KC, especially when we move on to that second half. And everything about the defense just tells us, oh, this is the same KC that we saw at the beginning of the year. They know exactly what and how they want to do their plans.
They really did, and then especially on Lotus, which is a map where Karman Core looks so comfortable. But then you talk about BBL, the fact that they hadn't played Lotus until now. We saw some really cool ideas coming out from them as well. If you look into this replay here of round 9, you saw how BBL were pushing for that A main rubble control, trying to push them into some sort of trap setup, force them to funnel over towards C, where they're looking to play that retake because they do have that Rolling Thunder online for Para, knowing that they're trying to play a bit anti for that dimensional drift. But Martin finding that space there in towards CT, and Para also getting taken out, eliminating the fact that that was now an option there for the retake for BBL. You then see Magnum just completely denying eventually that that space here over towards CT on the C side with the Hunter's Fury in just a moment with the information, while Martin is delaying them in that case.
Yeah, and we love to see this kind of like small plays because you see that everybody knows what they have to be doing. There is no like rushed decisions. There is not this moment of, I don't know where I have to do or how do I have to react onto that. Because actually BBL was very unsure in how they were doing things on their defense, right? That's what the reason that we could see some of these things, but we did not see it on the other side when Casey was defending.
I'm glad you mentioned those small little things because we saw something else in the second half as well. Very, very smart, ratty, everything that we love about what Cypher players can bring to this map, essentially. But this is the thing you guys mentioned. KC, they're just a still good old KC that we know and love.
Yeah, exactly. This with the Odin that is, you know, half disgusting, half the best gun in the game, as Mitch would say.
It is the best gun in the game.
It is the best gun in the game. But it's this small things, and as I say, everything is so polished already. I understand that after this map, we just get the same feeling that we've been getting the entire year from KC.
We really are, and I know that there were also questions about the Sova coming out there from Magnum, but ultimately the ideas were still there nonetheless. The KC team is always able to step up, and it was unfortunate to see BBL going into that second half. That's what we were talking about during that map select, the concern of them having attack second. They wouldn't manage to get a single round once they swap sides.
Well, let's take a look at Reezy here in the AIM Labs warm-up, because despite losing, he had a great start. He was still shooting. I felt like he had a solid performance, and I feel like it's also somebody that has what it takes on the side of BBL to bring them back into a winning position.
Oh yeah, and thinking about the head-to-head, right? When we're talking about the fade, he was on the losing side, but still, as you're saying, at the beginning of that entire game, he gave BBL a lot of security, a lot of, you know, a sense of how to react to what KC was doing.
He really did. And I think the difficulty on attack for BBL there as well is the fact that they typically are looking for that rubble control, but when the defenders aren't looking to actually contest that space, that's when they kind of have troubles with their plans, because they're not being given as much information, they're not able to draw out as much, and that's where we saw the struggle. But now that we're heading over to Sunset as our second map here, the choice for BBL, I feel like this is pretty shocking to see them pick into at the same time up against a Carmine core who I felt like set the meta on Sunset at the beginning of the year.
I reckon BBL has something up their sleeve. It feels like everything they've done so far is really intentional. You know, they're not just doing things and making decisions willy-nilly.
Hear me out. We could be thinking of a mirror composition. I don't think so, especially if KC is willing to go for the Sova in Lotus. It makes a lot of sense that they want to do it here on Sunset as well. The double spotter, the double info that you can have with this kind of agents. If this is the route that they want to take for this split, I think it could be a very smart decision.
Well, let's take a look at Agent Select now. I want to see some neons on this. We won't, but we will see double duelists coming out of KC.
Okay. Narrate's going to be slotting into that Jet, so a really big change from the get-go that we typically see him playing on this map, but we're really going to be looking towards how they synergize with Magnum and Shin with that, of course, and then for the side of BBL there, Kapuka, nothing too different.
Yeah, nothing that is extremely different. Yes, they're not going to be playing with the KO. It's just going to be Power on the breach. But with KC starting on the attack, playing that double duelist with how fast the executes are with Omen, Breach, Jet, and Raze, everything is going to be about that first half. BBL has just come after a defense where they couldn't defend anything.
Well, BBL, they chose this map. Mitch and Tom, we got to see just why they wanted this and see if they can even take us to a map 3.
After that first half performance, I'd be pretty confident in a map 3, but KC, they got the wind in their sails and they went over the horizon. Now we're on to Sunset, and we'll see if they've got what it takes to close this out 2-0, or if we're gonna need Split to split the difference between these two teams.
Yeah, this was a map that I think that KC really sort of made their name on and then got discovered a little bit. I think teams started to realize a lot of what they were doing. I would say they were the maestros of like running that gecko and really making it look good. They've moved completely away from that though, and not even having I would say an information finding initiator is really interesting. It means that especially on their defense, they're gonna have to be quite aggressive, but it could be due to that attack side half, just knowing that with that last map, that if they get it right, they could absolutely blitz BBL. We'll have to see.
Some element, though, you have to hope that this is what they planned coming into today as well. You never really want to see those last-second pivots. KC's already using their stun to get up aggressive. Narrate, oh, the frenzy's doing him dirty. But he still got damage done with Magnum picking up another elite, dropped right after. Easier fight with the assist coming in from Narrate. And now the advantage, 4 versus 2. I was worried to see Martin still wanting to get aggressive, but he has backed off. And now the post plant inside of main. Although okay, Martin is making it too. I thought he's deciding on it. Looks like he's going to stick around, a little bit more of an aggressive position outside the choke.
I guess just at this stage, a 4 versus 2. A little bit of utility, but it might have just been a plan if they try and smoke off, go for that defusal. A wraparound coming in from Tamazi, but it may not even matter. And eventually, well, there you go. He's going to be there for the late round. It will be the round going the way of KC. A good start to this map. And as said, like, it's not necessarily, I don't mean like they made that choice on the fly. It might just be like they have more than one potential composition.
Sure.
And especially with the players they have, I think that's really viable. Like, Narrate has proven that he can play any duelist, any initiator, pretty much to the highest level. I don't know if we've seen as much of his breach, per se, but I would say everything else.
It's quite stressful, right, spectating 4v2?
But ultimately, for the other side, I feel like one of the criticisms I've always sort of had for BBL is a lot of the time you don't see big changes for their compositions. They're quite standardized. In this case, for example, you've got rid of the KO and you brought in a breach on Pora. I don't think that would have been the hardest thing in the world to predict.
Yeah, or to react to, right? In terms of expectations round to round of how you're using that utility. That agent is fairly well known. BBL. It is that agent of breach that's going walkabouts, pushed up on mid. Looks like contact's about to come through, and it is the pistol that he faces at first, lighting Magnum up, but the support is there. KC moving as a blob in this round with Tamazi left to try to find space on B. He's done a great job of that. I actually think, just going back to last round, the position very close to where Tamazi currently is in that corner, I think Martin stayed there so that he could slow down any re-aggression from BBL and buy time for Tamazi to get around on that flank. Because the second Tamazi seemed to have the timing, he fell back, they waited for it, and then used their utility to react to the push out. I love the way KC think. They're a very fun team to study in terms of their reactions. And even here, the first man into every fight is a different guy. So the HP is chipped away, and that player's left in the backlines for someone else to go forward and take the fight. Add to that, even if they lose a player or two players are on pistols. So an Andalucia flawless either way, and there was still plenty of room for error there.
Yeah, now I want to see what BBL have got planned, because ultimately, you have that breach. A lot of that will be based more so around delay. You've got a lot of information coming out of Reezy and Elite as well to try and work out where this push is coming from. But this composition that KC is running is much more of a dive comp. It's one where you're basically going to get information around the map and then aggressively go in one direction, normally as a squad, maybe leaving one player as a lurk. Interestingly, Magnum being on the other side, though, might just be a ruse to try and keep them in. As the rest of the team, they're just diving straight in.
A little bit too quick for BBL to do anything about, but they stand back, wait in this firing squad for the players to come through the choke. And once they round that corner, headshot angles, but it's nothing but headshots for BBL. Shin's left alone, 1 versus 5. An ace clutch needed. Good start by taking down Brave, but now they know where he is, and the reaction will be swift from BBL. 2-1. A good bounce back in round 3.
Yeah, no, a really solid hold from a spot that, again, when you don't have that early information and it's just 2 players on the site, you don't normally expect that to go as well as it did, but just an incredible hold coming out of the back lines from Elite and Kushina. Just the 1-2 punch this team. These are the 2 players that you really look to have those standout individual performances. As said, split 1, Elite was joint highest rated player. He was impressive all the way through. Bit quieter in the first couple of games we've seen from him, but there always seems to be a moment.
And they were grouped up for the first fight. The stun sent through, but plenty of players not caught by it. KC with the advantage. 4 players shifting back, reuniting with Tamazi. Now they've got the numbers to work with. They're happy to take this somewhere else. Thing is, aggressive position out of Pora. He's spotting. No further re-aggression, no space taking, no utility. And if they're not capitalizing on that pick, it only makes sense that they're going to the other side of the map. The rotation read, as Reezy, previously an elbow, now will be here for the B site hit. Some supportive utility will go a long way to helping hold on if there's still players to support. Reezy has to step up himself. And alongside Elite, they do a good job, leaving Martin on 15 health. Although with his headshot percentage, that might not matter too much. Pora. The other problem is that even if he takes down Magnum, you know that showstopper is a safety net for them.
Yeah, especially when he needs to defuse. He can almost just martyrdom straight onto Pora if needed.
And once you tap that, there's no way to escape the showstopper's wrath.
And it would have to be such an immediate kill, and well, Martin is not slow on the reactions. Look how passively they're playing as well. They know that Pora is going to try and isolate one of these battles, try and go looking for one of these players. By the time he does it, the clock might have already gone. He'll get the first for free. Expectation is there, but as you said, Martin does not miss when it comes to those headshots. Another round on the board, showstopper even saved. And it's going to be a 3-1 lead now for the side of KC.
3-1 lead, facing off against actually not that bad of an economy thanks to BBL having a flawless round earlier on.
Yeah.
But the problem will be the fact that that showstopper wasn't used. Free entry for them. And any bonuses that are bought up.
Like that's this comp, a showstopper is so valuable because you are going direct.
Yeah.
So getting into the afterplant, that's exactly what you need. You have that post-plant utility. That's where Magnum can be even more effective. So The showstopper is exactly what you need for this sort of composition.
Glass Cannon Outlaw pulled in, and this could be huge. Reezy has a big opportunity against Magnum, Tamazi, and Shin. All three players have light shields. The first around the corner will not be the one with the light shields. It's Martin and Narrate leading the charge, and as we expected, the showstopper is used to break through this choke point. They haven't cleared out a lot of the site, though, where these players still remain. A shot fired, not landed. Good Dizzy that blinded him up. Kushner spotted in the corner, tries to use the blast pack to pull them forward, and it works. He's now out, so not safe. Martin just about had an angle from up top, and the denial of the rotation out of Brave means that spike may well be planted. They've tapped it, Tom, they've tapped it, stunned, and went aggressive, but BBL were a little bit too far back to be caught by it, luckily.
Patient play, Martin.
He got caught by the stun.
Oh, it doesn't matter, there's re-swings coming out. A little bit of confusion for Martin, and now Porus found the trade. It's left all onto Magnum. Low HP, there's no way he wins this battle. A brawl towards the spawn that ends up going in BBL's favor, and wow. There are times where you wonder if playing that post pump would have worked out, but it's never been KC's way. They've always been a step ahead, attempting different, abrasive setups, but this one definitely didn't work out for them.
And also, a lot of this round comes down to a 50-50 of where Martin decided to go with the showstopper. He ran up this laneway, and the players could easily fall back. He couldn't know that, especially with the comp in it. It's not like they have a ton of information to play around. But if you went to site, two easy victims. And either one, especially Kushner in that corner, could have been rooted out by it. The showstopper falls on deaf ears, and KC now just one in the lead. Coming into a low-buy round. I like it. Cam into stun, into Pete, denying the aggression, denying the space, but it's taken elsewhere! Whoa, Martin! Lightning fast around Market.
They got the rifle.
They've managed to recover it, but the player with it is quite low, 60 HP. Nice headshot by Shin. Cancels out the health disadvantage, and now Elite is the one carrying. A shot by Tamazi, and a 3 versus 2. Post plant, Shin with the rifle. It's a shame he's the one with it on just 20 health. They go back towards the back of the site to recover another rifle. Tamazi loses his life for it, and it's become so much more doable for BBL. Even putting out the Thrash. It will be destroyed, though. Not able to quite get close enough, and the recovered rifle on Magnum, he's able to take down Brave. Reezy's left alone. No Dizzy even to work with. Can't flash them and swing on the back, instead has to try to root these players out, going slow to catch the first. And Shin, 20 HP since very early on in this round. Now the last man standing for KC. The tap was already heard, but he doesn't believe it's being stuck. And now he's seen that it isn't. Hiding behind the market, the time is already too low, and that is it done. Perhaps if the little guy was still in play, this would be a different round, but 20 health is enough for KC to take it across the line.
Yeah, a pay safe card Thrifty that I think KC are going to be very happy about. The initial setup was great. Like, you have this aggression coming out of Martin. I think he's someone that's so good with this stinger. Him and like Narrate are just unbelievable with this gun. It's actually frustrating. But even then, some of the fights looked very favorable for their opponents. The main thing that wins that round, though, is patience. That's all that Shin really had there was, okay, my one advantage is they don't know where I am. I'm just going to stay here and see if eventually that pays off, and it did.
It did, yeah. He didn't need to do anything but stand there to win the round. And the raid stunned up right at the start. Didn't see Brave, but the trade is still there. Weaker weapons across the board for BBL. Showstopper still a concern, but on the other side of the map,
I know exactly.
KC can manage to deal with these players on time. Oh, Rolling Thunder on the back of the Neural Theft. They know exactly where to put it down. A little bit of information on the back of the ultimate, which in this comp is a bit of a godsend. Shin's up top. Spike's on its way to site, and Pistols, well, they are looking to take these duels. The thing is, Porus first around the corner. No utility. Dizzy goes up, though.
Hello.
That forces a fight around the side that they win. Showstopper on the back of it, and KC have gone running. The Rolling Thunder didn't catch any of them. They're already too deep, but the info is there.
Just looking to wrap back around. Seems like they've got the read, but still, the weaponry not favored. Trade's no effective, and Elite gets a couple. It doesn't matter, though. Magnum with all 3. These clutches going the way of KC in the late round. It's got to be infuriating for BBL. I'll be honest, they could be in the lead.
I'm already seeing and hearing the furious typing as Kim spams out the Magnum copy pasta in the Twitch chat. Unbelievable set of rounds from him.
Does he know it off by heart? But he has to type it. He doesn't go and copy and paste it.
It's quicker.
So it's not a copy pasta. because he's writing it every time.
He puts it there for everyone else to copy paste, you know?
He's the origin.
Exactly. Ground zero. You can see the relief. These last 2 rounds really have been lights out from Magnum. Recovering the rifle 2 rounds ago led to him taking down Brave, led to him being able to delay a little bit more time that bought Shin the opportunity to not even take a fight on low HP to win that round. And then right here, look, BBL, right here, right there, whichever you want. BBL have found themselves in a position where they are stacked in terms of the advantages. The first couple fights go their way, and somehow, again, Magnum pulls it out of the bag.
It's also just the small adjustments that KC make. Like, they're getting sandwiched by a showstopper Rolling Thunder, and they pick the one gap where they get hit by neither. Like that's like a 1 in a million, just like the exact spacing to not be caught by either of those ults, not any of them. Like that's just an absurdity that you don't really expect to see. And it allows them to sort of group up, and even, as you said, the fights still go their way. But Magnum does enough. 5 rounds to the good already. It was a dominant second half of the last map, and KC are looking to continue that in the first half of this one.
Strong form. But you do have to remember that that last round, although Magnum pulled it out of the bag, he shouldn't have needed to. That was a round that looked favored for them. Still, they got a Rolling Thunder and a Showstopper out of the hands of BBL. Big ults to remove, limiting the reactions in this round as KC quickly flood the B site. Caught behind a smoke is Cushioner X, but he's soon to emerge from it.
He's waiting by the trip. He knows that if anybody pushes this, he should have himself a free kill. Instead, tries to take a little bit of the gap. And while Magnum walks into the trip just seconds later, Elite needs to absolutely massive, and he gets nothing. The singular kill won't change the round. Maybe Reezy and Brave can do something. The problem is just look at the immediate response. KC are right back into a post plant.
Yeah, there might be no utility for KC at this point, you know, unless Shins. Let's be fair, after what we saw from Brave, maybe the Shrouded Step is a big piece of utility. And the stun just came back on for Magnum, but that's all they had to work with. The advantages, though, are clear, even without that util online. And BBL, no, it's not a round they're likely to win. Again, carrying these weapons through to the next round, but a 6-2 scoreline is a dominant start to this map. And considering how we ended out on Lotus, it's got to be getting worrying for BBL. Even coming into the next, if they had the showstopper and so on, it could have been a little bit better. They at least get another kill though, Tom. They dropped another rifle.
Yeah.
I feel like that's going to be in the replay, isn't it? The Magnum has 2 of the best rounds of his life. Earns this lead for them. And oh yeah, and we still put him in the replay dying to the spike. Andy, you're a cruel man. You're a cruel, cruel man. I love it. Oh, throw him right under the bus.
They're going to do a 4-round review of that later. So this is why, Magnum, you don't stand too close to that wall.
Oh, he's in. He's right in. Martin's pace in some of these early rounds, Tom. You did say they'd have to be a bit more direct, but this is frankly a bridge too far from what I expected.
And this up against a live buy as well. They're going right in against pistols. There could have been so many players on that site. And well, even though they've lost 1 to an aftershock, that's going to be it. This is getting cleaner and cleaner as the rounds go on, which is not a sign you want if you're a BBL fan. This is getting dangerous. And bear in mind, this is a map that they brought it to. As I said, like, historically, they're fairly even on it. They've managed to beat Heretics, beat Na'Vi, lost to GX in the most recent game they played last split. And it's been a bit more up and down for KC, but they played a ridiculous amount in that early season that teams were able to watch. They've now switched things up into, if anything, a slightly more basic composition, a much more straightforward attack side comp. And it's going swimmingly.
Finally, that cam is broken at the start of the round. Something for BBL, but the aggression, the speed, again, catching them off guard. Brave was dominant on the defensive side of Lotus. There wasn't a battle that he could lose. At times, KC seemed to have just come to the conclusion, Brave is A, go anywhere else. But here, they've dealt with him every single time. The showstopper from Martin, he's going to fire it blind. He's going to wait right till the last second, just buying them as much time as possible. And even though it doesn't get a kill or even damage, they're in a 5v4 after plant as a result.
It's kept them back for much longer than they would have wanted. A kill will get them the information, but the post plants, so many different angles. Shin waiting, playing anti-flash, knows that there's a breach and a potential Dizzy to come through on the other side. Narrate will get one, but the trades are fine. And Martin, well, we've spoken about his headshots throughout. Elite will finally put him down, but again, it's just too little too late. 8-2 now for KC. And honestly, I think they might be breaking the records for time to kill. Like, I think those stats are something that can definitely be measured. And honestly, I think that for the last couple of rounds, they're on like 5 or 6 seconds for them to get an opener.
Yeah, no, especially in the last couple rounds, that is bang on. Martin, blast packing in, Narrate. I didn't even spot, it was so quick, whether he used the dash to get there or not. But irrespective, it caught them off guard. And Brave.
And they insta-paranoid the left side so that nobody could swing alongside him as well.
I didn't even catch that. That's there's so many disadvantages in those early duels facing off against KC. This is a much slower approach, but the slow approach might be telegraphed. I do see the spike moving back, but from BBL's perspective, they're all in on this being a play. I've even blocked out one of the players with that zoom. There's 4 on B.
It's already been 25 seconds and we haven't seen a kill. What a joke.
What a slow game.
Yeah, pick up the pace, lads. Instead, it's going to be mid-control. Now, the door's being immediately closed. TP might have given them information. It seems like Brave was trying to spot, but he doesn't actually stick it through. Now, Narrate is just trying to sell this as a ruse, and you know what? The ruse is going pretty well. There is currently nobody on the A site. And you might think, oh, okay, well, do they have a Rolling Thunder? No. Do they have a Showstopper? No. Do they have a Thrash? No. So this retake is not going to have any of those bonuses, and it is only getting worse as the seconds go by.
There, 30 seconds left.
And look at the push out of Pora.
It's a lurking Jet.
Oh, he's looking the wrong way.
This is my rank game.
And Narrate's caught him. That timing was pixel perfect from Narrate. The information is given to Tamazi. His gun is trained on the angle, waiting for that player to peek, and Narrate is the one to catch him back turn. Losing your breach utility. Blasting into A will be tough. And indeed impossible. Even gets the last one as a drop shot. And for KC, this is half 2 of Lotus form. This ain't half 1. They are separated by a 7-round gap with double digits possible going into half 2.
Yeah, and another Andaluthia flawless, in case you went away. Just bear in mind, that was Narrate playing a lurking Jet. Please don't do this in your ranked games. I know most Jet players do that anyway. But,
and Reyna's.
Yeah, the fact that he's able to just get away with that and doesn't die. Like, they don't manage to, like, sort of find him at any point in the round. 6 rounds in a row.
Get out of my way.
Getting cleaner as they go. And the weaponry in this round already has its weaknesses. Narrate's playing an outlaw Bladestorm.
He's up close. Chance, but Kushner finding his form, gets the first. That's it. A shutdown by Shin. 70 health, no shields. Decent bit of damage by Kushner early on. Has to be followed up on. And this aggression in A main, there's a trap waiting for it. If the player that died was Cypher, this could be a very different round, but instead, BBL break the trap and move back. They won't be committing to this flank, but they won't be committing to a B hold either. The paranoia is thrown through from KC, but it will not fall on anybody. BBL are forced into a retake, and so far, Tom, those retakes, they haven't gone their way. The one thing I will say is that most of the utility from KC is gone moving into this.
Well, they still have a little bit to play with. And also, again, those ults aren't ready. Reezy could get his online, but Magnum's already been able to take out one. TP away to go into a more passive position, and they're so wary that that lurk is going to come back through mid. It's still being watched for. They're still waiting for somebody to make their move, and Tamazi gets the timing spot on once again. Brave versus 4 to try and find absolutely everything, and all he'll find is one. A 10-2 attack side clinic from KC. And well, unfortunately, BBL are the ones needing a doctor.
Okay, let's talk about positives for BBL moving into this next round.
I'll let you take this one away.
Okay, all right. So this is their map pick, Tom.
Yeah.
Which means KC, yeah, that was ridiculous. KC get to start on the side that they favor. So maybe their defense is gonna suck. There's a positive. The downsides are double duelists who've been on fire so far. Narrate, maybe a little bit sorry.
Yeah, I was about to say, can you name a player on their side that isn't on fire?
No.
13-7, 10-4, 10-5, 10-4, 8-10, and the 8-10 was the guy who was lurking as a jet and still found multiple kills.
Yep.
So, continue.
Okay, so no initiator utility on the defensive side. So when they go for fights early, it will be blind.
Got info utility.
Yeah, no utility. I mean, they got 5 players. Of course, they got utility, but I'm saying, yeah.
No, I mean, they got the Magnum. So they do have an initiator, just not like...
Yeah, not one that can see who's there. So when they go for those fights, they won't be able to clear the corners in the same way. They won't be able to spot out where BBL are. This timeout from KC gives BBL an opportunity to talk about how they can exploit that. Now,
I have one question just before you carry on.
Hit me with it.
So the initiation they needed, would you say that would also have been a problem on the attack for those duelists when they were pushing angles?
I mean, I guess I would, yeah. I mean, I guess I
Did it look like they had a problem with it?
I mean, no, it didn't.
Your overall
really.
point, I agree, but they don't care. Like, they have had kills within like 7 seconds in like half the rounds with just Narrate or Martine just going for a sheer aggro peek off, maybe a stun or a paranoia. And my worry is, okay, will that work every round on defense? No.
Probably not.
Will it work for 3?
Probably.
Probably.
With a round from Martine, with Magnum, I mean, again, we've seen every single one of these KC players put into a position where they're at a disadvantage and they come out of it smelling the roses every single time. This time, B-site retake in the pistol round. BBL have already secured a lot of space. Not going to be able... Oh, actually, yes, they are able to deny the plant. Buying more time. Stun goes through. Push. Kushner in the corner, though, is able to pick up the double. And although the nade drops 4, they need so much more to find a way back into this round. It's left to Magnum, the man who bought up as Sheriff.
Oh, he's got shields. He must have found it.
Oh, yeah, he picked it up. He picked it up. You're correct.
Or a raid boss, which if they did that, they're mental.
They're insane. Well, let's see if Magnum can make it work with the Sheriff in hand. Going for the blind fire to start. It will not work out, and now BBL are hiding away. Not giving him those opportunities, firing back at the Tracers. That is a much-needed pistol round for BBL and perhaps a confidence builder for Kushner.
Yeah, you kind of have to hope so. Because, again, we've seen a round or two from Elite, but it's been a very quiet performance from a team that, again, on an individual basis has always been very good. Even in the last map, okay, sure, the second half didn't go their way, but there was signs of life. Whereas in this game thus far, maybe a few eco rounds that could have gone their way, but not anything that really would have changed the half.
BBL winning the pistol leaves them up against not a whole lot. I think morale couldn't go any lower if you lose this round. You might as well kiss goodbye to the map. They've definitely gambled in the right position on that attacking side. All 5 players here, Trap left behind, Cam spotting out the laneway on a short, and there's nothing there. I know they can go grab that orb all the time in the world, and when they make it out to A, a post plant against these pistols, that should be a guaranteed win. Now, I do see KC moving. No information inside of B main, nothing spotted on mid. Cam trying to see them on the way in, and spotted players, and now they can react. The numbers are here, but the weapons aren't.
Spam through. That's definitely done a fair amount of damage. Even still, Martine's going to get that opener, and it's getting dicey. Gun already found, but Brave is there. Turning the tide, at least for a moment. But there comes the rifle. Oh, the timing from Tomazi was almost perfect, but the flash leaves him completely blind. Magnum's going to try and take this with a teammate, and he actually picks up the gun and can't quite correct. Even still, though, it's down to a 1 versus 1. Reezy only has a pistol, but Tomazi low. And the time is ticking away. Rifle couldn't quite be retrieved, but if anything, at this point, that clock should do enough. It needs to be an almost immediate frag if he's going to have anything to say about this. And while Tomazi does manage to get the kill, but the clock is already gone.
Just about in the nick of time. You almost wanted to see a bit more of a passive position there to run it a little bit lower. It got close, and that's not a round that should have.
1 health. He got 2 kills on 1 health.
Yep.
This is no problem.
This situation, if Magnum could have gotten that rifle
I was killing Elite because he was more of a threat, but...
Oh, we missed the rest. The strats. Elite is more of a threat so far. He's been on fire. A lot of denial when it came to those B-site plays. He was able to get value. Remember that round where he's headshotting everyone, swinging out towards market, and well, if that didn't happen, this might already be over. KC, now they get their rifles up, full shields for most players. And on the BBL side, that last round was so costly. They could be facing a 12-4 scoreline if they lose this.
Yeah, they've had to invest everything, but it basically turns this into a regular buy round. Mazzy hoping to try and find something on that cross, but hasn't got anything. Pora had to react quickly and Brave's done well, but Narrate manages to come out with 2. A quick response. He's even continued it further, and it needs to be Reezy. Instead, it's Pora. Both players left all onto Narrate to ace, and not this time. BBL starting to build back into this. That was a huge round for them to take.
Much needed indeed. Yeah, with their economy on the rocks, this could have went awry. They've managed to course correct. Gap down to 5. 3 rounds in a row. Momentum building.
I'm nervous. You can't see what I've highlighted, but I'm nervous. I'm nervous.
I'll see it soon.
Should spam it more. I just keep spamming the circle.
Keep spamming it.
Eventually we'll get there.
Enemy remaining.
But no, big round from Pora.
There you go. Oh, it faded just in time. Well done, Tom. You planned that out, didn't you? You've been practicing. I'm impressed.
I can use the zoom, boss.
Oh, we'll have to get you a raise. Well,
damn.
You were
It's a good thing
nervous.
I highlighted that.
Yeah, really glad you drew our attention to that. Martine dealt with immediately.
I know
And as
exactly.
Narrate said, Elite is a big threat. Now the ult gives them the information. Good spam back. Reezy's down to 46. Narrate's still here. Counter paranoia slows down the push. The spams. Oh, if Reezy didn't jump over that, he might have been down and out. And with Pora and Elite also receiving a couple of bullets, this round becomes very doable. Also, look at KC. After taking B main control out of the hands of BBL, they're rotating. That's the man with the rifle already making it to mid, and he might be there on time for the A hit that I thought was coming through, but BBL have doubled back. Now looking to move it back towards B.
The thing is, the amount of damage he's done, we're also going to see that rotation back.
Oh?
Now that nobody has gone in the other direction. We're highlighting everything this round. They're going to have 5 players setting up, 4 players waiting from the defense, 3 players already low. And 25 seconds to try and make this work. Narrate is going to be stunned up, waiting within the smoke. Kushner seems to be well aware and has heard the drop down. That might almost bait him in. And in fact, they found a couple of kills in a second, but that rifle is gone. It's going to come down to the pistols. Magnum with one more, Shim with another, and Elite's only on 3 HP. He might not even have time to get anything done. That first kill will go his way. But you almost feel like he has to try and bait the man in. It hasn't worked. There's not even enough time. He has to go for the kill. He needs the kill now. And Magnum just plays the mind games and whiffs 4 shots, but we'll ignore that because he won the round.
I didn't see it. I killed him in the end. Beautiful stuff. That's another round.
And he's revving up the replay like, oh, you didn't see it, Mitchell.
Slow motion. Get it at 100%, then 50%. Then we'll do 10% speed. So you see every single shot. This is a devastating one. If you're on BBL, after a couple of close rounds, good damage done, and now losing on time. Losing your rifle in the... Oh, he even did it slow, Andy! Come on! There was no need for that, Andy. There was no need whatsoever.
Magnum pulls off a clutch. Gets made to look at 4. The round's on the way, though. A more aggressive stance.
Nice.
Oh, style points, but unfortunately still dead. Okay, it's a battle in the air.
Oh!
And Martine, what? This is absurd! What an ace from Martine! Sit down!
Can I get a replay of that one, Andy? You can do that one slow as well, if you want.
Or fast, or
Fast,
you
slow,
know.
both. Just, I don't even need to see the next round, to be honest. Show me this again and again. Adjustment, fires for the wall, knowing he's close enough to it to go down. Stands his ground as well. No thought in that man's mind about backing off. He sees the ace, his name in lights, and my God, he seizes the day. Look at that! Elite, the last man to fall, described as a threat, but I don't see any threat to KC in this game. They have 7 chances to close out a 2-0 lead. And a shocker of a display against BBL, who have been looking good.
Oh, yeah.
But my God, KC are looking better.
Yeah, this is the thing. I think it's more of a statement. A team that lost to a couple of, I think it was Foot and Fnatic, to not make it last time out. Okay, they used up all the magic in the last one. Even still, Shin is there. Managed to get back out of this weaker weaponry. Look at the purchases currently in for a round that's going to potentially lose them the map. Martin had the last round. Shin is looking to try and get this one.
4 shots.
He's got to try and do it. Oh! Back-to-back aces for KC! What a ridiculous way to close the game!
He had 4 bullets left, Tom! 4 bullets, and again, they are unwavering in that elbow hole.
Wow.
The confidence sky high for KC, and you can see why. Unbelievable, 13-6. We thought it couldn't get any better, but it did on BBL's map pick. They shut them down, and we had concerns about this composition, about the things it would limit them to do, but there was no limitations on this. He dodges the Rolling Thunder, takes a 3rd kill, 4 bullets, pushes fight, could have fallen back. He could have went to the corner and reloaded, Tom. He could have let his teammates rotate in. He could have done anything else.
That's not Shin's way. It's not Shin's way. You
4
got to do it
bullets,
for the
2
style
kills.
points.
That's
It's the
enough.
style points. He knows it. He knows it as well. I think the main concern for me was coming into this map. Because as I said, I think KC, as of recent, looked a little bit shakier on Sunset than they did when it first sort of got introduced. They were a team that sort of really looked good on this map, and I'm so happy to see them back. That was an absolute pleasure to watch from start to finish, and all I'm going to say is I don't want to be the next team that faces off against KC.
Now, well, that is the Aang effect being felt in full by BBL. A dominant display from this roster, and they're looking unstoppable. If they keep up this form, I think I know where they're going. Might as well book their flights already.
Magnum being directed back. But that's the thing, yeah, really impressive. I think for BBL, it's now going to have to be a pretty drastic turnaround. A close game versus Fnatic, a tough loss, and now, well, this was not the same. It's always difficult playing a couple of games in a week. It's always going to be tough, but I think KC just looked like a completely different beast to what they've had to face off against. And well, talking of a different beast, let's face it, off with Magnum.
He is an absolute beast indeed, as Mitchman would say. I'm now joined by Magnum from KC. In true KC fashion, when we give you guys a little bit of time, you come back out with something we have never seen before. So many new ideas, so many new comps. So I wanted to pick your brains on some of those. So let's start with the Lotus composition. Not many people play Sova. In fact, I think it's only Enzo in EMEA that plays Sova on that Lotus. So why did you guys decide to make that adjustment?
So it's obviously based on the way the people play the way they play. Sorry, it's based on the way the people play the map and on our feeling. We just tested a bunch of comps and this felt the best for us, and we just stick to it.
I'm very surprised that you tested comps and you stuck with that one, because Enzo's the only person that's ever won with Sova in the world on Lotus. Now you become the 2nd person to do that. Did you guys consider maybe the win rate of it, or why do you think it works for you guys?
I mean, Liquid combo is very different than ours. Like we have double initiator, so it's different. I think Sova on its own it's kind of bad, or with Breach, but the way we play it, I think it fits us and it's real good.
Do you like the Sova? Personally, playing the
Sova?
Yeah,
I love it because it was my first agent I ever played in a pro game like 3 years ago, and yeah, I absolutely love it.
And moving on to the comp that we just saw on Sunset, it's the first time we've seen this comp this year. Nobody else in the world plays it on any map. So how did you guys come up with that idea?
I mean, again, we tested a bunch of comps. I swear to God, like 100 comps, nothing worked. And we're like, just slam 2 duelists, let them fly in, Martin narrate, and they will just carry us, and it's easy.
Is this the kind of system you have with every map? You tested multiple comps on every single one?
Not on every map. Obviously, some maps are going out of the map pool, and some maps not. But yeah. On a lot.
You don't have to reveal it, you don't have to reveal it. But I know you were really disappointed not to make Masters this time around, but we've heard, Zaysh talk about it and other players talk about it. There is a little bit of a silver lining because it gives you some time to prep for stage 2 and look forward to champions as well. Do you think that's fair to say that when you guys are given that time, it really does make you better? It makes a big difference?
So for me, I was really heartbroken when we didn't manage to qualify because I felt like we had a chance, especially in the Fnatic game, and we just threw it away. But on the other hand, after we lost, it opened my eyes that like rest is really needed thing. We were just burned out, and right now, like I think we played 100 scrims and we lost 6 scrims, so we have 94% win rate, and we are just slamming everyone. And I believe we can qualify for champions.
Is that 100 from the end of playoffs until now?
Yeah, no break, like 100 on, like, I don't know, in 1 month, we played 100 scrims.
That's so end. So have you had a break at all? Have you been able to just relax and not grind the game?
Yeah, we had break, I think like 2 weeks, but then we came back from our homes and just started grinding, like spending, like, me personally, I think I spent like 12 hours, maybe 13 hours a day on the PC and just grinding.
Oh, wow, Magda. I mean, it's definitely paying off. Thank you so much for joining me, and I look forward to hearing about your scrim win rate at the end of this stage and see how that goes. KC, we've seen them now. We've seen every single team on stage this week, but after the break, we're going to be bringing 2 of them back. It's going to be Na'Vi versus Foot.
Bobby, 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 Bobby. Grab up, 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 grab up.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through Attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now, second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean. Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't make top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I juke left and I'm gone with the win. I'm gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. Snow, let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot, I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on wet, yeah, I got a game on lock.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
It's time to hop into our second match of the day. But before all of that, I'm honored to introduce and here back to the studio. We got Ash and me as well. And congratulations on that victory. We heard Magnum talk a lot about the new ideas. But before we ask you about that, I have to say, you in the past have a habit of calling timeouts where none of us expect you to call timeouts. I believe there was one time you were 12-0 up back on Gambit and you called a timeout. We were all very surprised. And today on that second map, you guys were 10-2 up and you decided to call a timeout. So why and what did you talk about with the boys?
So to be honest, we just didn't have time in a break after first map. So I said, guys, right now we need to focus on like I don't remember, we played attack first, I think. Yeah, on attack. So discuss during the break we discussed only attack, and then yeah, I just took a pause because I knew that we have still 2 pauses, so why not? Like and we just discussed like prep. I just repeated like yeah, that's basically it. Nothing, no secrets. It's just really we just had 0 time, so that's why.
It's just normally Ash, like when you're 10-2 up, you're not usually the team that calls timeouts, right? That's a strategy.
It's not typical because typically you think, okay, just keep going with the momentum. But I think it's also really smart at the same time too, especially when you start off with such a big lead. Sometimes it's also nice to kind of touch base with the team as well, just to kind of bring the energy back down so they're not too overhyped because the map's not over quite yet.
Yeah, and we've seen the 10-2 come back too many times at this point. But Martine, oh Martine, I mean, we spoke a little bit about with Magnum why you decided to go with the Sunset comp, which is very not something that we see every day. And he said, you know, just stick the boys on a double duelist and they can just go frag out. So how happy are you to see Martine's performance today here?
Oh yeah, Marty played amazing, and also, you know, you cannot see and hear his comms, but also comms-wise, he was today insane. As Marshall, they called like a lot of good plays, really. And about comp, again, from my perspective, I have a weird vision, but this map for me it's like split. It's like bigger mid, and I feel like, what if we try like
a split comp?
Just yeah. Why? And to be honest, it was like I don't know, in scrims again before this game, it was like I don't know 100% win rate for us. We didn't play a lot. I'm not gonna lie, it's like 5 maybe 6 scrims, but yeah.
I mean, if it works, it works. You and Zeish, I love that. You were very emotional. They're popping off. And I know, Ash, you are a very big fan of Martine. So I feel like it's a good day for Martine fangirls out there.
Hey, I'm a big fan of Carmine Core in general. But yeah, Martine had an insane performance. I think what was really cool is the fact that we're seeing his confidence being built up as well. Because I think that even on Twitter, I was seeing that last split, he took a lot of responsibility on his shoulders as far as feeling like he had a slower start to the season. And how was that transition, I guess, into stage 2 for him?
So first of all, you know, like my vision, I demand a lot from our duelists. So they need to be as a second agile. So until they die. So yeah, then someone else like keep calling. Like most of the time, it can be Thomasy or like Marshall, like narrate. Yeah, it just depends on the map, to be honest, and the situation on the map. But I don't know. I feel like Marty, like during the break, like that we had after first split, he just worked a lot, like on his, like I would say. We watched a lot of like games with him. We discussed like how he should play, and yeah, he just, I don't know, playing amazing right now. But it's for
doing it now. I love how you guys fulfilled every expectation we had with you. We were like, they had time. They're gonna come with cool stuff. They're gonna come back winning. I think it's time to invest in the KC stock again. I can't believe that we didn't think. I mean, we doubted. I don't even know why we even doubted for a little bit that they could do this and better and even better. But let's talk about our second matchup of the day. Of course, it is going to be Na'Vi versus Foot. I'm glad I have you here with me, En, because you guys are not the only people that's kind of trying new things, getting sort of comfortable with the new comps that all the teams have been working on in the break. But when it comes to Foot, they didn't really have much of a break. They went to Shanghai, they came back, and straight away they decided to take CNET off of that chamber and put him on this raise here. So looking at this, what do you make of this? Do you like it? Do you think that was the right call?
You know, I feel like football is the type of teams that they first of all rely on two things. It's defaulting, and second on their personal skill. And it doesn't matter what they run. I'm not gonna lie, we played against them like a lot, like in officials and scrims, and they just, it's not about comps. You don't need to like think about this team as a like team that kind of trying to, let's say, outplay you with comps. It's most of the time they're really smart in game, actually mid game, like so cool. And yeah, for me it's fine. Like really,
you like it. I mean, we had CNET with us, Ash, and he spoke about how he felt like they were getting figured out a little bit. They didn't want to be predictable. Maybe he's tired of playing the chamber, but he also looked amazing on the raise.
Yeah, a little bit of a change of pace for him there. I do understand where CNET was coming from, because realistically on split, there's only so many different places you can get aggressive with that operator. But I like the change. I think Ang made a really good point, because you think back even to their previous, what was it, Lotus composition for Foot, where they're running 0 flashes.
Don't remind me. Don't remind me. Yeah, when they just used the Cypher as a drone, basically, right, just peeking out. But Foot, of course, after we saw them already this week, they are still #1 in the standing. They're still the team that's going to go through to playoffs if it stays like this as the #1 seed. Do you see that remaining this way for the rest of the playoff regular season? Even, do you think Foot is the team to beat?
Oh, I think yeah. To be honest, from my perspective, their group, like super hard group, it can be. Yeah, right now, of course, I bet more on Heretics and the Foot, but yeah, Foot already it's what, 5-1.
Yeah, they're 5-1 right now.
So yeah, I feel like today they might be like, I don't know, if they win, I think they secure first spot. I think.
Oh, okay. But they have to beat Na'Vi, and Na'Vi, of course, are traditionally not exactly an easy team to defeat. We speak about CNET moving on to that raise. Ash, on the other side, Ardis, not Zipan this time around, Ardis of all people was playing the raise. Did you like this change?
I think it's a bit hard to say whether I like the change or not. I was a big surprise to see Ardis slotting into the Raze role for Na'Vi, but they also were facing up against a Heretics who wanted to continue their success up against Na'Vi. So I think that there's still a lot to be seen coming out from Ardis. And how do you feel about the fact that it's not Zipan that we maybe will be expecting in the Raze in the future?
I can analyze just based on my feelings. I think Ardis just more communicative, let's say, in game, and that's why. So right now, most of the time, Angel playing on initiators, right? So he cannot do his like old stuff when he's peeking and like facing, getting info, like blah blah blah. When he's dying, he can call something. And right now, I feel like they changed their structure, so it's more Ardis right now, the guy who's like peeking, like gathering info around the map, and that's why because Zipan, like for me, he looks like the guy more like calm guy. It feels like he is not speaking too much in game. I don't know, it feels like, again, like for me, and that's why they just make changes. It's not about that one guy playing better on like race, because I feel like still Zipan one of the best maybe race in the world. Like really, he's so good. But I feel like the value that Ardis brings as a like duelist, it's more like he's just
Communication.
Communication. Yeah.
I mean, you're the godfather of double duelists. I feel like triple duelists as well. You guys can do that if you want for the longest time. Do you think maybe Na'Vi is the team, especially looking ahead to the agent changes, the map changes and so on? Do you feel like it might be wiser for them to maybe just run a double duelist, get Zipan and Ardas both on it?
Yes. Yeah. My answer yes. I mean, no, they can't.
They should?
I don't know. I'm not their coach, so you know I don't wanna give advices like because they never ask it for it. So,
I'm asking it. I'm asking.
I feel like they are. You know, it's like for me, Na'Vi one of the best team in EMEA in terms of mid rounding and on both sides. So again, it doesn't matter what they run. It's just they're so smart and so experienced. So yeah, they can play whatever. But I believe that they gonna be one of these teams that can find the best possible comps after fight.
It's always Na'Vi, right?
Yeah.
They're gonna bring something new as well. But looking at the rest of their schedule, with the patch coming in, with the changes and so on, Ash, I mean, on paper, getting Heretics and Foot out of the way is inherently a good thing in this league. You know, you don't want to save those two teams last.
It definitely is, but Foot is also a really hard opponent to be going up against, so that could... There's an opportunity for Na'Vi to tie things up with Foot in the standings right now today. They can take them down, but otherwise Foot will continue to cement their lead. But you are right, Na'Vi, they're going to really thrive, especially as patch 8.11 come out and Haven comes back into the fray.
Yeah, I miss Na'Vi's Haven. I miss Na'Vi's Haven so much. You miss Haven, En?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, you. I mean, we're not on Gamba anymore. I feel like back then you guys would play anything but Haven. You just dodged it all the time.
Yeah, because like again, you know, I changed my opinion about this map because of before I thought on this like on Heaven, it's not about like strats. It's more about like just understanding.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and we didn't understand this map. Right now, I feel like me personally, after I was playing in NA, yeah, I just understood this map better.
You change your opinion. You change your opinion. You're allowed to do that. But let's bring out Na'Vi and Foot for the second match of today. We've seen both of these teams in action this week already. Two very different results as well from both of these guys. But as Ash was saying before, this is a huge game. This could be the game that separates whether a team gets first seed going into playoffs. For Na'Vi, that would be huge to be able to dodge that single elimination round, which they've fallen at twice already. But let's take a look at the map vetoes and see what maps we're going to be going to today. It does feel like for both of these teams, there could be a crossover potentially, and we're not going to get Sunset or Breeze, Ash.
No, we're not, and we're actually heading over towards Ascent first, which is a strong map for both of these teams. Na'Vi have looked incredible on it, but it's also been a lot on Artis' shoulders, I think, on that first map to have standout performances that have led to those wins.
And I don't know how you feel, but it looks quite good for Foot. Ascent, Lotus, and then Icebox as well.
Yeah, from my perspective, it's like all maps pretty strong for like Foot maps, to be honest. Yeah, but still, I don't wanna say something against Na'Vi because of like, first of all, I'm the worst jinxer in the world. And second, yeah, I still believe that Na'Vi one of the best teams in the world, not only in EMEA.
Yeah, especially on Ascent, right? They're one of those teams that no matter what, if Ascent is open, they're picking it. They're gonna go there. You know you have to face Na'Vi on Ascent. But what is it about that Ascent is so strong? You guys think? What makes Na'Vi's Ascent the best?
Oh, to be honest, because we didn't play Ascent, so I don't know.
Oh yeah, you guys always ban it. You guys always ban it. But you played them in the past, right? This core,
but
you know.
I don't watch Ascent right now.
You know what they can do. But yeah, what about you, Ash?
I think Na'Vi have really good fundamentals on Ascent. It's the mid-rounding that I look towards here from Angel to make a big difference. But as we head into the Agent Select, we're actually going pretty vanilla for both sides. The only difference is going to be that Sentinel. How do you feel about the KJ versus that Cypher?
I prefer Cypher right now more.
Yeah.
Just because it's like really anti-jet play agent. Yeah.
What about you, Ash?
Really anti-jet, and then also it gives that more of an opportunity for Sugetsu to actually roam around the map as opposed to YetaJ. He's going to have to be a little bit more careful about that positioning and how he's replacing them.
You want to give us a prediction real quick before we let you go?
No, please. I don't like predictions. I'm the worst. Like all the time when we have some like bets with the guys, like I'm always like losing. Like I don't know.
Oh, you're never right. You're always wrong.
Like yes, but no, I can say like they win, but like 13-5, but then it's like 5 overtimes.
Oh, okay. I won't force you. But thank you very much, En, for joining us. Good luck for your next games. We got one big brain here, and it's time to toss it over to another one. It's Pansy. Oh, and Steel is there as well.
Okay, give him 0.5, at least a 0.5. I'll give you the 0.5 at least. You can join me here. But let's kind of talk business, because let's kind of be truthful about this. Recency bias is hard to ignore when Na'Vi didn't look very good in their last game. I think that's a fair assessment. Maybe not for the Na'Vi fans or the players or anyone else. They may not like it, but it is what it is.
It's an assessment. It's a fact. It's not like a personal slight or anything like that, right?
They wouldn't have been happy with what they did. This has to look better.
I mean, as Eng said, like these guys are still probably one of the best teams in the world.
Yes.
We haven't got to see that because they failed at the playoffs against Heretics. They didn't make it to Shanghai, but earlier this week also didn't look that great. But they are in a position where they can turn these things around.
Well, let's see if all that hope can go somewhere, because Foot and No Slouches again made it to Shanghai, looked solid. And already into this one, Na'Vi on the attack, and Artist very isolated. Fortunately, the rest of Na'Vi appear through the smoke and they overwhelm. Very well done by Na'Vi to finally kind of back him up in that situation, moving Cracks away towards Heaven. They've just seen it alive in a 1v3. HP is low, and he's been given... Okay, I was a little worried how much freedom he had been given then, but he gets handled in the end. But Na'Vi there doing quite well. I was a bit worried that Artist was almost too isolated and they left it too long, but they did trade in eventually.
Yeah, the trades came out, and obviously as we're going to watch Foot this entire series, they're going to go and take all of these duels and flood out one by one. Just like when you think, hey, no, surely he's not going to peek out, he's going to wait for his team. No, that's when they're going to peek. And I think we're going to see that from both teams all game. We're going to see all these isolated duels, just people just taking these fights constantly. And one thing I'm worried about here is Na'Vi did not look good on the round 2's last match that they played earlier this week.
I was not saying Boo with just a Sheriff. It's out of capture with just a classic, but it doesn't go that badly. So, not the end of the world so far. Yes, they lost out on Shao, but they have gone 2, so I'm kind of hoping it stays to about this, that we don't see any more threats appear. But Cena does have
the Marshall.
So, there's still room for it. Double stack towards middle as well. YetaJ and Cracks down towards it.
With that turret watching B, these guys should not have to leave this angle. They just keep that double angle, let CNED deal with A alone. That Marshall in his hands is also very scary.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if he does find at least some value with it.
If the knife catches him and he can't dash away after the first shot, that's the only thing that I could really see.
And the knife is back up now, so what does CNED do with this? Can actually go towards Hell this time. Knife going to come in. Does get caught. So they know he's here. Should be process of elimination quite quickly, but that's a sharp shot. And he's got another CNED. No, not again. Oh dear. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. It's 2v2. This is still not great, but I keep saying, surely now they'll be okay. Knife back in hand as well for Cracks too. Does have his nade as well, but they're just going to try and swing this together. I think Artist is on for this one. And YetaJ trying to find his way around, give himself the best opportunity possible. They've done a good chunk of damage for Foot. They'll be pretty happy with this, considering they did come in with, I think it was just that Marshall. I didn't see anything else. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I think you're right.
But beyond that, Na'Vi will probably, I do say probably, again, just very wishy-washy statements, but these 2 rifles should be able to be kept in hand, unless there's some god timing on YetaJ here. I think This one is all but over, and it might just be go down to the spike. Yeah, that does seem the case. So, Na'Vi stabilized with 2 alive, 2 rifles remain.
Only
it's not
one
pretty.
Lost. Only one rifle lost. That's the beauty of the buy that they do. They have 2 ghosts kept into the second round, which means that if they lose, they have to lose at least 3 players for it to be like an economical issue for them. But they're going to keep the 2 Vandals into the bonus round, and that means that they're probably going to leverage just these 2. Maybe they purchase up a 3rd one. And it's possible that they go for like 4 or 5, but yeah, right here we just see 4.
And I like seeing it on the Outlaw. Just had a round on the Marshal. Seeing that coming out, knowing that that light armor will be present. 3 of them going to have to sit down towards that to try and complement the previous purchase. Could have, I think, upgraded a little more potentially in some, but it is what it is. Bonus looking quite tasty.
And Na'Vi actually could afford the heavy shields if they wanted to. They chose to do the light shields to play out. This round is a bonus for them. They realize that the next round is the thing that matters the most, and they're budgeting for that next round and for all the future rounds in this half. There's 10 more rounds, including this. And that's what they're budgeting for. So this Outlaw could be huge, massive.
Yeah, a little bit of future-proofing, and CNED's in the right place at the moment. I think the out drone should catch. It does. Makes it around the corner, spots 3, they know what's coming in. Paralyze perfect. Lovely. Gonna force them to pull away from the angle, and it's game on. Now, this is the value, gotta see it. Artis is sitting on the full armor though, so again, oh, that's not ideal, but out of Captain, gonna bail them out with 2. Cleared in the end is CNED, but the rest are here. The cavalry's arrived, and Foot have players on the side. Zipan goes down, 2 stand for Foot, and they mark themselves on the board for the first round here.
There's well-played rotation from Foot there. As soon as that Owl drone scouts out, hey, we see them coming up short. It's going to be an A-split. Let's get this rotation going. And if Foot was any slower on that rotation, things could have been really bad, especially with CNED missing those shots. So good rotation. But Na'Vi's got to be a little bit happy with that as well. They only invested 4 rifles into that, light shields. Here comes the gun round. And Foot, CNED doesn't have an op yet.
That's true. I guess it's kind of delayed it and then kind of tilted it more favorably towards Na'Vi. Long run. Zipan as well with his ult could be huge. We do have 1 away from the Blade Storm too, so that's sitting pretty nearby. CNED with a quick challenge. Going to have to respect that. Forced away, utility invested to ensure it as well. And they're going to take this space incredibly quickly. Look at the pace on the back of Na'Vi, and it's not just Artis alone. A late pop of the ult, try and get as much validity as possible. They are falling away a touch here.
They baited the rotation away from A. Going A would be perfect here, but it looks like they're hesitating in their approach.
And now starting to come across, and you can see that consideration starting to tick through towards Foot. They've already got CNED getting a little bit closer, and it's really on out of Captain to try and buy some time. Ideally, get a body or 2, but it's going to be difficult. Going to smoke off his left to allow him to focus on the right. He's got CNED there as well, who's going to get 1. A fair fight on the second, but outdone by Xiao. Sight's now there. Na'Vi fighting up a little, uphill, but sure, they've got the sight now. Should be able to get a plan. Wait and see that cross through in the hands of Zipan. And that's going to be going down. So 4v3. HP very low on Xiao, however.
It's a very different look from Na'Vi this round. Choosing to go super fast there. It's all down to this. If Foot decide to go for this, it can be very consequential.
One suppressed.
Yeah, the Jake just about making it over towards Tree. Slow and steady progress. It's going to be down to the wire if they do go. Yeah, Flash is fantastic. Fully eats it, Chow. But the trade, again, the numbers looking really good. Yenache breaking in, however, is going to put them on red alert. Angel forced to fight and forced to die, now leaving just 1 alive. So Getsu outdone. Foot left it to those last couple of seconds, but they played it back so well, Josh.
Yeah, I'm actually so surprised. Like, first of all, I made up a word, so that's how surprised I was. That
I wasn't going to call you out on it. I was going to commit, man.
Surely they're not going to go for this right now, but then they actually chose to go for it. And I think that the reason why it worked so well was because the post-plant positions from Na'Vi looked like they weren't, like, you see how they're split off, like inside A main, inside Hell, one's close on site. They're not in positions to trade. So these are the issues that Na'Vi has in terms of their teamwork. And I was about to give them so much like credit for how they played fast in the early round, discovered that they got rotated on, canceled, went back to A. Everything was looking so well for them up until that post play.
We're talking about the delay of getting that operator out. Well, we're going to see it. Now, I wonder if that knife caught towards CNED. He might have been spotted quite early on here, but still, I don't know how that changes really any of the plans. Artis on the other side going to go for the Blade Storm. So a little bit of a trade out here, but you can see that There are 2 players on the site ready for this. Nada's going to be stalled out. This is going to get difficult. That dash, don't know if he's even going to have it towards this. Just about. Oh, well. Yeah, ran out in the end, so going to take a little bit of damage and isolated. Really good stall there as well. Yeah, the J kind of isolating him. No one able to follow him up, so doesn't get the approach they wanted. Zipan, however, does connect. Now it's J. Back to the site, feeling a little uncomfortable. TP, I mean, it got committed to, but this is just Sugetsu in a 1v2. Had a captain dipped out of there in the end. What does he do with this? 50 seconds. He's got the information. He's desperate one of these players would outplay or overplay their hand. That could have been disastrous, but with 15 HP now, the gap is closing. The chances becoming less and less. And to take no threat, they opt to use the shock darts, and it works very nicely. Keeping Na'Vi contained and kind of handling what was starting to look like a dangerous round, even though it was mostly, I guess, Zipan landing a couple of belting shots here.
Yeah, those opening Sheriff shots from Zipan were massive, and I do wonder if that Omen, if they let the Omen commit with that TP, instead of canceling it right here at the last millisecond, I wonder if that's a 1 versus 1. That's winnable for Na'Vi.
Nice! Nice, hold on!
The nice is back.
Yes, the nice is back.
You hear it all the way from Shanghai. Now, Altstone really hit online for Foot as well. Na'Vi investing the Bladestorm just a moment ago. CNED this time searches deeper. We saw him last time try over towards Tree. They didn't really give him the time of day. They were more focused towards that B site. This time they take a glance and, well, they lose their head. Zipan gone, who is such a big propeller forward for them. Oh, that's maybe not expecting Na'Vi so close up, but still caught off guard and an opportunity gained for Na'Vi. Site already starting to be tested too. You're going to have a player on site, and well, Sugetsu gets taken away pretty swiftly. Just falling aware that maybe someone slipped the net. Ardis has got himself a chance here. But they seem very conscious of the fact that they have not had eyes on the site. Plant now coming in. Na'Vi. What are you going to do with this?
They need a plan to disrupt this Killjoy ultimate. It's going to be in heaven, which means it doesn't get all the way into A main. But Ardis might choose to sit and tank it at the very last second.
This is tough. Have to fall off. And he actually gets caught by it too. Okay, that's not great.
Closed.
And yeah, one of the other players just got cut off as well from short. That's Xiao removed from this. What can stop the diffuser? Spam through the smoke is the best they can hope for. Xiao finally comes in. Ardis as well. And well, the diffuse the whole time through. I mean, that's got to be gutting for Na'Vi there.
Considering the situation that Foot was in there, though, I thought for sure doors closed on the short player, only one player, they KO Molly up. If that Killjoy sticks that diffuse all the way through instead of getting it only to half, perhaps they win the round with more players alive at the end of the situation. But right there, Na'Vi needs to have that foresight of, hey, they're playing the Killjoy setup on A, they have the Killjoy ultimate, they're going to play for the retake right now. That retake ultimate's either going to be in Tree or it's going to be in Heaven. We need to have a plan before they pop that ultimate of where we're going to fight, how we're going to deal with this. They didn't plan for short. They didn't have enough players coming from short. They didn't have enough players playing in the faces to, you know, take duels ahead of the ultimate, but it still came very close.
Yeah, and as much as the scoreboard's almost a little bit, I guess it doesn't, yeah, somewhat, because even though these rounds have felt close, and they have been a couple of times, they've gone down pretty much to the wire, maybe a 2v1 here and there, that diffuser just came through. It is now 4 in a row though.
Yes.
Foot's starting to, gain that momentum. The money's not fully stabilized either because of how close these rounds have been, but it's getting scrappy. And Na'Vi got bailed out by a couple of individuals really hitting hard, but they're going to need a little bit more than that. Maybe what the timeout was for, consolidate the plan going forward, because 2 rounds not enough. It was off the back of a pistol as well.
I need to point this out right here. This is another situation where Angel should give it to Sugetsu, because there's 2 situations happening here. One is Angel's going to be droning, which means that he's not going to have the Vandal out. Give it to someone that will be. Or 2, he can get his ultimate orb from A or B, and when he goes for the drone tag, he can use his ultimate, another reason to give the gun to someone else.
Would have been nice to see that managed. Something you noted before as well, that you didn't really enjoy in the last performance, so they still seem adamant in the approach. Na'Vi gonna have to try and do well with less. Xiao and Sugetsu will be the ones down on the Sheriff. Mr. Fallen gonna note presence towards middle. Na'Vi kind of pausing here. Not really over-exploring anyway. You still have the extremities being held. Just taking a little bit of presence towards mid. Yeah, very standard approach so far. Trying to play Ardis in off the back of the Aldrone, but god damn that hurts. 64 HP. He's going to be reeling after that one. Has fallen, tries to outstay his welcome, and Angel does do well. Cracks open at least the first couple of steps here. Going to force out a captain to invest the paranoia. Trying to play back in Cena, does not get what he wants. One dart left, and now he's a little screwed here. What the hell are you meant to do with this? Oh, okay, Zipan, nice little pop flash. And a captain on the site is nasty, though. Don't forget about this man. Even takes a second glance back. Na'Vi getting a lot of success here, though, but still not
30
really
seconds
committing.
left.
Out of captain staying alive means that when Na'Vi actually decide to commit to A, if they play anyone in main, they're going to get smoked off. Na'Vi need to play this post plant to perfection. They need to make sure they understand where they're going to fight once that retake starts coming in.
I'm getting nervous down to 10, but they should get the plant here. I don't think anything's going to stop it.
Left.
I mean, Out of captain's close. Yeah, they get, okay, 2 towards Hell, and the first fight happens. Angel's done nicely, traded out in the end by Cracks, though. Not got the connection he wanted perfectly towards Xiao, so it's on YellowJ. A 1v3. The guy's good, but this is asking a lot. He's going to know at least 2 now, knowing where the Cypher is. Going to know there's one towards Hell. Not clean enough. Na'Vi gripping onto this round here, closing the scoreboard back up a touch.
I think the only saving grace for that round for Foot was the fact that they didn't invest in a weapon for CNED. He used his Blade Storm. He's going to have money for potentially an op this round. Because, man, he's just not hitting some shots right now. I also think that this retake situation was a little bit forced. KO had a flash left. They should be using a flash as they come out of heaven.
Nice.
I don't know why Cracks
Perfect.
chose not to use it and just decided to double peek, especially with the Killjoy so far away. But that could have been a completely different situation had they used the flash.
Yeah, 4-3 now. And as highlighted, even with those 4 rounds in a row, those rounds were so volatile that there was no stability in the money. So they have suffered off the back. You highlighted correctly, though, that the operator is still a possibility. Doesn't get seen.
Perfectly hit from it, so they're not going to expect it here.
Huge, huge first pick. Artist gone, they can sit back a little deeper now.
Last time CNED got an early pick towards middle, he rotated back towards A heaven. I wonder if he's going to do something again and not expect kind of how Na'Vi reacted to this, which is, we know where the op is, let's go and take the space somewhere else.
Yeah, and seeing the utility switch up as well from the Killjoy. So that's a bit of a change. You're going to shut off Tree from being an easier approach, but it does mean they have to be very conscious of middle as well. That push up towards market, it's going to have to be eyes on or just kind of expecting maybe a push to come through. Deeper smoke put across the map as well. Knife too. They're very much looking like they're expecting this B play to come in, maybe a little ahead of where Na'Vi are in their progress.
And you can see by the Killjoy setup for Foot, CNED is worried about that market split, but now he's shifting over, and this is going to be so problematic. Xiao has 2 smokes though.
To hold on the other side, you've got, yeah, Mr. Fallen still has his dart, Cracks has a flash, but CNED's here.
30 seconds left.
It's a bit of a gamble. You're kind of gambling blind, still paranoid about middle, but it is all direct approach. That's enough scene. They should be ringing the alarm bells. Flash goes in, and the stall comes out. But Foot are back to the wall. Just about evading the flash, isolates fight, doesn't hit it, but Cracks does. There's still some fight in them yet. There's still some players back here. Mr. Fallen, one of them. 10 seconds, and here comes out a captain. 8 seconds now. Plant's got to come in, and it does. Na'Vi getting a little bit of safety here. Just a classic without a captain. Maybe a res could be toyed with. No, not going to get it. Okay, 2v2. YellowJ does have a Guardian, so a little bit more firepower to lean into. A little bit of his kit back as well. Might be able to use some of that, but as it stands, the paranoia give me the go signal. Baits out the player, but Angel, safe pair of hands. Sat safe in the corner. No issue there, Na'Vi navigating it well.
I'm actually surprised that Cracks chose to use his ultimate there on the back of B site. Yes, you have 2 teammates next to you, but you're on eco. CNED's got an op, and already all the utility has come out from Na'Vi to get into the site. They've used their smokes, they've used the flash, the knife, the everything, the paranoia even.
Nice, Angel.
Actually, they didn't use the paranoia there. But still, surprising that they invested it there. CNED needs to start hitting shots. And I know that Foot is a team that relies on their momentum. Once they start winning some good rounds, once they start hitting some good shots, that's when they're going to start snowballing. But right now, we haven't seen that. They had that string of 4 rounds. You think, oh, they're going to run away with this now. Nope. Na'Vi ties it back up 4-4.
And again, this kind of comes back to why some of us were, I don't want to say disappointed, that sounds almost too judgmental, but we were waiting to see more from that previous Heretics game. And there's no disputing the Heretics are an exceptionally good side. I think everyone's learned that as of late, but this is a much better look from Na'Vi. Some you know, those key factors we were looking for starting to look a touch better. Again, it's playing a little bit more to their strength here on Ascent. At least this is Na'Vi's map choice, so no surprises in that regard. But a couple of nice ults to bank onto. Zipan has his, Angel's got his, Xiao as well. 2 off from Ardis and only 1 away from Sugetsu.
I think this is going to be the big point here. That means that there's no smokes going to come down to main. If that's the case...
Oh, they're going to get at least one invested. Paranoid gone in. Artist going to step further forward, looking for that second man in here. Out of Captain going to deal with the first man. Good follow from Angel, and that's the second layer to Na'Vi, exceeding expectation. And a Captain does eventually get removed. Angel doing well to sweep site here. Cracks in Yenajay, good quick rotations. Damn good shot, but now a 2v2 as Zipan still on the knees. Pop flash quick, again, but only for a second. And Yenajay lines them both up. Well controlled by Foot. Got very dicey on the site, but it works out.
That was crazy. He just shot 2 bullets into the smoke, killed, you know, Zipan getting like picked back up. But I think one thing that we didn't see there, and it allowed Atacap to get another kill, was right here. There was another flash. I think Cracks, as he's rotating up heaven, throws it just over the roof somewhere, lands anywhere, and it allows Atacap to get another kill there, which allowed them to just keep flooding, and win that round.
Deep breath.
Okay, so Zipan did use the ult. That's been burnt up on the other side. We do still see that Outlaw coming out to play, but there's not too many suffering. 2 players on the other side. Going to be down the light armor. Artist 1, Zipan the other. Cecina's going to have to be on point here. Did have an opportunity. That was one of the players with that lighter armor. We know now this high priority area. Na'Vi are looking to try and take this market space. Alarmbot's back in position this time, though. So going to give away the game. They've made it at least up towards market. Late investment of the utility from Sugetsu as well, just to try and keep this area as safe as possible. So what does Cena do now? Oh, actually, looking on the other side of the map, you highlighted it. Already seen the exploration. Oh, Cena, that's a bold play, but it works out. Takes away Angel. And again, it's all indicators still looking like it's going to be this B piece, and especially the amount of space taken.
What did you do?
How did he forget that that was open? He was in the middle of no man's land. He's given them a chance back into this round now.
I know exactly where they are.
They're going to go towards the site here.
So many players on the defense on the site, though. This is going to be hard. It's like 4 knocks.
Yeah, here we go. So the dash comes in. Artist going to try and break that line of sight. Perfectly coupled with the flash. Na'Vi systematically sweeping the site so well. And a Captain's got the flank here, but Artist succeeds as well. Takes out Mr. Fallen, leaving it in a 1v3. They need this clean. He's not going to get it clean either. They're not going to give him that fair fight. You've got a firing squad waiting down there. So many potential threats. Even a flash still with Zipan.
Going out.
Gonna try and smoke off some of these approaches, give himself the best chance possible. You can see it from his perspective. No one's giving him anything, expecting maybe a high-low setup there or something. Double face was enough. We're tied all even now.
Cena needs to wake up right now.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on in his head, but you know, you see this round 2 with the Marshall, 2 headshots. You're thinking, oh, he's warming up, he's gonna start slamming it. He has 2 opening kills with the op, but that's basically all he has. Every other time that he's had an outlaw or an op, he's missed his shots, multiple shots. And then not only has he missed his shots, he's been caught out of position. Yep. Just like not expecting the enemy to be where they are, just standing out in the open like, oh wait, oops, I forgot.
No, not good enough here from Cena. Gonna hope to see a little more wake up during this series, because that start was perfect. You thought, tick in the box, you couldn't ask for a better beginning. And it all falls to pieces. Now Na'Vi get to really bring that money up to bear as well. They'll be happy going forward. But with a stack.
Oh, he got the silent jump off. They won't expect him up here.
Oh, this is nice from Sugetsu. Oh, he's seen so much. Does he expect the third?
No.
Oh, no, he doesn't. Absolutely not. Very unawares. Don't really blame him. Did spot at least 2 there. Did as well as he could in this, but still, you got to look at the numbers. And it's all Na'Vi's side. Straight in again. They found a weakness and they're exploiting it. They want to just keep pouring in through market. And it's just classic. Yes, there's that 1 recovered Vandal, but beyond that, that's all they got to write home about. And it's a short message. As that a Captain's pretty far away. And another plant for Na'Vi, and they found what they wanted here. They found that avenue of approach.
One versus 4, basically unwinnable.
Yeah,
there's just one time I want to see an Omen with ultimate just bait by like shooting across the map from like heaven or something, just spamming. Have like Na'Vi's like, oh, he's over there at A. They just start chasing him, right? And then he ulties onto the spike, smokes and diffuses. I just want to see that one time.
One time.
One time.
And of all the teams as well, I just don't think Na'Vi's going to fall for it, but I like the idea. You know what I mean?
I feel like
just
if
like a disciplined team.
any team that's gonna fall for it, it's gonna be Na'Vi.
You think?
Yeah,
No,
of
come
course.
on. Come on now. How dare you say that to Angel? Can't believe you're so toxic.
Angel's gonna be the first one chasing. He's A. Come on, guys.
He doesn't lead by example, all right? He just, you know, do as I say and not as I do. But already, Ada Captain's had enough of how this has been going. The paranoia's in, he's taking the TP. You can see the pressure from both sides. Na'Vi now know what's going on. They've got a fight on their hands, and Foot want to just bring it to him. This is a dangerous game because Na'Vi are hitting the shots already 2 back-to-back, and it looks like it's falling to pieces here. Foot looking a little lost for answers, but if I'm maybe mistaken, I haven't seen a timeout for them, and Artist just being fed kills. They'll be happy with this. God, I thought that was on the money. It wasn't. Krax was, though. Now, Krax and CNED, well, we asked him to hit some shots. I believe this would be the time to do so.
If Angel ends the half and he still hasn't used this since around like 4, I'm gonna actually say some words.
I'd love to see you try and say anything to Angel. He will break you. CNED, come on. This is the time, right? This is the time. You've got knife for Krax as well, but right around that corner.
Last player standing.
Well, that's a problem.
Oh! Well,
needed to hit some shots.
Cena needs to hit some shots, but it doesn't matter because Angel's not even using his ultimate. I have no idea what's going on with that.
Can I record it when you try and talk to Angel about this?
Sure, yeah, why not?
I'm so excited. But as it stands, Na'Vi, what a resurgence towards the end there, finding some real stability after what was, I think it was, what, 4 in a row. Looked like Foot had found, you know, what they needed, some nice stability in how they were approaching the game, but Na'Vi woke up.
I was running with knife.
Yeah.
And your ult.
Because why not switch to the knife, you know, in a 4-on-1?
5-7.
At least you can find a humorous situation.
Yeah, all good. They're leading. Not a problem in the world. 2 sheriffs going to be coming out, Yenergy and CNED with those. I don't know, man. I don't know what to make of it because it feels like I'm seeing a night and day Na'Vi from a team that just, you know, wasn't really hitting how they'd want. To this, there's totally different. A beautiful high flash as Artist swings out. It was actually Xiao to find a lot of it, but it's not just the 2 of them. It's a whole team effort. Everyone's crunching in towards this, leaving just Mr. Fallen with almost nowhere to back to. They've got the spike, they've got mid, they've got everything they wanted.
You almost sound surprised there when you say it, like a full team effort. What, Na'Vi? We're seeing a completely different version of them than we saw earlier today, but I mean, here we go, that's a start for them.
And that's where it ends in that round. A golf clap from the audience here. Very nice.
But I mean, this is still another point. I have to bring it up again.
Sure.
The round 2, they're going to go for their Na'Vi by the 3 rifles, the 2 ghosts. I saw them do it last time, even on their defense, which is something that you could probably question to some validity. It's all on making sure that they do something coordinated like this together. Again, just like some sort of team fight, or if someone has a ghost, they're paired up with someone with a rifle, they can do a bait and switch, or some sort of crossfire, or trade potential in any capacity.
Okay, so we're looking at Zipan and Shout, and of course then Artist with the Marshal. So he's the one who's going to get the first check, and you can see them drift away instantly. That knife is rather telling. You're not going to just drift out here, are we? We are. Oh God, what are we doing? What are we up to, Foot? You thought that would work. Artist is having fun. Artist is having fun. It's looking like a railgunning Quake, and Angel's banging out Mr. Fallen. All easy. All easy. No harm, no foul, no threat to be found. Yeah, the JO1, Na'Vi. Fully in control with an Andalusia flawless, and a nice little moment for Artist there. I'll be happy with that one.
Getting those opening kills. Marshall versus no shields on their opponents. It's just too easy.
Oh.
It's right there as well.
Oh.
I swear, that weapon is just so appreciated.
I mean, if I could aim like Artist, I'm sure it'd seem much better. But yeah, not everyone's got a little bit of that.
To be fair, they just like slow peeked into him with classics.
Yes, they certainly did, which probably wasn't the ideal way to go. But apparently Na'Vi are doubling down on this. They're going to keep fighting. Now coming into the bonus for them, they still have a couple of the rifles, and it feels like they're just kind of rolling the dice and seeing what happens. And CNED's farming. So it felt like they had all of that going right for them until now.
2 versus 4, Na'Vi. Marshall still up on Artis, and I think he's trying to look to upgrade his weapon. I mean, to the Bulldog, I don't even consider this much of an upgrade. If you got a Vandal there, different story, but Na'Vi gamble stacking towards the B area. This could actually play out in their favor. If they're able to get a couple of people running in with the trap wires or anything like that, no smokes up. Adikasu is the one that fell. He's going for the flank, but there's no smokes. They could kill him on the cross.
Getsu only with one. And it wasn't Yellow J who fell, so Artis, I mean, the flank was out of question, and a nice shot from Cena to catch him in the end. So, tempering the aggression, slowing Na'Vi down a little, who got pretty bold with their mid-play there. A lot of them trying to just kind of turn the screws, get in their faces, and I mean, it's a bonus round, so they'll be coming back in with a very nice purchase here, but still, I felt like it could have been tightened up a little bit.
It's one of those situations where it's like, okay, you want to go for kind of like an aggressive play, it's a bonus round, but you're also investing a little bit in upgrading some weapons.
Yes.
But then you also have Artis with a Marshall, and he's on A site. Like, why is he on A? Why not just come off Cat and help you just full commit to this mid-fight? You're on a bonus, full commit to this, why not? If they go A, what's the point?
Okay. He's got an upgrade now. Operator's out. No one willing to take that early fight, at least. You can see the approach from foot. 4-1 split. Just Mr. Fallen taking his time towards B. First bit of contact towards middle. And it is CNED to be noted. Does he get some chip damage on that? I think he remains unscathed, so somewhat okay for now. You can see the slow adjustment, the slow creep from Artis as well, coming around towards Cat here, but it's very patient from Foot. And now Mr. Fallen kind of showing his hand a little bit around the minute mark. But the vast majority of Foot still over towards the A side.
That trip is gnarly. The idea that Foot's doing here, they know the Cypher's playing B. They break the camera. They try to like shock a trip. They're moving over towards A. They think that Na'Vi's gonna go reinforce B and help that Cypher. Na'Vi hasn't left though.
No, they haven't, and they just re-cleared middle to a decent extent, so they can be pretty hell-bent on holding this A main push-up. This is getting a little worrying here. Where's the entry? Where's the way forward? They're not finding any safety in this, and Xiao still waiting patiently. Perfectly timed, at least for one, but he gets traded out. Crack's still alive, and a 2v2. With 10 seconds or so on the board, it is a little low, but nothing can deny this now. Now that is some rotten positioning. As Sugetsu is going to get some nice timing. A double stack towards Hell, though.
No dart for 15 seconds.
He's got his cam. Maybe he wants to give it a crack to see if he can spot someone out here. But again, how's he playing with Angel on this? Whose Angel is progressing down at least towards those first couple of breaks. He knows what this is. They've got a really good idea on it. And the timing on the swing, they've got both of them at it, Captain. Bailing them out, it felt, in that round a little bit, because Na'Vi had all the pieces for at least a moment there.
I was for sure thinking, like, Na'Vi, 3 players on the site, you know it's not middle, you know that they're coming from main, you're gonna slaughter them. The fact that it got back closer into a 2 versus 2 there was kind of, like, shocking, and then, yeah, I'm also surprised that Sugetsu didn't continue, like, commit with the timing on that flank. I thought for sure, okay, he's got the timing, they just planted, they have to be on site, Angel's gonna make a few steps, spam into Hell here, keep the pressure on, Sugetsu peeks out, gets one, puts the camera up, and finds the second guy. Nope, Na'Vi, I don't think they played that well at all.
Now, we're down to pistols. Sheriff's light armor.
Bladestorm.
Bladestorm is there. That's about the only redeeming quality. And
my eyes are down.
Should have seen enough, at least of the feet coming forward, to know that there was players behind this, but I mean the spam's not exactly quiet either, so for keeping them guessing though. Foot cam.
Nice.
Thanks, man. I've been working on that one. That is going to be Xiao now having to try and slip away if he can. Does manage to at least avoid most of the spam, but the stack for Na'Vi is, it depends where the spike goes. It's still kind of slowly working up middle, and they're going to find no one here. It's a gamble from Na'Vi now, later into the round, around the 35-second marker, but the red carpet's rolled out towards B.
30 seconds left.
I don't mind the gamble from Na'Vi. Just didn't work out. Now they have to decide how they're going to approach this retake. They lost their smokes now, but they have the Blade Storm. They have some upgraded pistols, so they're absolutely going to go for this.
Spike planted.
Oh, once upon a time, a man could do no wrong and he could walk on water, but this is a very challenging moment, and he's been taken down. Zipan, however, showing off a little bit here, but only for a moment. Foot taking another step closer, almost tying this one back up here.
I think J now on more outlaw kills than Cena this game.
Probably.
Artis gonna have up money though. Both teams kind of like in their in each other's heads a little bit. A very back and forth game. It's not like any one team kind of is in complete control. I think when it comes down to these late round situations, Foot does have a little bit of the edge on that. They've been closing out a little bit better on the retakes and the post plans than Na'Vi has.
Got to highlight though the amount of ults that Foot are getting here. There's one of them.
Zipan should trade it out before he gets. I think it's too late.
You think so? Yeah.
Yeah.
So Crack's going to just be going in on this one. Angel trying to run away, trying to get out of danger. Shao's actually been tagged. Oh dear, this could be a disaster. Did he just almost run into both of them there? Mr. Fallen's found Angel and J on the follow-up. The site looking vulnerable. Shao desperate to try and hold on, but he's overwhelmed. The sea of the Foot players just crashing down. And Artis, he's got an operator. He's not going to be too inclined to try and go for this one. Might be time to back away and keep that safe for the following round.
I like what we're seeing this game, though. We're seeing a lot of like different tempo and pace changes. We're seeing some like audibles. We're seeing how they're kind of like pumping one direction and then they're ending the other one. I think Zip had made a really critical mistake this round. As he's rotating from A, as he sees that Krax is popping his KO ultimate, it should be instantly traded. He should pop his null command as soon as he's like, when he's still out of the radius of it, and then run into the radius of that. That puts down all of Foot's abilities, and they just cancel each other out, and Foot needs to decide, are we going to go with no abilities here, or are we going to cancel and then reset the round? And I think Zipan not pumping that was a huge mistake.
Wonder if we're going to see a timeout potentially here for Na'Vi, maybe. Don't know if it's getting a little out of hand for them. They still have, I don't know what the buy is going to be looking like, but yes, just so you know, while the replay runs, there is indeed a timeout for Na'Vi. And in Na'Vi's position, is there something that's clear to you that's, you know, in mistake? A couple of, small, I'd say small, a couple of player errors, yes. You know, Zipan, it would be nice to see him kind of, you know, counter ult almost and try and use that. But is there something almost holistically you're looking at here that you'd like to see from Na'Vi as an adjustment? Because now it's, again, 4 in a row for Foot, very reminiscent of that first half.
I think Artis is doing a pretty good job of hitting his shots right now. He does have the op up, and in previous rounds that he has had the op, he's been getting those shots. So what Na'Vi needs to do is they need to find a way that people can stay alive until Artis is able to get into a position where he can utilize that op, whether it be an aggressive play, whether it be a passive angle, and then Na'Vi funnels Foot into the op. There needs to be some sort of dynamic at play where Foot ends up going into Artis's op. That's whatever Na'Vi decide to do. There's so many ways that they could choose to help that situation. They just need to pick one and stick to it.
Yeah. Okay, so Sugetsu's going to keep the rifle. We're going to see a couple of, you know, lighter purchases around, trying to even out the money a little bit here. Going to have, you know, 2 sheriffs. Judge in play. On the other side, of course, but have been a little bit cleaner in it this time. Keep in mind that on that first half, it was very back and forth.
This goes here.
Very, very tricky to stabilize the economy. But let's see if they can maybe play an Artis a touch more. Is there something they keep in mind? I don't know if it's this round or maybe one was following, but as it stands, I don't know if he's going to be able to keep that up the entire time. For now, this is perfect. Sugetsu trying to help him out here. Artis does connect.
And that smoke's down too, so now Na'Vi should be playing understanding. There's no smokes. We can have crossfires. We don't have to play standard anymore.
Shao slipping closer. This is unexpected. Yeah, the J, diligent and clean enough. Did do good damage down to 17. It is a lesser buy, but this is Artis now put under so much scrutiny and pressure. CNET seems very aware, had the better angle. Must have noticed him trying to adjust there. Not sure if Artis just didn't think that there was anyone close enough to notice it. Zipan, yes, he's been good with that Sheriff, but not this round. Angel has picked up the operator. There's still that rifle in the hands of Sugetsu, but this is looking like 4 standing. I mean, yeah, the J, yeah, he's down lower, but he can play as safe as he wants. And they'll be willing to try and just keep these weapons in hand.
The same 2 players again, yeah. And that's one of those situations where it's like Na'Vi kind of like make the right kind of call at the start of the round. Artis is able to get the kill because Sugetsu sets him up. Hey, the drone's coming. Okay, I'm gonna break it with my Vandal. Okay, cool. Now he goes for the peek, takes out the smokes. Perfect situation. Man advantage, smokes down. Xiao, understandably, is saying, oh, they're heavy towards A main. I'm going to get this close angle on the B player with the judge. But why? You don't need to. Because if the enemies do end up coming B, they have no smokes. They're getting crossfired. As they're scaling into site, if they do choose to go B, they have to be worried about getting shot in the back from spawn, getting shot in the back from market. There's all these angles that they have to, Foot has to deal with that they have no smokes to cover. So why not just stay alive? The judge in the site is just so strong. You could play boathouse. You could play like right under lane. You could play close to B main. If your teammates are doubled up in mid still, there's so many options, but you choose to get close into main. I think that forces Artis to go for kind of like a weird angle there. He's dropping, and then one by one, they kind of just, it's like a domino effect. Who's next on in the line of the dominoes?
Yeah. I would have liked to see a little bit more min-maxing. I think you're right. Explaining it that way, once those smokes dropped, it changes the entire dynamic, and maybe trying to exploit it a little bit further could have potentially changed what we were seeing. But for now, it is 5 in a row, back-to-back rounds for Foot. And they've actually pumped the brakes here. Enough of a timeout here. Maybe trying to prepare themselves for this round, whatever maybe Na'Vi's been cooking up. They have a buyback here for Na'Vi. They do have a couple of ults to play with as well. They've got to be noting that operator, maybe considering after seeing that last round, or maybe some of those indicators, okay, they're trying to play an Artis a little bit more. Let's just keep that in the forefront of our minds. Just going through options. They've got no, I guess, necessity to pause because they have now got the lead back in their hands, but I like the check-in instead.
Yeah, I don't know what to expect from Foot here. They do have the Killjoy ultimate ready and available. And we have seen them do a couple of fakes so far this game with like a little bit of pressure towards B, then they go A after trying to break down like the Cypher cams. So I think right now what they're talking about, discussing is how they're going to kind of approach the fact that Artis still has that op saved, about how he's gone for aggressive peaks every round so far, whether it be off short, off middle, last round it was into A main. How are they going to utilize that Killjoy ulti? Are they going to do a full execution behind it, or are they going to use it as a part of a fake, or are they going to fake it, make it look like it's a fake, but they're actually going to hit behind it?
See what the game plan is. They said the drop of the barrier.
Knife for short, dart for A main, I think. Once that lands.
Oh, this is very cautious beginnings. Nothing given away on the other side. Foot kind of showing their hand early here. They have seen Artis. Now, anything to handle that lockdown. Looks like at least Zipan's going to give it a damn go. It should do it. It does. So now he's popped his ult as well, so this is really stalling. Now, was this a direct thing they wanted to try out here? But they're already looking for a new route here, Foot. Foot trying to maybe carve a new path, but this does play an Artis a little bit more, but now pressure split through. 3 through middle, 2 through main, and a 1v1. And CNED wins it this time. Starting to maybe warm into the match, but the information's been found. Na'Vi slipped back to site. They're being surrounded, they have to somewhat respect it. Let's see what the setup looks like. The Sugetsu get some value out of this. Difficult for sure for CNED, but he's managed to make it perfectly fine so far. And Zipan does get teed up. Yeah, the J goes down. Underhand flash gives him at least a second chance of life here. An audacious cross, and they find a fair fight. They've spotted some more here. How are they still alive? How have they not been cleared? Individually, they try and fight, and they've fallen. It's just Xiao now. They've made this possible. Oh, but the time...
Is he going to take the 1v1 on site?
He's going to be... Oh, I thought he might try and slip down lane there. No, he's going to shut the door. Try and find the 1v1, but look at CNED's timing on this. I quite like it, but you might read it. Does Xiao even consider it? He absolutely does. He at least finds the shot, and now the 1v1 is to fall and finds him. Heartbreak for Na'Vi after a very possible round, but Foot making it out of danger there.
I'm actually surprised that Zipan chose to pop his ultimate there in that situation. I think he didn't trust the fact that his Molotov was going to break that Killjoy lockdown. But here, yeah, this fight was crazy at the back of the site with like all the, in and out, like whack-a-mole with the flash and everything. A little bit of an overextension, I think, by CNED as well. He thought he had that timing. He's going kind of with his teammate, but did not expect Xiao to be there, kind of waiting for him.
Yeah. And again, close as these may get, it's another for Foot. They keep marching further forward. Xiao. Does get to stick around. Okay, CNED. Yeah, fair enough, he's gone down. That's from Zipan too, so maybe wondering where Artis is here. Deep smoke goes up, isolating Artis, but they don't have any clue at all. Yeah, completely none the wiser. Drifting in a freebie for Artis then.
Now you have to convert this. So Xiao, how are you going to play this? Artis gets out, plays his life.
I think Angel's considering that too. They can't let anyone have a an easy path forward or an isolated fight. So Angel trying to complement a touch hit. Oh,
cover going out.
What you're wanting. Xiao's in
And
trouble now.
Xiao-
It's not. It's at best. You maybe catch one and pray for a TP, but now they've made it back to a decent scenario. Luckily, Artis has bailed them out from a 3v3. Now a 2v3 with Zipan, Artis, and Sugetsu. The information's there. TP's taking the tour. Has a quick look behind, spots nothing. Maybe going to consider Sugetsu's rotation now. Over towards Treat.
One flash.
Zipan's got a lot of util as well on the other side here. Paranoia still without a captain, so a little bit of a spread on either side. What do they go for? Gonna flash him in. Artis gonna take a little bit of damage, but he finds the fight. Catching out a captain when he went for the Paranoia, and Artis. Marvelous work in that round. Making up for some real mistakes, Josh.
Oh, some massive mistakes. I think without Artis on this team right now, Na'Vi would be having a really difficult time. Like, kind of like the difficult time they had against Heretics. It is Na'Vi playing themselves. They have those two-man advantage. They had middle just a few seconds ago, but they just gave it up. They have 3 players towards B. So how do the A players play? Walking around, trying to reposition that late into the round, that long after they got the opening kills. Angel gets caught out in the open, and now it's Xiao versus 3, and they already gave up middle. So he's open to short. These rounds are getting really close, and Na'Vi getting bailed out by Artis there isn't painting the picture of how poorly some of these rounds are actually getting played out.
Yeah, it is a Herculean effort from Artis currently. At least in that round, it was very clear cut. And that has broken the trend. The scoreline's still close enough from that first half. They are sat at 11-10. Angel posting this.
Maybe that's why I didn't use it in the first half.
Perhaps. Hello. RV just taking a walk. Foot gonna be happy enough to greet that. They picked up the pace of little Zipan, stunning shots. Still, if Artis is alive, there's still a chance.
And Artis has great timing as well on this flank. I don't know if they're gonna expect him. If Zipan goes back to heaven now and makes a little bit of pressure there, it might beat it for him.
Oh, the chance. Oh, he couldn't quite get it that time. Cracks bests him. Zipan's position was noted earlier on, so they've got to have an idea of where he's around, and they seem very aware of this. Yeah, that's gonna seal it.
Yeah.
Wow.
1 versus 3, like in a situation like this, you're like, yeah, we kind of need this. They're gonna have 12 rounds.
Yep.
But I think at that situation, 1 versus 3, once Artis loses that opportunity, just save that weapon, because you have to play for the OT. It's better to play for the OT when you have your ultimate still, and then you could drop like a not great weapon to. I think he would have just had enough money if he saved 1,000. I think he had 19. He could have dropped the Vandal, kept his armor if he had.
Yeah. Hindsight is a marvelous thing. I can imagine the moment maybe just a little too lost in the sauce, but
yeah.
Again, that was a drop of rain in a drought. That previous round, when Artis became the savior, you're gonna need another one of those to even keep play on. And they extend play now. Sheriff for Angel, Stinger for Artis does have the Blade Storm.
Take flight.
And a late outro, very nicely timed here. Can at least catch 2 players. Not sure about the third.
You have the Sheriff, Angel. Your teammates have Vandals, 3 of them. Plus Blade Storm. Thank you.
He's finally listening. Still, Zipan this time.
Zipan, you just saw them close middle.
Oh god, the timing is egregious, and he's gone. He got caught trying to pop the ult, and now out of captain, chomping at the bit. They're just around that corner. Maybe a quick res could come in here. Yeah, indeed it has, but Xiao gonna isolate out of captain, slowed them down on the way towards side, but Crack still stands. Does not expect Sugetsu playing from up in heaven. And now a scramble on the site, but it's working out. Na'Vi holding on to the threads of this round. Leaving yet a J. The 1v4. Quick little upgrade found as well for Angel. Artis, Ever are now sitting in a much better situation. Zipan is on the case. This is his angle to watch, and Yetta J has to give it a damn good go. That's the first good step. Gets to stay alive, spots out another player. Doesn't take too much damage, but the time was dwindling. He had to make a move, and Na'Vi showing some diligence here towards the end of this, well, half at least.
And I want to highlight what Xiao did there, because I think he only ended up with 1 kill in that situation, but this defensive smoke on site, followed up with the paranoia, he was able to get a kill there, but what that smoke on the site and the paranoia does is it allows his teammates to flood out, 2 more people coming out of heaven, fighting with Xiao on the site, and then that sets up Angel for the flank from short as well, and then they're just converging all together. That is the type of quality teamwork that we need to see on a more consistent basis from Na'Vi. We can see that they're capable of it. We've clearly seen it in multiple instances of this game, but we also see how they kind of falter and go below like their skill floor. The skill floor is just, it just feels like there's no bottom to it. It's like an abyss, and it's like they could go all the way down. You don't know how, you take like one of those things where you like crack it open,
oh, you just like throw it down,
the light sticks or something, you just throw it down and it just keeps on going. You're like, where's the end of this? That's Na'Vi's floor. But you know that their ceiling is so high, they just need to be able to raise that floor closer to where the ceiling is, and we'll have that team that we know can be a top team in the world be more consistent, beat teams that they probably should be beating on a more consistent basis, and then start making more international events.
I think overall you're absolutely on the money, and I kind of rolling back to what we were talking about at the start of the day, or at least what I was talking about, is we want to see marked improvement. We have seen that. Now, is it a little off the back of Artis having a better game here? I'd say so as well. There's been a couple of rounds that he individually has done enough in, but also everyone else is showing more consistent glimmers of the higher end than the lower end, but it's not, as you said, the overall effect is not completely, you know, everything's fixed, everything's great. It's just we're seeing a little bit more of that coming through now. Is that the fact that we get Ascent here? Is it just, you know, working out a little better? We'll wait and see, because there is the rest of, obviously, the map pool to play out, but as it stands, Na'Vi give themselves a chance here to take this to OT. Still a buy in hand and some early damage on CNED. But a cautious beginning after the back of the timeout from Foot.
That Molly actually got the entrance trip there over on B. It's not going to do much because of the setup that Sigetsu is doing. Passive at Boathouse has that trip on site. Camera still sees B main info. They keep this mid setup. And Artis is actually going to perfectly bait this for Xiao, or he should be able to. Usually it's the Jet that's in those like precarious positions. Once Artis takes his shot, gets away, they're not going to expect Xiao to be in this position as well. But with
Artis, this is tense stuff, isn't it?
right? Camera sees nothing at B main. They see nothing at mid. Is it going to be an A hit?
I think that's maybe a pixel out of place or just a shot fired. That's about it.
This ultimate from Krax on this A split.
Angel. Oh my God, he's gonna be flashed by Zipan. The timing here, Angel, you gotta make this work, and he doesn't. He doesn't.
He hesitated.
30 seconds left.
I don't know what really caused him to turn his eyes away there from that. To pause for thought. Xiao, does he get to save them again? Last time he was the hero. This time he falls. But just get across the line at 13-11, and Na'Vi left in the dust a little there. A frustrating end after a very hard 4-4 game. But Josh, that was hot and cold the whole way through.
That was hot and cold, and there's got to be a crushing ending for Na'Vi there, because they had the right idea, a little bit of hesitation kind of like led to that disaster. But I mean, Foot, it's one of their best maps. I'm concerned about Na'Vi next map.
Yeah, I think we'll keep our eyes on the next map. Don't go anywhere.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
stressing, right? You need some meditation. Don't let them ruin your vibe. No time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind. Take a flight, aviation. Want you, girl, by my side. Let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my, be my, be my, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, the only one I want. Be my preliminary. Let me caress the way I think it's necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe. 7 days, are you ready? I don't need to say you know it, girl, you're extraordinary. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my, be my, be my, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my,
But have continued their winning ways here in VCT EMEA. I've got Pipson here with me, the head coach of Giants, and Kakuga here as well. When we had N here, he looked at the map V chose for today, and he said, wow, this feels like it leans a little bit more towards foot. But Ascent obviously is always going to be a question mark because Na'Vi's Ascent is so strong. Did you expect Na'Vi to suffer a defeat for the first time this year on a map like Ascent against foot?
Actually, no, I think that Na'Vi Ascent is really, really strong and really, really good. I think they just lacked a few rounds on attack because their attack side is super good on this map, and seems like 7 was not enough.
So what do you think Foot did that well, besides CNET having a super good performance to get this win?
I mean, CNET performance is like super weird because the first half he was missing a lot of shots, and even when he found the entry kill, if you will take a look, after 10 seconds he instantly repeaked and died, so he basically threw it away on defense. Yes, so he's he's making a first kill, and after that he's deciding to...
We're on good terms.
to play a 4v4 scenario again, so I wouldn't say that it's just because CNET had an insane game. It's just in general that Footballists actually played really, really well, especially on their B takes on 8, which they had in the beginning of the half. And then their B defense was pretty good with the utility. So that managed them to take a lot of rounds from Na'Vi on defense.
This is the thing, as you said, in the first half, Na'Vi, they just looked so good. They had the right ideas. Even here, perfectly, Kakuga prepared for what Foot were throwing at them.
Oh, yeah, exactly. We have seen this kind of aggression so many times. We're going to see the paranoia and everybody ready to take the shots. Also, Artist getting the operator in this final round to expect Foot to do something different. So it is not like we saw a Na'Vi that was completely out of the game. Actually, it took him some rounds to get things going, and some mistakes that were not really characteristic of them.
This is the thing, like we said, Na'Vi, this is the first time we've seen them even lose on Ascent this whole year. They're so good on it. Historically, they rarely lose as well. But you guys mentioned him already, Charles Neddington, good old CNED. First half, kind of not extremely impactful, but then when the side switch, he just turned it on and Na'Vi just won Neddy.
Here's the thing, as Pipson was saying, yes, he was able to get that first kill on the defense time and time again. It's something that, you know, CNED just does, but it's actually the way that he stepped, well, him and the rest of the team on the attack, just generating that pressure, cutting Na'Vi off guard time and time again, as if they were not ready for some of the things that we were seeing, or some of the picks.
How big of an issue do you think this is for Na'Vi, though? Because Ascend, their best map, they lose on it, Pipson, as we head to Lotus, and eventually we will see Icebox, I think is the third one, right? As well. How big of a problem is that they weren't able to win Ascend?
I think it's a big problem. Like, in general, just because last Lotus of Food didn't look good as well. But we know that they have also another composition which they showed before, and we will see what are they gonna do. But Icebox as well, it's a really good map for Food, and usually the attack captain on Viper there was always insane on B, and playing close super good, so it looks like hard game for Na'Vi.
Yeah, it's a huge advantage, right, for Foot to be able to win Ascent. But let's take a look at Yutajay here in the AIM Labs warm-up, because it wasn't just Charles. Yutajay, I think one of the best prospects, Kakuga, we've had all year here in VCT EMEA.
Yeah, exactly. It's not only about the insane clips and the way that he can scream. You know, in Spain, we call him the Balrog, because he looks, so, well, he looks very sweet, not like a Balrog, but every single time that he opens his mouth to scream nice, it looks like the building is going to go down. It doesn't matter where he is. I think that, of course, it helps a lot with the mentality, but also he himself, he's a brilliant player in many of those attack rounds. He does such good follow-up on everything that Foot is putting on the table.
And also, we speak about how the teams that didn't go to Shanghai have had a little bit longer than the teams that did make it. But realistically, Pipson, how much time do you think Na'Vi have had to fix things on Lotus that didn't previously look good?
I mean, I don't really know how much Na'Vi practice because they are in our group. So we didn't really practice versus them because we will have to play them next week. So I don't really know how much they put, and I cannot give you any insights. But I hope that they manage to do better than they did, and I want to see some fresh idea and not the Brimstone anymore.
Oh, okay, so the fix is the comp, right? The fix is to change the comp.
It's not even that I don't like Brimstone. I just think that in that case it becomes a very one-dimensional attack that you kind of have to explode every time with all of these smokes, like, because you cannot really apply the pressure. So
well, they listen to you. We are
like this one better?
Brimstone.
Yes, this one is good.
How
but,
good?
Like, White Jet. They decided that on every race map, they will just give Argis Jet, right? On Sunset, Argis played Jet. Previous series, when everyone playing Race. And on this map, when Race is really strong, they are playing Jet. I can understand Food because it is CNED. And we actually know that you can give CNED a 7-map Jet and it will be okay. It will be fine. He will be fine. But
I think that what I want to ask you, because you know how Sova works on this map, we saw it in the first series, and apparently it's becoming a trend. What's so good about it?
I think that the trend becomes that you need to get an information when people are pressuring A or faking it, because right now a lot of teams are getting out of Viper, and then when they pressure A or fake retake A, you kind of have to have fast information if it's fake or not, so you can over-rotate to C. Otherwise, your C is going to be consistently weak, so people starting to use some more information agents like Sova or Sky to get this info.
Well, it's a trend here. Magnum became the second player in this region to win on Lotus with Sova this year. Let's see if Angel, Pansy and Steel can follow suit.
We will find out indeed. Great to hear from Pipson there as well. Some nice little bits of insight coming through. And what do you make of this comp switch here? Coming out kind of, as I said, maybe a more Raze-friendly map to an extent, you know, however you feel about it. But we're seeing the Jet coming back through for Artis. How does that sit with you?
I'm not really sure what to expect because Na'Vi also banned this earlier in the week against Heretics. So I don't know if that means that they have something up their sleeve with this comp specifically, if they're trying to just like unlock Artis into kind of like a more comfortable area of just like let him walk around with an op, or if there's something else going on, like they're just not super comfortable and they're just, I mean, we're seeing Artis on like every map. He was doing it on Sunset as well, on Jet.
Okay, well, proofs in the pudding. I mean, CNED's still on Jet as well. We'll see how it looks in action. There's already Foot straight up walking towards Rubble. This is just a straight up brawl here. And they're going to commit. Mr. Paul has found Shout. I'd be surprised if they back away, but they are trying to temper the aggression a little bit. Artis almost with a catch there onto the follow-up. Paranoia posted to try and delay some of that further aggression. But still, blood drawn on either side.
drone still available for Angel.
Okay. Pop that through. That's going to allow Artist to step in.
No smokes. They should run through. I don't think they can just sit here in sight. They need to go and commit through to C or something.
Yeah, I think you're on the same page. The Jay's position worries me, though, because that cuts off Angel, and it makes it a little bit more uncomfortable. They should get a plant, I feel, but beyond that, it's going to be a very tough post-plant hold. Zipan still has a little bit of kit. You can see that, still curious if there is a lurk posted somewhere or someone's not quite with them, but we know that Na'Vi have all players on side. It's Zipan and Artist actually getting proactive. A valid attempt, but it doesn't work out. It was this individual attempt too. The other two players from Na'Vi over towards CT trying to play off of sight. And it's going to be down to Sugetsu and Artist to try and find some value here, because for playing as a pack, playing together, not going to make this easy. Yeah, taps on the spike, drawing all eyes through. Clock is running a little lower now, so do need to focus on that. Does get a little bit more dangerous here as Sugetsu desperate for it, but the swing and CNED almost came around with a knife out there, but do get the defuse. That won't be a problem in the end, but a highly volatile start.
Very interesting start with all that fight towards A main with the shift walking around. Shout going down early was quite unfortunate because that means that there's no smokes up. It kind of forces Na'Vi to play a certain way. But again, I'm just going to bring it back to Na'Vi playing these post plans. It doesn't really make sense to me. They could have easily played for spawn together. They had a flash on the breach still, so if they want to fight something, they should do it together. Jeez. Is that a line?
Production had fun. That's what happens when production has fun. We need to not allow that ever to happen again.
I should just talk over it next time.
Yeah, straight up. No, but yeah, I guess this does talk a little bit into that bigger picture, into that post plant. I don't mind that they went aggressive as, two of them towards CT to try and take some sort of space back. But yeah, I guess it was a little bit of an individual effort as well on the other front.
Yeah, it's like you have that flash, you can fight together, you can put the camera on the spike, wait for them, they're going to smoke either the spike or you, pop the camera when they're defusing it, spam them, flash them, peek them together, do something together, anything together.
Yeah. For now, we do see, is that an outlaw coming out? It is. Okay, so Sugetsu's gone for that, and a sheriff Angel. There's an angle there that you were hoping wasn't watched. But Angel's lost himself, and now they get to, okay. A little bit more of that. How much light armor is there? Not much more. Cracks. He's down to 25. Well, on 25 armor, so that is going to be one factor to this. So he's got to be a little bit careful.
Trick shots.
Yeah, the Jay going to find Artist though. Shao, the danger man. Bulldog in play. Plant going to be coming in as well. They've made this look a little bit more doable, to say the least. God, Sugetsu showing off now. Give us another.
Just look at the weapons. You'd think Na'Vi was the team on Eco here.
You're absolutely right. 2 Bulldogs now in hand. Zipan's got one for himself as well. Mr. Fallen was on the Sheriff. You've only got Spectre with the Jay. The time going to start ticking a little bit quicker now. Forced to fight and naturally falls. Jay gets a fair fight on it. And how has this turned on its head? It shouldn't be this way. Na'Vi had everything there, Josh.
Not again.
What's with these second rounds, man?
They have the winning situation, but again, what happens? First guy peeks, it's Sugetsu. He misses his outlaw shots from the tree room. And then it's next. It's another isolated 1 versus 1. Then it comes down to 1 versus 2. He's getting peeked from 2 different angles, running out of ammo. And then again, like these rounds slip away so easily if you don't play with the discipline. That's what Na'Vi's missing. It's the discipline.
Which, for some reason, my brain just doesn't like hearing Na'Vi and not disciplined. You know what I mean? Even historically. And as it stands, you're not wrong. But look at the state of these buys. What is this? We've got Operator for CNED, Outlaw still out for Jay. That I imagine got collected probably from that last round. But still, on the other side, rifles galore for Na'Vi. So it's really on CNED to find masses of value with this, or make sure he doesn't lose it. A lot of pressure over towards Ada Captain as well, on towards Tree. Na'Vi just testing the waters, not overly enamored with the idea of continuing down this path, but a lot of presence shown early.
Heavy shields for 4 players of Na'Vi. That outlaw not going to do much, but the op could be devastating.
Yeah, pretty much cuts off C, doesn't it? Makes it incredibly hard to hit towards. Do still have Zipan with all, all the kit and caboodle, but still. See timing on this. Yeah, Jake, lucky boy. Gets to be alive for a moment longer. Sugetsu slowly creeping in. It felt like it was going to be that B hit, but actually does CNED land his shots this time.
Drone, dart, flash, stun, anything. Oof.
Okay, they get away with their life. They could have invested a little earlier into that, but now the drone's going to go up. Should be forced off the angle further. Stuns there, he's been caught. Yeah, he's in trouble now. Trying to stick around as long as he can. Does eventually relinquish that pressure. Has a little bit of a glance, but with 23 seconds, they need to make sure they get this plant down and nothing denies it. I'm looking towards Cracks. Does he have anything to maybe dissuade it? No, not really at this point. Plant is coming in and it's safe. Zipan gets the spike down here. A little bit of chip damage, but Na'Vi can now slip away and sit into a post plant and hopefully hold it, considering the weapons they have. CNED probably not wanting to over-invest on his pathing here. Need the rest of Foot to really set this in motion if they want to go for this fully. That Bulldog was to fall in, that Stinger in play. It's Zipan on the site. Foot are close by now. This is going to be buying precious seconds here. Xiao, the first one to truly draw blood. Looking for a follow-up as well. It's going to be Artis. Nicely done here. Na'Vi holding well, and CNED wants out of there. Time to run, time to back away. Na'Vi, first mark on the board for them now. A little scared on that first just jump spot out back by Mound, but they managed to make it past.
I was nervous because it was such a wide jump spot. Yeah. But I like the follow-up. You get the drone spots on the radar. It doesn't even have to get the tag. Reach falls up with a stun. Guess what? You can't scope it in with the yacht. And then they just go and take that space right away. And they played this post play relatively well. They played together, side by side. They had a good counter stun on the initial retake there. And then they were able to hold everything, basically. CNED getting away with the op. It's going to be a danger.
Yeah, now we get the buy. Now, where does CNED play with it this time? That's a kind of curious part, because he's shown that maybe C was where he was initially starting. Is there going to be an adjustment? It looks like it. Moving over towards door, it looks like. We did see the Na'Vi prioritizing this control early on here. Artis going to post a couple of blind shots through. Obviously going to have heard that door being broken. They're testing. That was enough of a body to be seen. CNED aware of the presence and for the follow-up shot over by Rubble. So an early man advantage now for Foot.
I like how he could have just waited a few seconds for the smoke to dissipate and then like peek from a weird off angle up top. But jump spotted while the smoke was still up. Angel slipped into blue.
He's actually managed to make it pretty far. Has been noted on his route in, so he's not going to be unconsidered or left to his own devices completely, but still, this does slow down someone like CNED, who can't really flex back in this way. He'll be kept in check. The plant can be slowed down, and it's actually CNED to connect. Finds Angel. Nice work here from him. He's done good damage. Starting the round and then chipping away just as the plant comes in. But now it's on the rest of Foot to try and match that pace. But Na'Vi showing some of that resistance. CNED's option starting to close here. He did so much early. It really isn't going to be much to be found at this point.
Cracks realizing that this is a lost cause. Yeah. You know, sometimes watching Na'Vi, I sometimes forget like how good some of these players individually are until a round like this comes out and you get to see Sugetsu and Zipan fighting together, and even Xiao. And in some instances, he's been quiet the last, I guess, this entire week, but at one point in time, like, he was a menace.
Yeah, the scary factor is that the potential of Na'Vi is always exceptionally high. It's whether or not it feels like maybe the meta suits them. Are they playing in form? Are they playing together? Do they have that synergy? You know, if they get all the green flags, they're one of the scariest teams to face. And I think everyone internationally remembers that. And you kind of think, God, if they hit that form, if only. And it is glimmers of it, though. It's not consistent at the moment. They have not had that consistency for some time. But you see it in moments like that, as you said. After we've had CNED find 2 first picks. Very well done from him. And yet the tides can still turn when Na'Vi remember a little bit of who they are. Back to business, however, and it's similar scenes. They've managed to navigate this way further from CNED's view. This puts it down to Captain. Very difficult to find a stronger hold from this position, especially with a Stinger. Yeah, he can be a nuisance, but he's already fallen. So the site is open. The flank's there, yes. What more are you meant to do? Yeah, Sugetsu.
Where is everyone hiding?
You shouldn't be doing that when there's still a whole lot of players alive, because it gets a little bit uncomfortable if you mess it up. Sugetsu, you better land your shots, and he does go down on a 1-for-1 trade out in the end. And now into a 2v2. Cracks and Mr. Fallen. 3 kills for Cracks in this round. TP.
Right
Gives Mr.
there.
Fallen at least a weapon to play with. Not ideal, but it's a weapon nonetheless. Maybe look at, yeah, there it is. Sugetsu's Vandal.
Last player standing.
And a banging shot.
Cover going
Zhao. Not going to be happy about this one, are you? But they've got the clock against them as well. Zhao needs to play this perfectly, though. Difficult, tricky against 2. A tap on the spike, and they found him. Devastating after what was shooting a body mid-round. If you're going to give it, you better be ready to deliver on it too, and Foot just laugh at them.
This is so reminiscent of last map as well. It's just those situations, you know where both of the players are. Artist, why are you peeking there in that 2 versus 2? Boy pen.
How many chances?
Yeah. Well done.
Sliggy's sending out his agents
Yeah.
now. He's actually sending them in person. We've got Lexi coming out and everything. There's no escaping him.
Like, this peek was completely unnecessary from Artist. We're seeing CNET again, just like, he's trying to break it down low enough that he could break it with a classic easily. But again, it's reminiscent of that Ascent, where he's just caught out in the open, again, with his op. I think I've seen more rounds with the op saved. Whoa.
Hold on, hold on, hold on. This is all getting a little bit mad here. CNED gets away unscathed. He's kind of forced to commit to this for a little bit longer, though. But the one-way should give him safe exit, but that was right on a knife's edge.
Yeah, just stalled each other out with just traded utility, reset the round a little bit, got info on what the initial setup was. I've seen more saves with the op than I've seen op kills, but right here. Good opening pick from Artis.
Really well done. He'll be happy with that. But there's quick rotations. This is completely free. Look at the captain. Does he spot? Yeah, he knows it. Here's them trying to fly on through. Maybe not expecting players to be there that quickly, but again, what's the plan now?
There is no plan. That's the plan.
Yeah, Angel, walk up, kill CNED. Thanks. Do that every time. And now Na'Vi just start hitting shots. Finding Foot in uncomfortable positions. You see Kratz tempted to try and sneak in here, but you gotta feel he should be watched, and he is. Zipan just kind of rears his head up, and Mr. Fallen. Shots in the dark, but close enough that he wants to back away. What was this round, Josh?
I don't know. Like, the initial trade of utility makes sense. Okay, we're going to cancel out. We have the information. Let's go back to C's. Artist, beautiful opening pick onto Yedajay. Holding C with, I think he had an outlaw, perhaps it was not. Great. But then you have 1 player towards B, it's Sugetsu. You have 1 player towards A, it's Angel. You have 3 players towards C. You got that opening pick. You know that the Vipers come and stabilize it. You just threaten the cross with the smoke. Why go in? Alone.
Yeah.
Maybe it sets up this kill from Angel, and maybe then Sugetsu is able to get another kill out front B. Maybe that death made this round happen. Let's just say that. Let's just be happy with that.
I feel like you're having a meltdown. Are you all right?
I'm having fun. A jolly old time.
Yeah, and I think Foot not happy with how this has been going so far. Going to slow things down a little. They have all the ults in the world to work with. Sadly, not a purchase to pull alongside it, so they will be down on a lighter buy no matter which way you cut it. Guardians share it however they want to, try and spread the wealth. But a back and forth couple of rounds. But Na'Vi, it feels unorthodox, and it feels like they're getting away with things they shouldn't sometimes. As I said, that Angel walk-up felt very strange, but as I said, maybe it was all the master plan in the end. But it leaves you wondering, because how are you meant to deal with it if you're Foot as well?
Well, it's CNET again, just caught kind of like shift walking around in the open to a lurker. And it's like, yeah, it's a little bit convincing, but all they've really seen as confirmed info is that Artis is towards C, got that opening kill onto Yedajay, and then coming into the site and died. That's the only information. Where is the Cypher? Where's the Sova? We haven't seen the dart, the drone, we haven't seen the camera, we haven't seen even follow-up players, we haven't seen where the Omen is, or the Breach. We haven't seen any of that. So where are we actually moving to, and why?
Yeah, a couple of those questions could be brought forward here, and you kind of hope that the coach checks in on that, maybe kind of tightening things up here, because a chance given, Na'Vi will take. You can't leave them with these opportunities. Did hear the Blade Storm come out. So that's going to be over towards the A side. In CNED's hands, of course. And Na'Vi this time will get early rubble control. Nice bit of chip damage on Angel there. Straight through the wall. What you do off the back of this, though? Because, again, you can't overly read into anything. And it's Artis, again, gives them that entry. Do we see a drift up from CNED? Is he considering walking back in? This time it's confirmed attendance, at least that Na'Vi are here. They have shot a couple of times. Spike's still yet to move. It's actually Yevjay. I don't know how the hell he got that one. I have to see that one back. Maybe just...
Oh, they opened the door
did he actually open
and
it?
took the duel. Yeah, it had to have been. It wasn't a wall shot.
Yeah. And CNED has shifted forward. It's actually Mr. Fallen who gets the shot too, so they may not know about CNED on this. Angel should have probably shouldered that, so he's got at least the information, but they've lost out on that man advantage now at a 4v3. Zipan still has that ult to play here, though. They do feel like they have a chance, and you can see that Foot so far aren't really playing close by
30
to this.
seconds left.
I think the rotation is going to come from Yetterjay opening the door and throwing the hat onto Artis' dead body, just to get the information of where these guys are going to go once they set up in this post plant, when they have C-Site, because they have the Breach ultimate. As soon as the Cypher scan happens, they're going to open the door, they're going to use the Breach ulti.
Oh, wow. Wait,
What
CNED?
is...
Where was that? Was that...
It was
again,
a waterfall.
Either he was over the top of waterfall or he just caught someone maybe walking up towards site. I'm not certain, but CNED again, just 2 HP. He's trying, but time. Time.
Happening?
I don't know what just happened that round. That was a really bizarre round. It's not just me, right?
That was like a Na'Vi 2015 CS round.
Na'Vi-esque timing. Start moving at 30 seconds.
And then run out of time
Yeah.
for no reason.
Okay, so that was the that was
was
when
the
we
first.
thought, right, okay. Cool. This is what I was waiting on. Where did he get this
Someone's
kill?
walk pushing in.
Oh,
Well,
Angel pushed up on that?
you sound surprised.
Yeah, no, you're right. Yep.
It's like you haven't been listening to anything I said the entire last map.
Because sometimes I hope for better, Josh.
Okay.
You know, I'm
The
praying
optimist,
for
the
better
pessimist,
days.
yeah.
That's it. Like, you know. Here we are, 4-3. Can they find consistency in this, though? I'm trying to bring it back, man. Even I'm losing my mind. But the trip's been dealt with. CNED, you're brave to re-peek that. Maybe a little unnecessary to go back in, as Na'Vi were really staking their claim towards this early control on Rubble. And Yetterjay goes for it as well. Stop feeding the beast. They're going to happily greet this with a smile. Not sure what the plan was. They had the pit down towards C. They had safety in that. Maybe a little unnecessary, and now it all falls onto the shoulders of Mr. Fallen and Cracks.
You know, I think your optimism's rubbing off on me a little bit. I'm finally starting to see it from both teams, because CNED's doing this so often this game, and Na'Vi's been doing it as well. They're consistent. They are consistent. They're consistently inconsistent.
I'm sorry, I've driven you absolutely mental. Angel has cleared Cracks, so things going from bad to worse here. This then kind of pendulum swings into the hands more of a captain, but you got 5 against you, and they're about to get the plant down. Artis going to shift up a little closer, does give them a step, but you can already see the damage coming in. Unconfirmed, yes, but it's just not going to work out. Angel taking a walk around. Yeah, he's going to hear at least some of this as well, and that's going to be a player move. Not sure if he noted Mr. Fallen, but he seems very heads up about it. Mr. Fallen may not even be able to keep this rifle.
Cover going out.
What are your thoughts? Do we get to see Hunter's Fury this half from Angel?
Why are you doing this to me? You know when, like, you know, the Reddit threads start and they're like, oh, still so negative. He's even making Pansy negative. Yeah, well, finally able to say how I feel, you know?
I wouldn't be so negative. You didn't always, you know...
Right. Ask you honest questions, or... Oh, you...
Yeah, Fnatic, are we allowed to say the G word?
I don't even know what G word you're going.
Glazing?
Oh, right. Yeah, no, you can.
Okay.
You can.
You can. It's been done.
Yeah. Fortunately, I don't think I've had to cast Fnatic for a minute, because they've stopped doing deep runs at tournaments.
Ooh, that's always... that's always...
It's almost like Fnatic just win a lot, or at least used to. And I used to cast a lot of the finals games. It's weird. DLR in absolute shambles. Can't understand it. I put them there. It's crazy.
So much bias.
I used to hate watching Fnatic too. I'm kidding.
And now you love to watch them because they're losing, or what?
Yeah, I love an underdog. I can't help myself. Anyway,
Okay.
CNED, let's see what you've got this time. That was a tag, I think, on Yetterjay. Oh, no, it was Cracks, excuse me. So he's going to have to walk away. A little worse for wear.
Here.
Still an early scramble of a fight.
Well, you use the Hunter's Fury.
Yep. Does that make you feel better now?
A little bit.
Cool.
Yeah. I mean, at least it was used. because he's had it, again, for a few rounds, and I think that's one of the things that Na'Vi could work on is their ultimate usage.
Yeah. I mean,
using them off cooldown, like, why sit on them for multiple rounds?
It does feel as though we kind of see certain teams really do well at it and kind of excel in that instance, and you can see the validity in the idea, and others kind of maybe wait for the perfect moment that may not always present itself.
Yeah. I think Heretics and KC are perfect examples of that.
I'm in complete agreement. It was Heretics that always comes to mind when you know, you kind of talk about it, but KC, yeah, absolutely in the same category. But now it's going to be a side take coming in, and the lesser weapons actually succeeding so far, and Mr. Fallen just going to be pacing around the site here, looking for a follow-up. He might get it. No, outdone in the end, but you can see the ults coming through from either side. J with a chance. The information, though, going to make it trickier to find any sort of freebie. Sugetsu and Zip, and you imagine they'll play this together. Oh my god, okay. A 1v1? Oh my god. Oh my god, it's fine. Sugetsu's there. 5 for Na'Vi. I don't even know if that deserved the golf clap crowd. You guys are kinder than we are, but that was a dangerous moment, really. I don't know how it got down to being that dangerous, even in that 2v1.
Just watching you kind of like watch that round, like you're kind of like sniffing spoiled milk or something, your body like fully recoiling. Like, what is going on there? But again, yeah, I mean, it is this, the discipline issue. It comes down to these really fine margins where players are slowly repositioning. They're not together. They don't know where to expect these players to come from, and it gets really close.
Trying to make an early play towards middle, but no real opportunity to swing off the back of it. So again, we kind of go back to what we know here, which is Na'Vi taking this rubble space.
Don't overextend.
But we love to do that. We did that every single time. And actually, do they re-peek it? They actually got the shot on Xiao that time. Still. Do you remember they gave Xiao 2 kills from that doorway?
Shadows traveling.
Maybe not opting for it here. It is going to be J sitting deeper this time. Maybe just wait and see if anyone's daring to push through it. That still has his util, so he could force them off these angles. Yeah, going to make him fall away. This is going to take the space that he's given him. CNED wants to come back in towards the side here. J on the fight as well. Nice face together there. Playing in unison and actually giving Na'Vi very few options. This is difficult for Na'Vi. Positions all very much seen, no real threats towards A. This is very, very tough. Even spotting out where Xiao's currently residing, maybe that door's going to apply a little bit more pressure towards him. CNED's caught Zipan trying to lean a little further forward, and now the captain should be aware of the chance. He is, but much better in that round.
That was an Andalusia flawless from these guys as well. It was just Foot just one step ahead, but I have to just like point it out again. I don't mean to do this. I don't want to do this. Like, please give me any excuse not to do this. But the pressure early on towards B, right? Foot realizes, hey, like we've pushed this off. We know it's just this one player, it's Sugetsu. We broke the trip. We're gonna rotate towards where the next noise is, which is A. And guess who's walking into our screen?
Yeah, your favorite.
My favorite.
Crazy you hate Angel. I thought you two would be best friends after, you know, the CS dynasty and everything. No.
Just because we're both 44 years old doesn't mean that like we have this sort of...
How old are you? Are you older than me?
I might be... I think we're the same age.
Oh, God. It's over. It's straight up over. Na'Vi pausing here. A close game, though. Yeah, it's been kind of scrappy and messy from both sides, and you can see some faults being shown here. But it is being kept at a close scoreline, 5 apiece. I don't know which way this is going to tilt, because CNED's not, you know, having the same issues as having the last map. He has been somewhat present in this a little bit more. He was struggling to kind of get the ball rolling, it felt like, in a couple of the rounds on at least Descent. Here seems a little bit more consistent on the other side. It just feels hard to pin down what the overall ethos is coming in for Na'Vi.
It is. I'm trying to, like, let the cogs work in my brain and just give you an answer. But I just don't have one.
No. And I think that's the fact here, is that it's a little bit hard to kind of pin them down. And it comes back to a touch of the Heretics game as well, that it was very hard to see what they were trying to achieve. Obviously, it was a much starker contrast to this scoreline, but still, let's see what they've got here. Right back towards Rubble. And it looks quite all in, really. It doesn't seem like there's much subtlety to this. They might be fully aware now that they do have pretty much just one on the side, which is Mr. Fallen here. Pressure, yes, from the CT side of things, and Mr. Fallen does need to show his hand. And Artis? I don't know if there was maybe a miscomm on that or just simply tunnel visioned in, but he gets found. That could have been what felt like a 5v4, but actually still success. Zipan lands a shot. Cracks, though, going to take towards the site. Does go down in the end, but the counter swing comes out from Ada Captain. A little out of kilter, but it works nonetheless. And now a 2v2. Ada Captain creeping closer. A tap on the spike. Ada Captain! He's got another as well. Beautifully played by him in the end. Yeah, the J fell in the meantime. But Foot get the lead up to 6. See if they can keep that in towards the half.
The only thing that makes sense to me there in that round with Artis being in that position is that he thought his teammates came through tree when they opened the door, but that Viper wall up maybe made them pause and not come through. There's some sort of communication issue. That's the only thing that really makes sense to me. Because Ada Captain is in that tree room like every round, basically. Yeah. There's someone in there for a Foot every single round.
Operator back out now. Up against a broken buy, no real ults. I mean, they could maybe strive to get Zipans or Artises, but it's not going to be an easy one. Maybe Zipans is a little bit easier than anything, but still.
Cena needs to break the drone. If Angel uses the drone here, needs to break it to set the other J up. That smoke coming in is going to allow him. Oh, he's in the stays.
See when this comes in, you can see the outer being waited on. Not ready too. Here comes the smokes. Very choreographed hit. Yeah, the J's been very much caught in this one. Artis trying to find his man.
Hello.
It's fine. As long as he gets the kill in the end, it's fine. It may not be fine. Cena's on the site. Now suddenly it's all going topsy-turvy. Held at the door.
Oh no.
Denied entry. Doesn't need to overdo things here. The plant certainly not going down anytime soon. Na'Vi need other options, and maybe Sugetsu can give them that. But with only a Sheriff, it's not going to be easy. With this pause, it might allow that consideration to come into place for Foot as well, that they could pivot elsewhere.
I think they should just use like a dart on A, let Sugetsu tell them where the rotations are happening.
Left.
Where are they going for?
They're...
Are they worried someone's still on A, maybe?
Plant the spike.
Yeah, they're playing at the corner of the site, which is going to allow them to peek it from a lobby.
Now we've got to see what that lurk does here, right? Sugetsu, how much does he get to hear? Yeah, okay. There's the info.
At least 2, maybe 3.
Yep. He's going to try and match that timing, or, you know, try and slip behind them potentially. Catch him on the way. Yeah.
They're way too aware of Heaven, though.
Yeah, they're also very aware of this lurk now, spotting it out, but they got to get a move on. Still need to deal with the players on the side, and Zipan does have that Guardian. That's the big factor here. Lovely shot, the first big trade. Completely unaware of the fact that Mr. Fallen could even be here. Does drift out into the eyes of Sugetsu, but a tap on the spike should draw the attention. Zened takes out Sugetsu and finishes with a flourish, keeping Foot up towards 7, and Na'Vi held on 5 at the half.
He's back.
That's all it took. 7-5 though. Do you think that's a fair scoreline for what we've seen, or do you think too close, too one-sided? Do you think that's a fair assessment of the quality we've seen from both sides?
I think it's fair. I think Foot has probably shown a little bit higher degree of play this game so far, and I think that's reflected in the scoreline. They're just ahead by a couple of rounds.
Yep.
Navi's not playing horribly, but they could be playing way better. They need to tighten up a lot of these rounds where it comes to discipline issues.
Okay. Side swap.
Side swap.
Attack now for Foot. Na'Vi on the defending. Ooh, dear. Let's see. Maybe trickier. Maybe to... I don't know. You know what? Wait and see. I'm happy to wait and see. Oh, God. Well, that's a nightmare. That's a nightmare, isn't it?
Just solo on A, just runs up with a Sheriff alone.
And I'm such an apologist constantly for Artis as well. Like, you know, after, I think he was on Ascent, you know, the clip he got against, like, DRX. The guy is a god. When he hits that form, he is unbloody believable. But man, sometimes it's rough.
It just makes you think, like, what are the instances happening in practice where he's, like, running up there, not getting punished, and just getting kills?
Yeah, what's allowed him to think that was a genuine possibility? Like, genuinely, is there, like, utility that's meant to go alongside that? Is there meant to be support that wasn't there? You know, what set that in motion. But here we
with
go.
the flash.
Yeah, this okay. That just forces CNED forward.
Okay.
And he's fine, and there's no one to close down on any of that utility. Okay, we've got a paranoia, and that's coupled with Zipan, the last bit of kit that they've got here, and somehow they managed to stay alive, but fully blind. They come out of it. They just couldn't land the shots in time. It's all going from bad to worse, and to get to, you got to face the music. Stand and fight and fall. They'll win the first and the second. Scoreline getting steps away now from Na'Vi.
I think this is where Foot's going to start running away with the game. It's going to be like a 13-6, maybe 7 type of thing. Because I think like having both the pistols, having a string of 4 rounds in a row, I think this is going to be doing really well for their whole like mental. They're a momentum-based team. They won the first map. They can see the end of the tunnel. They can see the victory right there. Whereas Na'Vi, they need to win a few rounds just to bring it back to, you know, to tie up this map. Then they have to win this map and take it to a third.
Yeah, you feel like you're kind of in the mud, right? It's a real slog of an affair to kind of bring this back through, but a couple of good rounds could alleviate that. Going for a bit of a gamble this time, it looks like Na'Vi. Let's Foot wait patiently, holding pretty much a default.
Camera taken out.
All info. Here. Not particularly telling at this point at all. This could be Zipan and Ardis on one side. Yeah, he's just not getting any play here, is he? Zipan quickly cleared, and that's yeah, gateway open.
But I mean, he could get play, but he's just forcing these situations, right?
Yeah. Don't be mean to Ardis, I'll fight you. You can have Angel, but not Ardis, all right? For now, though, Foot just, yeah, step by step. It's just, it's so individual, isn't it? And Mr. Falling on for the ace here. Might as well give it a go if he fancies. Sugetsu. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. They're trying to play it in. They're trying to let him have it. Oh, he gets to slip away even further. Mr. Falling trying to chase him down.
30 seconds left.
Sugetsu. Oh, he even denied it in the end. He actually took 2 with him, which is wild, but still. You're right, Foot taking steps now. This is, you know, it's starting to get scary, you know, more and more uphill.
Well, it's like a perfect indicator of like the whole like vibe situation, the momentum situation, that the fact that they're running away from the last player to allow the ace to happen. Like, you don't do that when you're just like, oh man, this is a really intense game. You're doing that when you're feeling like confident enough that we could go for these types of like lazy things and still come out on top. So they must be feeling really good in that Foot camp.
Are you a member of the Foot camp?
We're talking about people not getting any play. We're talking about the Foot camp. Not sure what's going on right now.
Look, is it after the watershed? I don't even know. It's like 9:30. Probably have to behave for another half an hour or so. Right, bring it back into... I was going to say bring it back into toe, but that feels a little too on the nose, doesn't it? For now, though, we do see a lighter investment, obviously, from Foot here, up against the rifles coming out from Na'Vi. That's going to be Sugetsu with the challenge. He's in a whole lot of trouble, is that man? Blinded, but somehow not punished. They seem aware that he could be here, but we've got to see if they can close it down in time, because Zipan's already chipping away at a captain. Good pick up there from Krax. Swings it, and now it's looking likely like the plant is on the cards. See, they're already watching towards that heaven side in case anyone tries to get proactive and drop down ahead, but no challenges as of yet. Ardis is a mile away.
I'm not sure what Na'Vi is doing right now. They've wasted Dart. They've wasted Aftershock, they've wasted a Flash.
Yeah, I wish I could answer. I wish I could answer you, but there's 2 rifles, one with CNED and one with Mr. Fallen. Yeah, there's a Bulldog, and there's still that Outlaw, but yeah, Foot holding the line perfectly. Mr. Fallen will be forced off this, might die for it. Yeah, he does. Nice first clear, but CNED still holding safe. Making sure that cross can't happen, and look at these crossfires. It's a very hard angle to find any way out of, and they don't. Foot shut down the account. It's double digits now, 10 to their name. And, I want to make excuses for Na'Vi, but again, this is running out of steam for them here.
I got it. We got to get him antihistamines, right? Hear me out.
God.
They have allergies. Whenever they have to play together and use teamwork, they just start breaking out, right? They have all these issues.
Hives.
They get hives. Yeah. You know, it's hard to breathe, itchy eyes, watery eyes. I don't know, just like everything happening, right?
This sounds like the Zaiwu like weather in France thing. All right, we're not there yet. We're not there yet. We're not going that deep down. Do you know what? I'll throw it out there. I wonder if Na'Vi are already trying to mostly prep for that. You know, the meta changes coming in, that maybe these games, hey, they're brutal. We get to basically face the top of the board, right? You get Foot, you get Heretics. And maybe they're already looking towards that Neon, that ISO. Like, yeah, I'm trying, man.
I don't know what day they play next week, but that day that they play, if they're running this jet comp again,
don't do it tonight.
I'm gonna bring this back up.
Okay, well, we could put a little wager on that one. We'll put a little wager on that. Don't worry.
I abstain from wagers.
Okay. All right, I'll stay away from Fnatic. You stay away from wagers. Well, you know, they'll do. Christ, Josh. Please, man. Please. Come on, Na'Vi. Show us something. Give us a glance here. Map 1 was competitive. It was 11-13. Yeah, it was a little messy here and there, but they had something. Feels like it's starting to capitulate, fall to pieces in this one. Held on 5 here with a perfect start coming out from Foot in the second half. It hasn't felt that threatening yet. But away we go. Foot. Glancing, showing presence towards Mound early on, but still holding this detail, maybe expecting some aggression, and it's just light work for Yeta J. And that's Zipan found and removed within a blink of an eye.
I just wonder if every first kill has happened this half towards A main in the favor of Foot.
Yeah. I mean, God, that does remind me of the first kind of blood stats that were coming out of that Heretics game, where I don't think Na'Vi, I think they got like 2 first kills.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think they had 4 over the series and 3 round wins or something, yeah.
And it's not looking like 6 is going to be happening here, but again, can they do damage? I do think it's hard to kind of say, because I know, you know, we talk bigger picture, silver linings. You kind of talk about, you know, doing economic damage, you know, building up ults, all, you know, all the additional stuff. But when you've got 10 rounds against you, you've been held on 5. You kind of just need a round, if I'm honest, boys. There's not much more to it. Obviously, they'd get it if they could, but for now, Foot moving in force,
30 seconds
straight over towards the A side. They've been beaten to the punch. Angel is here. Sugetsu and Ardis, and that's a shot.
Oh, missed smoke.
Exactly, a little bit of a gap there to play from. Shock dart, how much does that achieve? A little bit of chip, but not enough to really deny anything. Cracks can retake the angle, spots the barrel, and he's taken out Angel. Ardis goes down, leaving just Sugetsu in a 1v3. Can he do anything? Picks up a rifle. Jump spots, but so paranoid about all the other angles. We can see where they all are. It is 3 in a line, and it's 11 for Foot. Step by step here, Josh, they're getting so close to that 12.
They have that Breach Rolling Thunder as well to help achieve that goal. Bladestorm on CNET if they need to use it, but they might just save that for a rainy day. Mr. Fallen with his ultimate as well could get some information, especially if they're able to isolate where Sugetsu is. He's usually been this entire, not this entire series, but this map, he's kind of been alone a lot of the times. If they can find out where he is using the Omen TP, maybe they can just like run at him, target him with a Breach Rolling Thunder, and just overload that site.
It's kind of now or never. And Ardis stands and commits, does get out of there. Had a chance of drawing blood then. It was only for a moment's time, but it looks like they're
wants to go into it. Yeah, they got a Rolling Thunder. Why not?
What does Ardis do with it now? He's stuck on the site here. He should be dead to rights, and he is. CNET clears him in a heartbeat, and the C site is theirs. Zipan doesn't have his ult. He's 1 off from it, but he can't do much to deny this plant here. A couple of shots, hoping that it finds a target, and it's not.
I know exactly where you are.
All on top. It's all seen. It might all be done. 12 beckoning. These 4 Na'Vi players better be on their money. And they're not so far. Angel's gone down. It's down to 3 here. Chow looking to step forward through those smokes. Try and find a way in, at least close towards the spike. But there's just an army weighing on the other side. A firing squad. Locked and loaded. Zip and Sugetsu. You did some good damage. You got your ult, I guess. But still, this round's done. And that's going to be 12 for Foot. Josh, this one's looking done, mate.
Tough. If you're Na'Vi right now, you don't really have those options because that's another round where
match point.
You lose that first kill. It's almost like they don't know how to read what's going on. Like individually, I don't know what the overall game plan is, but individually they're in the wrong place at the wrong time. and they're getting caught out, and they're trying to force fights that they don't need to force. And right there, start of the round, he knows that they have a Rolling Thunder. He knows that he's missed his shot and they've found out where he is. But instead of getting out of the site, he stays there. But his next closest teammate is Waterfall and cannot assist.
Beamer's just like grinning ear to ear right now. Watching the scenes, but right back in, no resistance. Paranoia good. CNED doesn't find the initial target he was after, but he finds a follow-up on towards Angel. And he's got a shorty waiting.
Oh, God.
Does he get... Oh!
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, he's just feeling the game. They're just confident now. Just trying to snowball this one out. Challenge to get to. This is a lot to ask. And they're held here. Foot working back through. The smoke goes up. Gonna make it difficult. Whether they respect it or not. There we go. Spike's gone. It's back in hand. Yeah, they get the info, but Foot's on the run. CNED waiting. It's yet a J to connect. It's looking all but over. It's looking done, and it is. Just styling on him at the end. That felt a little too easy on that second half there, if I'm honest. Foot looked good. Yes, there are some up and down rounds, Josh, but overall they close out the game. At least they won it clean. They didn't let that go too far out of hand. Didn't let Na'Vi back in at all.
Yeah, and early into that, I think it was like 8-5. I'm just knowing that Foot is going to just start steamrolling. Yeah. I thought Na'Vi would at least post up 1, maybe 2 rounds at least before, like not give up without any fight at all. But it looked like they just rolled over. Foot in full control. And yeah, we're just going to need to see more. And hopefully there is this copium with a little bit of truth that,
yes.
Yeah, once these new agent patch changes come into effect, we're going to start seeing something change up a little bit.
Right? Yeah.
But like when I actually look and assess what is actually going on, it doesn't matter what agents they're on.
No, I know. Yeah, hopium aside, copium aside. Credit where it's due. Foot didn't fall into the traps that could have been set before them. They held themselves to a higher standard and they make it through this game quite cleanly in the end. Yes, map 1 was close. It was, a good game, somewhat, a little bit messy here and there, but a 2-0 result is fantastic for Foot. They'll be pleased with that result now today, managing to look clean in the second map. And yes, for Na'Vi on the other side, I think we do need to ask the bigger questions. We need to see a lot of difference. Yes, their next opponents are a little bit easier, but we need to see them looking better, Josh. I think that is the long and short of it. However, we do have a dual treat for you guys at home. We will be going over to the post part in just a moment's time, and I think Mr. Fallen might be joining them, so stick around for that one, as we'll catch you tomorrow.
That's right, Pansy. Welcome, everybody, to Postplan. We will be joined by Mr. Farland from Foot in just a moment. But for now, me and Ash are going to have a little catch-up because Foot, they came into this stage as the first team in the table. And Ash, I would be very, very surprised after that performance if they don't end the season as the first team on that table.
I think it's pretty undeniable at this point, the prowess of Foot and how strong they look this year, because you also have to consider they're coming back off the back of Master Shanghai. They had their super week this week. Into week 1, they had to play 2 matches. And the fact that they're able to do so dominantly up against a team like Na'Vi in this last series says a lot about their endurance.
I am a little bit worried about Na'Vi though. Since the inception of this roster, the core of Angel, Xiao and Zipan, they have never, ever, ever lost 3 in a row by being 2-0. So they haven't won a single map, Ash, in 3 best-of-3 series. That's really concerning.
It's pretty terrifying, but we also have to keep in mind for this Na'Vi that they're also going through those coaching staff changes, right? Latex obviously stepping up for the team, Vlad joining the team, but behind the scenes, we can't really say much as to how that's maybe affected the environment for the team as a whole, but it is very scary. At the very least, they did get their 2 hardest opponents, in theory, in their group out of the way today. Not just today, well, this week. But so things could be a bit more smooth sailing going forward.
I mean, they could easily make playoffs here still. We do have Mr. Fall in the studio, but before we bring him on, let's take a look at the Pay Save card play of the week, which goes to Safe. In the Pay Save card play of the week. Definitely didn't rig this one, but what an incredible ace this was. As we bring Mr. Fallen onto set right now and get him to join us.
Yeah, no, this was disgusting. This clip, you're going to see the replay of it as well. Just running it back for you guys once again. It looked impossible for Safe to actually win out this round. What do you make of this, Ace, actually? Here?
Have you seen this?
Yeah, I've seen this.
Yeah, what did you think of it?
That's kind of insane, actually. Yeah, just it's a massive kill, I can say about that.
I mean, you guys were absolutely insane today as well. First of all, huge win today, Mr. Farland. Massive congratulations. I want to quickly talk about the map vetoes because we had N here, the coach of KC, with us, and he saw the map vetoes and he was immediately like, oh, this is looking pretty good for Foot. You know, this is a map pool that he felt like you guys could win. But Ascent is always such a tough ask. When you play against Na'Vi on Ascent, I feel like you're always going to have a really, really big challenge. So how did you beat them on that map? You're actually the first team to beat them all year on that map.
Actually, while the whole year we always do the best of the map vetoes every time because you can just win on the on the paper if you just get the right maps every time. And we know exactly they're gonna take Ascent after the Heretics loss, so we just say, guys, they are might be the best Ascent team, but we're just gonna play our game style and we're gonna win. We all know that, so just keep your game style in and just play it. That's all.
But you knew, right? You knew the Ascent was coming.
We knew.
You could prepare for that.
Yeah, we know that.
Yeah, I mean, they prepared well as well, Ash. I felt like they played it very, very well on that map.
No, they looked good. I mean, I'm just even thinking back to when we had CNET on the post point. He was like, yeah, I don't find any other offers too oppressive or annoying to play against. And he didn't have to face up against the artist op too many times, but he was good at just sniffing him out of a lot of those positions. But then looking over towards Lotus, it was a very dominant second half for you guys, obviously. Where do you think a lot of that success led to, other than CNET just popping off?
You were popping off as well.
Yeah, you were. You were killing it.
Huge kills. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, actually, I think the Korean match just I don't know, just taught us a lot because on Korean match they didn't play Lotus much too, but we know exactly Na'Vi is not playing Lotus too. So guys, we are not going to do the same mistakes against on Na'Vi because on Korean matches we are not on the match and everyone just knows that, guys. We wasn't in the match, so we couldn't take any pistols on the match. So every time we just say that, guys, if we take pistols and we I don't know, we have on the
momentum.
huge advantage, we have the momentum, like, you know, if we get 3-0 or 2-0 on the map, we can just win that map easily and everyone just knows that. So on Lotus, we just figured out what I was doing and fix our mistakes, just play it.
I love this evolution of your Lotus because obviously you guys went through that comp, which we all know and love, to this comp. And I am at least a little bit surprised because, as you would have seen, a lot of teams that are playing Lotus right now just straight up don't want to play the Viper. They've gotten rid of the Viper completely. You guys still play the Viper. Why is that? And do you guys maybe also have plans to not play as much Viper in the future?
I really can't say that much because we always giving our best characters to each other, you know, because if Ata is just comfortable with Viper, we can just give it to him. That's all. It doesn't matter it get nerfed or buffed. We're just doing comfort zone for each players.
That's smart. I like
That's
that.
all.
Very smart. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I absolutely love that. And also looking forward to the remaining matches that you have. Of course, you have Team Heretics, you have Gentlemates, and Giant X coming up in future weeks. I think Heretics is probably the one that you guys are looking forward to the most, maybe I would say.
That's the grand final for me. That's
yeah,
the grand
I know.
Yeah,
but I mean, like, they came second at Masters Shanghai, right? What is, obviously you can't give away too much, but how's the team feeling going into that matchup coming up next?
I'm just gonna be honest. This match was just gonna be this Na'Vi match. It's just gonna be champions match because we got a lot of points. We're just taking points for champions, and that's our team goal right now. But against Heretics, you have to admit sometimes they're good, you know.
Sometimes.
on Sunset, guys, they're best map picks, so like you know. So you're gonna just I don't know how to say that, but they just shoot them. You know, if you can't win against them, shoot fight, you just lose the game. But
how much of it is about revenge?
Well, of course everyone is hungry for the revenge, but it depends on the matches, it depends on the maps, and depends on the day how you're feeling, you know? Because VALORANT, it's just a momentum game. If you take the momentum, you can just win all of the matches, all of the teams in the world maybe. But if you don't get the momentum, if you sit at the match, you just done a little bit so hard, so you can't maybe get up earlier. So
well, the momentum is on your side right now, Mr. Farland, because if we take a look at the standing Foot, I mean, they just keep getting better and better. They're #1 throughout this entire week. You're not the type of person, Mr. Farland, all my time of knowing you, you're not really the type of person to come out and be like, yeah, we're the best, you know, everyone else needs to watch out for us. But you're the best. You are the best in the standing right now. So at what point do we stop saying you're the best Turkish team and we just start saying you're the best EMEA team?
Well, if we were the best EMEA team, we just win against Shanghai on Heretics, you know. We might be. So if I don't want to curse us, and I don't want to educate us, because if I say, guys, we are so good, everyone just might be relaxed, and you know, we might lose some easy games against us. We always say, guys, the opponent is very, I don't know how to say that, like, they have good players, they have good teams, so you have to respect everyone. All matches, we respect every team. So, guys, if we are gonna be best team in the world, or maybe best team EMEA, we have to win everyone. So if you lose one match, it doesn't matter. But if you can't win, like only, I don't know, if you didn't feel good in one match and you lose that, everyone just knows, guys, okay, we didn't feel good today, so that's why we lose. They didn't do better.
In which case, I'll flip this question for you. So which team do you think have the biggest chance to stop your momentum? So which team do you feel like if you really have an off day against them, it's going to be really, 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 really hard?
Yeah, I think that's only team that is Heretics, because they're just shooting, you know. If you can shoot them back, if you can treat your teammate very well, just lose the game, and you can nothing do anything about it. Really
I respect
nothing.
that. Yeah, I'm mad respect to that. I know we're talking about you versus Heretics a lot, but obviously it is your match coming up next week. It's that revenge opportunity. But I also want to talk about the energy, because when you're looking over towards Team Heretics, I feel like everyone's fallen in love with them because of their vibes on the stage. And for your team, Yedijay is that person for you. Do you feel like, as time has gone on with having him on your roster, has that become contagious for the rest of the
And
players?
also, what brand of earplugs do you use for when Yedijay is screaming at you? Is it really loud when you're on stage?
No, actually not for me, because we just make the sound changes. So I just keep him low. Yes, I just keep him low. He's not giving info, man. You know, he just gives, guys, chill. I got the air control, I got the seat control. There was no one, he just chill. So I can just hear him a little bit. That's fine. I'm okay with that, but there is some young blood thing, you know. Heretics has a very young blood team, so the energy always so up, like Yetujay. I think if Yetujay, if he's not screaming a lot, probably our team effect maybe a little bit down too, because he's the hyping one. He's the hype guy.
I'm not gonna lie, we can hear him. Like
everyone can hear him, maybe I think on the
we get the round because we're like a 1 second delay when we watch the game in here, and it's always spoiled because you just hear Yedijay like roar. Yeah. We're like, okay, they won.
When he roar, he just, I don't know, keep his momentum up too. He keep his mental up too, and that's why we need it. If he's mental up, if he goes today in the matches, he can just shoot everyone, and he can just give directions on the, I don't know, like mid rounds. That's what we need.
I feel like after you play Heretics, we should get like their loudest player and Yetujay and just have like
who's gonna be the loudest?
Yeah, measure
probably,
like the decibel, like who can scream the loudest.
I think it's gonna be a bigger match too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
I feel like that's an important thing. We should get that production. Can we write that down? Because I feel like that would be good content. But before we let you go, you know the gist. Safe was here yesterday and he left a question for you. So let's take a look at this question.
Who are you putting on ISO next week?
Right, the question was, who are you putting on ISO next week on your team? You can't say no one. You can't say you can't tell us. I want a name. I want a name.
Only one name.
Yeah.
Because there is two, but I'm gonna say one.
Oh, okay.
If there is someone has to play ISO, it's gonna be Cracks.
Oh, that makes so much sense.
I love that.
That makes sense.
I'm just saying that's all.
That really makes sense. So you get CNED maybe on the like Neon, maybe even Reyna or something. Get Cracks on the ice. So they're cooking, Ash.
No, they really are, because you look at Cracks.
I didn't say we're gonna play ISO. I'll just give you a name.
Yeah. No, we're just pretending. We're just pretending as well. Yeah.
We're cooking right now as well. No, I think that's really interesting, because Cracks would be that player to be able to just enable himself for those frags, right? I'm so curious who the other person would have been. You don't have to spoil it, but I would love if you did.
I feel like, I mean, you are Turkish. All of you can. It's all of your blood.
Not me exactly. You
can?
No, I can't play IGL with the ISO. How can
You
I do
could?
that? No. I just missed so many skills on Omen. How can I play ISO?
Well, as Angel says, you IGL better when you're dead. So you know that's the.
What?
Yeah, he always says he IGLs better when he's dies first.
Yeah, but you can see the whole map. Yeah, that might be true. But I think while I'm dying, I might just keep my shut up, you know, because everyone just is speaking and they know each other well. I might see the very little things on the minimap, you know, that's all.
You're not trolling. You're
No.
taking it seriously. You're
Yeah.
taking it seriously. We will have some more games next week. That will be Koi versus Giant X will be the first game next week. Would you like to leave a question for somebody from Koi or Giant X. We don't know who it is. It will just be whoever wins. It could be any question.
I don't know.
We could help you. I feel
it doesn't
like
even have to be related to the game.
Yeah.
Like
You could ask them like what their favorite color is if you wanna know.
That's just simple.
Oh, okay. You want a good question?
Okay.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. I mean,
No.
Koi, Giant Eggs. You have some good choices there. There's some big personalities. Yeah.
There's some big persons, but I really don't have a question right now. Sorry.
We'll give you a question.
You give me a
Oh,
question.
what's your game day playlist? You could ask that.
Yeah. Who do they listen to before they play an official? Like, who's their music that they listen to? Do you like that question?
Yeah, why not? Okay.
Yeah, go on. I'm gonna get you to ask it down this camera, please.
Okay.
Go for it.
Whoever wins, just tell me your games. Sorry, my bad. Oh,
No, it's okay.
I just forgot the question. Sorry.
Oh, it's okay.
Well,
Who do they listen to on
What
game
do they
day?
listen on game day?
Yeah, there we go. There we go. You got
Okay.
this.
Guys, who is winning? I don't know who is, but just tell me your Spotify list, okay? Tell me.
I like that. I think I judge people a lot from that.
We're gonna
Yeah.
learn a lot.
Why?
Definitely,
Learn a lot.
definitely, huh?
Why?
Because I just really like Taylor Swift, Mr. Fallen. Do you like Taylor Swift?
Yeah. No, I'm just a metal and rock guy. So.
Do you know
Okay.
what? I actually like
Yeah.
that as well. Yeah, I was about to go in, but you saved yourself there. Thank you very much for joining me. Congratulations once again. I will see you next week. Thank you very much, Ash, as well, for joining me all of this week. Thank you to everyone else. Congratulations to the teams that managed to win this week. But it's just week one. We have a lot more Valorant action coming up. So make sure you guys have a lovely weekend. Have a good rest. Come back next Tuesday and join us for Koi versus Giant X. And we'll see you then.
With a note, and Tom, you're gonna look very silly. Here he goes. That's the first. That's the second. Let's go, Narrate. No denying that defuse. And 13-6 is your final score. A close nail biter of a first half.
Ding, ding. Bro, this is what I need. I need these, bro.
He's got to try and do it. Oh! Back-to-back aces for KC. What a ridiculous way to close the game.
Last time he was the hero. This time he falls. It's looking all but over.
Let's do something crazy. Get a bit wild today, cause we don't do this every day, and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, 'cause you and I can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just let it